"They are indeed," said Felicia, finally looking at Dorothy with a sinister smile. Dorothy locked eyes with her, and in that moment she knew the enemy had completed their collection. And Dorothy had let them right in the door on the trust of a familiar voice. She would have died to protect Melody against any threat, but she could not protect anyone from her own naivete. "And the boy?" asked Tim coldly. Dorothy pulled Ian closer. "Disposable, I would say." Felicia browsed the arsenal she wore, doubtless looking for the ideal tool to cut a little boy to death with finesse. With what seconds she had before that happened, and in a desperate hope she read the situation correctly, Dorothy threw out a wild gamble. "You stay away from my son," she said with narrowed eyes. Felicia laughed. "Your what now?" "My son. Under New Chicago law, I am this boy's mother." Felicia's brows rose at this, and Dorothy's heart pounded at the hope she had pushed the right button. The assassin shook her head. "I don't think so, but high marks for effort. There is no way you were his first adult contact since Mayhem." "No, but I was his first adult contact after your monster orphaned him. The law still applies." She stared Felicia down. "This boy is every bit as much my son as I am Harrison Cody's daughter." Those, it turned out, were the right words. Felicia froze. "Tim?" He hesitated. "If the child is the grandson of a power, we dare not kill him." Dorothy's heart, already working on overdrive, pressed hard against her chest at that statement. Felicia pursed her lips. "Well played, Miss O'Neill." "Thank you," said Dorothy, attempting to feel in control. It came out a bit choked, but she stood by it. "You should know this is only a reprieve," said Felicia. "Silence!" said Tim, glaring at her. Dorothy took in everything she could glean from that exchange. Ian's life would be spared now, but taken later. That fate awaited all three of them. But his instant adoption had bought them some time. Time for a plan. Time for her father to swoop in and rescue them all, like the hero he was. With Felicia obviously disgruntled by this development, opportunities might arise to throw her off her game. When the moment came, Dorothy would play her secret weapon, the little boy trembling in her arms right now, who could probably kill them all with a touch. Or a thought. She held a very big gun. Now she needed time to figure out how to pull the trigger. "Outside," said Felicia. The joy of this successful hunt, so evident earlier, drained from her demeanor. "Dory?" said Melody. "It's all right," she lied. "We're going to be all right. I promise." The little girl hugged her as hard as she could. Felicia drew her sword. "Outside. I'm sworn to bring you in alive. Undamaged was not part of the agreement." "Come on." Dorothy ushered both children to the door with her arms around them. They stepped out into the cool spring night. Outside, at least a dozen goblins roamed the grounds, some with torches. Two of them spread a broad circular blanket on Strontium's lawn. "In the bag," said Felicia. Dorothy walked to the cloth and sat down in its center. She put Melody on her lap and curled her arm around Ian, sitting by her side. "We're okay," she whispered again. "I've got you both, and I won't ever let go." The two goblins pulled the sides of the sack up over their heads. They cinched the top shut with a loud rattling chain, cutting off the torchlight and leaving Dorothy and her children in darkness. She pulled them tighter to her. "Hold on," she said, hoping her fear did not come through in the words. Melody gasped, Ian cried, and Dorothy's stomach felt as though it had dropped out of her body as the bag swiftly ascended with them inside. The sound of their own fear disappeared under the heavy beat of giant bat wings. Chapter 41. Too late. The flyer reached the cabin well after dark, but still hours before midnight. Harrison was relieved to find the house still there, illuminated by floodlights from the flyer, less so by the carnage surrounding it as they got closer.
"What is that?"
"Goblins," said Oplamato. "Dead. One stabbed, 2 death by pixie, by the look of it."
"That's good, right?" said April. "Sparky protected them, right?"
Harrison walked to the front of the flyer, where Milton double-checked body armor and weapons.
"I'm coming with you."
"Negative, sir," said Milton. "I've got this."
"Those are my daughters."
"And this is a tactical decision. Respectfully, sir, I strongly recommend you stay in the bird." As the flyer made its slow vertical descent, more details became apparent, most troubling that the cabin put out almost no light.
"Sparky should have made contact by now,"
said Harrison under his breath.
"What is she waiting for?"
"I will let you know in less than a minute, sir," said Milton.
"David, I'm not going to wait here for news."
"Is he going?" shouted Dallas from the rear. "'Cause if he's going, I'm going."
"No, you're not,"
said Harrison firmly.
"Try and stop me."
Dallas unbuckled his belt. "Rutherford, stay in your seat," ordered Milton.
"Yes, sir,"
said Dallas. Under other circumstances, Harrison would ask Milton how he did that. It would be a worthwhile topic of conversation for the ride home. For now, all he wanted to talk about was the fact Milton's authority on this mission did not extend to keeping him waiting here while they went into that house and found his little girl, or her remains.
"Agent Milton?"
he said as the flyer touched down. Milton held up his hand. "Not now, sir, please. Logan, Mrs. Mendoza-Cody, I need you at the hatch." Both women stood and moved to the side door, where they waited with obvious apprehension. 4 more agents stood and prepared to follow them. April's objectives were clear enough. Take out weapons, flee if attacked. Sarah's job was less obvious. Outfitted with night vision goggles, she would scan the enemy's equipment for anything that looked enough like a clock to freeze. Up against nothing but goblins with medieval weapons, this would not end up being useful, but if their opponents carried technology, locking it down might put them at a disadvantage. Though Milton reassured her the other agents would treat her protection as the highest priority, Sarah did not keep her misgivings about this task a secret. The hatch hissed and slid aside, and in the second it took Sarah and April to work up the proper courage to step down the ramp, Claudia launched herself from her seat and dove between them. "Damn it," said Milton. "Go!" Sarah and April jumped out the door, lighting the scene ahead of them with powerful headlamps. Claudia had not taken the time to don one of those and raced through the dark to get to the house. The 4 agents followed, as did Milton. Harrison charged after them. Agents combed the grounds with their lights, swords drawn. Sarah stayed close to one of them, looking around her with wide eyes. April and Claudia nowhere in sight. Harrison had no doubt they had both run straight into the cabin. Claudia's distant cry of, "Dottie! Dottie!" confirmed that conjecture as well as the conclusion his daughters were no longer here. At least one agent had entered the house with them, as evidenced by the 2 dancing beams of light in the windows. Mentally declaring it secure, he went after them. Up close, the dead goblins looked predictably grislier than they had from the air. One of them lay naked and gutted like a fish, though with less precision than Harrison had seen from fishermen of his acquaintance. One lacked a head, its remnants spattered across a large section of outside wall. A third had been pulverized and sprayed over the lawn. Harrison's stomach turned slightly, less from the sight of gore than from the realization that his pixie had done this. He entered the house. April and Claudia were sitting at a table, the former with her head buried in her arms, crying, the latter curiously staring at some object there. "Get the wizard," said Claudia. She looked up at the people not running out the door to obey her command and shouted, "Now!" "Do it," said Harrison to the agent, who ran for the flyer. Harrison shined his headlamp on the table, illuminating a human-shaped statue in an uncomfortable-looking pose, the size of a pixie. "Oh, God." He sat next to Claudia. "Don't touch her." "I didn't. Is there any sign of them?" he asked as cautiously as he could. Claudia shook her head. Profoundly grateful to learn that his wife wept over their abduction rather than the discovery of their bodies, he got up and crouched by her side, gently rubbing her back. She whirled on him. "We have to get her back." She held a strikingly controlled tone for the amount of moisture covering her face. "I know," said Harrison. "I mean right now," she said. "We need to go to Maine right now. That's where they have her, right?" "We think so," said Harrison. "Then we have to go there." Milton entered. "That's exactly what we are going to do, ma'am. I'd like to be in the air in 5 minutes, so whatever you need here, you better grab it." April took that cue to grab Harrison and hold him tightly. "Where is she?" asked Oplamato, entering the room. "Here." Claudia scooted away from the table and held her arms toward it. Oplamato moved to Sparky's immobile form and held his hands about a foot over her body. He muttered some incantations, then dipped his hand into his robe. He brought it out in a fist. Leaning over the pixie, he blew gently into his hand, spraying her with fine white powder. It settled on her like dust. After a few seconds, she glowed orange beneath it and issued a tiny cough, followed by a loud sneeze. "Crap!" She sneezed 4 more times, each more powerful than the last. "Crap!" she shouted between sneezes when possible. Finally, she shook herself, sending the dust everywhere, and her wings sprouted gracefully from her shoulder blades. "What did I miss?" "We don't know," said Harrison, still holding April, her head buried in his shoulder. "What's the last thing you remember?" "You're cute as a button assistant girl, covered in knives," she said. "Then somebody zapped me. Ow! Is she an assassin? She looked like an assassin." "Felicia. Yes, and not one of ours." "Oh," said Sparky. "Damn. We shouldn't have let her in, should we?" "No." "Oh, boss, that's my fault. I'm so sorry." "Don't do that," he said. "We'll sort out blame when everyone is safe. Most of it is going to be mine, so don't do that again. I need you at your best. Got it?" "Got it." "Heading out," said Milton. "Phase 2 starts right now." "Hey," said Harrison to April, gently. "Let's go rescue our little girl, okay?" She looked up again, face soaking wet. "Do you think she's still alive?" "Honestly, that's the only thing I feel completely sure of right now. Someone went to a lot of trouble to round up our children. Jessica is alive, so I think they all are." "Then what are we waiting for?" April picked herself up, took a moment to plant a kiss on Harrison, and marched boldly back to the flyer. Chapter 42. Glow. The sensation of flying provided less discomfort and terror than Dorothy expected. Though concerned the bag would suffocate them, they had plenty of room. Tiny air holes peppered the fabric, each reinforced with a grommet. Dozens of points of cool breeze brushed her skin through them. Unfortunately, they did a poor job of letting in moonlight. Both children clung to her in obvious fear for their lives. She had expected some crying, but they reacted to their situation with silence. "Melody," whispered Dorothy. "Yeah?" said the little girl. "How are you doing?" "Okay." A rote answer, but she had enough of her wits about her to engage on a basic social level, which Dorothy chose to find encouraging. "Ian?" whispered Dorothy, looking for some confirmation there as well. "What?" he whispered back. "Are you okay?" "I don't think so," he said. "Why are we whispering?" "A fair point." "I don't know," said Dorothy in a normal tone of voice. "I guess I didn't want to frighten you." "It's not you I'm frightened of," he said. Dorothy had no adequate response to that. They went back to writing out their journey in silence. Without a watch, Dorothy had lost her sense of the passage of time. She assumed it had been at least an hour, but it might have been 2 or 10 minutes. With no idea where they were going, nor a way of measuring the speed of the giant bat carrying them, she had no way of knowing how long she should expect to stay in this bag. She hoped it would be some amount of time less than it took for the children to discover they had full bladders. At some point, she noticed she held her book. She caressed the leather, cool and pebbly against her hand, and tried to remember how she had kept it hidden from Felicia long enough to take it with her. Then she tried to remember why she would bother hiding it at all, or taking it with her for that matter. The important thing was she had it. That was all that mattered. And as she thought that, she noticed something for the first time, something she should have noticed before. She could see the book. Breaking the total darkness, the red cover stood out faintly but noticeably. She tried to focus on it with limited success and mentally wished it were easier to see. The brightness of the red glow increased, and she could not only make out details on the cover now, but it threw off a strong enough glow she could see her fellow passengers. Neither child wore the terror-stricken look she had prepared for. They did, however, look at the book with a curiosity that might be enough to distract them from thinking about how they would be treated once they reached their destination. Dorothy made it glow brighter, simultaneously realizing she had control of it. "What is that?" asked Melody. "It's a nightlight," said Dorothy. "I can make it bright enough to see by, or I can turn it off if you decide you like the dark, I think." "Leave it on," said both children. The soft red glow added a layer of desperately needed comfort to their captivity, and after a while the bag filled with the sound of 2 children softly snoring. With Melody fast asleep on her, Dorothy shifted her arms to open the book and read it. It acted as its own booklight. At first, as with other books she had carefully examined in Strontium's library, unintelligible writing filled every page. In some cases, she questioned whether the symbols in front of her represented writing at all. So, when she finally tuned in to her own voice and realized she had been reading it aloud, she gasped and slammed the book shut. The light went out, leaving her in total darkness again. She took several deep breaths, then calmly willed the book to resume glowing. It did. She cautiously opened it to a random page and found gibberish. Attempting to read it aloud, she stumbled over every potential pronunciation, and after a few minutes of this, she gave up. Something had happened earlier she did not know how to reproduce. With a sigh, she set the book down on the cloth, resting her hand on it. The glow faded, but long before her environment went dark again, she fell asleep. They all woke with a thud. The top of the bag dropped down on their heads, and in her half-awake state, Dorothy nearly screamed. She stopped herself only because Melody screamed first, and her duty as the little girl's nanny kicked in. She held Melody closer and rocked her, making soft, hushing sounds. Melody's cries became whimpers. "We stopped," said Ian. "I know," said Dorothy, pulling him in closer. Chains rattled. The top of the bag opened in a circle that threw pale white light onto them, and Dorothy shielded Melody's eyes, shutting her own. With a rustle of cloth, the bag fell away from them, exposing them to cool, fresh air. She dreaded what she would see when she finally found the courage to open her eyes. Tentatively lifting her lids ever so slightly, she winced at the light streaming in. but held her ground against it, determined to face whomever or whatever awaited her. A human figure resolved itself from blur to familiar face.
"Hello, Dorothy,"
said Siobhan Roark, offering the warmest of smiles and extending her hand to help them up.
"Welcome."
As Dorothy struggled to find a safe or meaningful response to this greeting from her friend, she felt around for the book and came up empty. Chapter 43. Cold Trail. The flyer reached what had once been the Maine, New Hampshire border as the sun pushed its edge over the horizon. Another 10 minutes to the compound, they made one high-altitude flyover to assess the immediate level of resistance it would offer to an incursion. The images from that surveillance proved not at all what Harrison expected.
"What am I looking at?"
he asked Milton. They inspected several photographs, one at a time, on a monitor in the cockpit.
"What happened here?"
"Unclear," said Milton. On the screen, a shot of the compound looked much as it had when Harrison last saw images of it 2 days earlier, though with no activity, and several dead goblins strewn randomly around the area.
"You're 100% sure they are still alive and healthy?"
Harrison asked Aplomado for the 3rd time in as many minutes.
"Absolutely,"
he said. Harrison took valuable consolation from this information, especially now that it seemed likely his daughter's rescue would not happen as soon as he hoped, and even more so given the evidence of violence below.
"Is it possible they escaped?"
"I'd rather not speculate before we're on the ground," said Milton.
"I understand,"
said Harrison, who very much wanted to speculate before then, but chose to keep that to himself.
"I need to update April."
"All right." Harrison excused himself from the cockpit and found April and Claudia sitting in the back of the flyer. Both had eager looks to them, but waited for him to speak.
"Aplomado says they are still alive and doing well,"
he said. "But they're not here," said April. He hesitated.
"The compound looks abandoned. We're going to check that out."
He took April's hand.
"They are going to be all right."
She squeezed his hand. "I know, I don't know exactly how to say this. I can sense Melody." His brows rose at this.
"What do you mean?"
"I don't know what I mean," she said. "I just can. I know she's not hurt."
"Have you always been able to do that?"
"No," she said. "It started today. I can't explain it. I just know it's true. It feels like another power, but I don't understand it well enough to describe it better than that. I'm sorry."
"Don't be,"
he said. April's abilities represented one of the more prominent unsolved mysteries at Esoteric for the past 8 years. Unlike the other telekinetics, April possessed powers based in magic, and she manifested new ones at random about twice a year. Most were unspectacular, and not all of them lasted.
"I'm glad you sense her. We both need that right now."
"What about Dottie?" asked Claudia, hungry hope in her eyes. April shook her head. "I don't know. If Aplomado says she is all right, I think you can trust in that. But I can only sense Melody." Harrison's stomach experienced a brief stint in zero gravity as the flyer began its vertical descent.
"We're heading in to check out the grounds. Milton will probably want you with him again."
"Tell him I'll pass this time," she said. "I need to focus right now. Make sense of this feeling." "Is he going to want me?" asked Claudia.
"I wouldn't count on it after what you pulled last night, but I'll ask."
On his way back to the front of the flyer, Harrison passed Dallas, who snored at him. He considered letting him sleep, but with April sitting this one out, Milton might want Dallas on the ground. He gave him a gentle shake.
"Hey, Dallas."
Dallas snorted and his eyes popped open.
"What? Was I asleep?"
"Yeah."
said Harrison. "Time to wake up now. We're landing at the main compound. It looks like there's no one there, but we're going in to see if we can find some sign of what happened to the girls. Milton might need you." "Tell him to forget it," said Dallas gruffly. "I'm staying right here."
Harrison silently counted to 5.
"That's fine. You're probably safer here anyway."
He tried to walk away from further discussion, but Dallas unbuckled and stood up.
"No, wait," he said. "I'm coming. What are we looking for?"
Frustrated by Dallas's whimsical approach to obeying orders, Harrison nearly didn't answer the question, but Dallas would keep asking it, and he preferred talking to him over hearing his voice.
"Any kind of clue as to where we should look next?" "I thought you said there's no one there," said Dallas. "Right," said Harrison. "So if they've moved to somewhere else, we need to figure out where that is." "No, that's stupid. We need to go home," said Dallas. Harrison narrowed his eyes. "Just so I know what kind of insubordination to charge you with, am I hearing correctly you are saying we should abort this mission? Because I'm pretty sure you weren't brought along to offer advice." "If there's no one there, we shouldn't be here," said Dallas. "This is a stupid waste of time." "Fine. If it's a stupid waste of time, then you can sit here while we waste it without you." "No way," said Dallas. "If you're going out there, I'm going out there."
Milton emerged from the cockpit at that moment.
"Well, that's really not up to you," said Harrison. "Agent Milton, will we be needing Special Agent Rutherford for this sweep of the compound?"
"Negative," said Milton. "You should stay in the flyer, Rutherford."
"Okie doke,"
said Dallas amiably, and returned to his seat. Stuck somewhere between frazzled and impressed, Harrison asked Milton,
"How do you do that?"
"Sir?" asked Milton. Harrison could not articulate the question without it coming across as asking a subordinate to tell him how to do his own job.
"Never mind. April wants to sit this one out. Is that okay?"
"That's her prerogative, as we agreed when she volunteered," said Milton. "We should be okay without her. De Queiroz is to stay in the flyer as well. As soon as we secure the area, she and I need to have a conversation."
"She knows," said Harrison.
"Good. Let's do this." Harrison joined him and a handful of agents out the hatch. Chapter 44. Stadium. Dorothy's eyes adjusted to the light. They had touched down in the middle of a wide-open field, surrounded by seats that stretched up for dozens of feet. Overgrown grass covered the field itself, although a section of it had been roughly cut down in the center where they sat. People, or perhaps goblins, hacked away at the grass with scythes and grass whips, expanding the cleared area foot by foot. Overhead, huge arrays of lights beamed down upon them in the pre-dawn twilight. They had landed in a sports arena. Dorothy could not tell the exact shape or purpose of the field through the overgrowth, nor identify it as a pre-Mayhem structure or something new. The seats appeared to be 20th century design, at least from a distance, but giant ornate columns surrounded them and stood interspersed among them in alternating stone and wood. It felt like a space for watching some unearthly sport, and her own placement in the center of the playing field gave her an uncomfortable sense of being a gladiator. Siobhan continued to hold out her hand, a delighted smile on her face. She wore a white and pink sundress, and its simple beauty emphasized her brilliant red hair and freckled complexion. She radiated a sense of well-being, cleanliness, and peace like a child on Easter morning. For weeks, Dorothy had pictured this person languishing in some squalid prison at best, at worst tortured and dead. "Siobhan?" she said, trying to attach some sense to her situation. Siobhan laughed.
"Hello, sister."
She put her hand out farther. Dorothy took it and stood. Siobhan held her hand for a moment, looking her over, then took her in her arms and gave her a warm hug.
I'm so glad you're here,
she said into Dorothy's ear. From Dorothy's perspective, there seemed to be even odds on whether that constituted a cry for help or a statement that everything proceeded according to her sinister plan. Neither of those possibilities struck her as promising. Stepping away from Dorothy, Siobhan held her hand out for Melody.
Hello, Melody. Do you remember me?
No, Melody admitted without hesitation or shyness, her demeanor reserved and almost prickly. Siobhan giggled softly.
Well, we'll have plenty of chances to get acquainted, I'm sure. Would you like to meet the other children?
Red flag. What other children? Asked Dorothy before Melody could respond.
You'll see. You'll all see. And who do we have here?
Siobhan crouched down in front of Ian. Despite the fear in his eyes, he appeared to take comfort in the appearance of Siobhan as their greeter, and Dorothy couldn't decide whether that was safe or dangerous. This is Ian, my son. Dorothy stressed that last word as a precaution against anyone else ruling Ian disposable, as Felicia had. Siobhan's eyes lit up.
Your son? Oh my, you have been busy. How about you, Ian? Would you like to meet the other children?
By Dorothy's count, at least 4 things could go terribly wrong in the next few minutes, not the least of which was Ian remembering his gift for breaking things in a way that would not help them. So it both troubled and relieved her when he simply said, Sure, how old are they?
Mostly Melody's age,
said Siobhan.
A few older, a few younger. None as old as you, though. At least, I don't think so. I think it's best if we all just go to meet them. They will all be getting up for breakfast in an hour or so. That should give us enough time to get you all healed.
Another red flag. We don't need to be healed. Dorothy picked up Melody and held her on her hip. We're all fine.
Oh, I'm sure you are, said Siobhan. But there's always room for improvement, don't you think? I'll bet you have little health issues you don't even know about. I sure didn't know about mine until they were gone. Apparently, I had a reflux problem. I can sing higher notes now. Isn't that funny?
Dorothy considered it curious that Siobhan had cause to sing at all. Siobhan, Harrison is very worried about you. We all are. Are you sure you're okay? She smiled again.
I'm fine, Dorothy. You'll understand soon. We'll get you all healed up, and then I'll introduce you to the professor. He will explain everything.
Red flag number 3. Tell me about the professor, said Dorothy.
Oh, he's amazing, said Siobhan. You'll love him. You really will. He has been so good to us. Taught us things about ourselves none of us knew. He calls us Mayhem's children. Isn't that dear?
Very dear, said Dorothy. By all outward appearances, Siobhan had joined a cult with very specific membership requirements. But whatever brainwashing she had endured was subtler than it might appear at first glance. Apart from the context, her behavior didn't stray far from the Siobhan she had known for years. How many Mayhem's children are there, Siobhan? She put her finger to her chin in thought.
Let's see. There's you, your little brother, the 28 of us, and 14 little ones.
She smiled again at Melody and Ian.
16. Now that your little ones are here, they're going to have so much fun.
Mitchell is here, asked Dorothy, startled by the mention of her brother.
Yes, said Siobhan, and he's so excited to see you.
Dorothy shared that statement, but perhaps not the same way. She looked around her, assessing her options. At least a dozen people and goblins whacked away at the grass, and one giant bat sat calmly behind her. There could be hundreds of people and creatures anywhere under the seats, including her brother, her 28 sisters, and at least one professor. Also at least one each of assassin and wizard, their abductors who had not deigned to greet them on arrival. Her resources consisted of one remarkably brave little girl, one boy with untested destructive potential, and her wits. Escape was not on the table, nor combat. She would have to ride this out as far as she could, and hope she could resist whatever had been done to Siobhan. She took Ian's hand. Still holding Melody, she said, "All right, Siobhan, what happens next?" Siobhan took them to a healer. Dorothy had never employed the services of one, though she had heard both Harrison's descriptions of what it felt like and Lisa's admonishments against them. For her part, she always found the prospect of magical tinkering with her own health to be outside the boundaries of acceptable risks. In this case, she wasn't given the choice. With Siobhan's welcome wagon duties properly discharged, 2 goblins joined her for the job of escorting Dorothy around the complex. They were both exactly as threatening and repulsive as the one Dorothy killed. Siobhan had no apparent problem with them. The healer, an old woman, reminded Dorothy of Strontium, whom she missed dearly, far more than she would have thought for someone she only knew for a few weeks. Apart from her age, however, nothing else about this woman resembled the witch. Her manner was cold, her appearance decrepit, and her touch gave Dorothy the willies. She endured it long enough to feel her body realign itself ever so slightly, and other than a brief flash of pain in her chest, she came away feeling invigorated. Her energy had increased, and inspection revealed some flaws now straightened out. Her cuticles, rough from weeks of living in relative wilderness, were healthy and smooth. A pimple under the skin on her chin, which had made itself known 2 days earlier, had disappeared. These improvements in no way abated her sense of danger. Whatever happened to Siobhan's mind came from something other than this healing process. The children went through the same procedure, with Dorothy helpless to stop it even if she wanted to, unless she could think of a way to overpower 2 armed goblins, and then surely dozens more. From there, Siobhan took them to a makeshift classroom. As promised, the children were up and ate breakfast with their teachers. Dorothy looked toward a man she did not know. "Is that the professor?"
"Oh my, no," said Siobhan. "You'll know him when you see him. I promise you that."
Dorothy did not recognize the other teacher, a tall woman with dark hair, until she looked up. "Dorothy," said Jessica Williams, a bright smile on her face. She got up from her seat and ran to hug her. "They didn't tell me you were here. When did you get in?" "About an hour ago," said Dorothy. "Are you all right?" "I'm great," said Jessica. "Did you meet Professor Hetherington yet?" "Not yet," said Dorothy.
"We're doing orientation right now,"
said Siobhan. Dorothy looked around this room full of children. Some of them looked back in mild curiosity, but not for long. They went about their breakfast and play without particular regard to their surroundings. They all appeared as happy as their teachers. By Dorothy's quick estimate, none of them was older than 8. A single baby sat in a high chair as a teacher fed her from a jar. One boy she knew. Adler Logan Bennett looked up from his scrambled eggs. "Dorothy?" He scooted his chair out and walked to her. "I didn't know you were here." "We just got here," she said. "Hi, Adler," said Melody. "Are you okay, honey?" asked Dorothy. Adler shrugged. "They take care of us. It was scary at first, but it's sort of like school. Are my parents here?" "No, honey," said Dorothy. "Just me." "Oh," he said, his disappointment fully evident, and his composure entirely different from what she had seen so far in Siobhan and Jessica. Clearly he did not share their delight to be here, nor did he imagine he would stay forever. That he lacked the obvious brainwashing of the adults gave Dorothy hope that Melody and Ian would be spared whatever she herself would be struggling to resist.
"We're going to drop the little ones here," said Siobhan. "They can have breakfast with the others. Are you hungry, kids?"
Melody held Dorothy a bit more tightly. "Do you remember Jessica?" asked Melody. Jess smiled again at Melody. Leaving them here was not ideal, but nothing would be, and she needed to be able to focus without distraction. And Jessica was a dear friend, no matter what had been done to her. Dorothy had no choice but to trust her children would be safe here, at least for now. "No," said Melody again, coldly. "Well, she is a very good friend of mine." Dorothy gently lowered Melody to the floor. "And she is going to watch over you while I go take care of some things with Siobhan. Are you hungry? It looks like they have some good food here." Melody surveyed her surroundings, and for a moment it seemed like she might go either way with this idea. "When will you come back?" "Soon." Dorothy leaned over and kissed Melody on the forehead. A slight, unexpected tingling feeling grazed her lips when she did so. It startled her, but she chalked it up to a side effect of the healing process. "Come on," said Melody, taking Adler's hand and holding the other one out for Ian. He looked to Dorothy for guidance. She rubbed his shoulder. "It's okay," she said. "Eat. Have fun if you can. I will be back soon." Ian took Melody's hand, and the three of them went to a table. As Siobhan took Dorothy to the next stop on her orientation, Dorothy asked her, "Who are those children?"
"They're like Melody,"
said Siobhan.
"Sons and daughters of people with powers."
This brought Dorothy up short. "All of them? How is that possible? I thought Adler and Melody were the only ones. Everyone thinks that. Where did the others come from?"
"All over the world,"
said Siobhan. "Wait," said Dorothy. "Harrison said there were only 12 people with powers in the world, and 5 of them are dead. Most of the others live in New Chicago. How can there be this many children of the ones still out there?" Dorothy omitted her belief that Ian was one of the missing 2. That would only leave one person to parent all those children. Siobhan laughed.
"Do you really think there were only 12? And that almost half of them happen to be your friends? No, there are hundreds."
"Do you have all of their children? Are they all here?"
"Oh, but 3,
said Siobhan.
"Soon all of Mayhem's children will be together. Rounding up Harrison's children was the trickiest part. If we hadn't figured out how to get them all in one place, we'd probably still be looking for them. But that's done now. And none of the other powers adopted anyone, so all we have to do now is find the last 3 babies. The professor is so happy he'll have all of us together."
So many things about this exchange set off alarms in Dorothy's head, but Siobhan's use of Harrison's name topped them all. In the 8 years Dorothy had known her, she had never called him anything but Dad. That confirmed Dorothy's brainwashing suspicions, and although the problem had no immediate fix, identifying it gave her a tiny feeling of power over it. But that was only one alarm. The others troubled her more. "What will he do when he has us all together?" asked Dorothy calmly. Siobhan giggled.
"Silly! Sacrifice us, of course."
Chapter 45. Duck Season. The houses in the main compound resembled other homes Harrison had seen rise from the ruins of earlier civilization. They all showed evidence of construction with advanced technology, from whatever building materials nature provided. It made for an odd mixture of the crude and the sophisticated. Wooden-framed houses with slick polymer siding sat alongside huts made entirely from fused gravel. Several houses stood out by their ordinariness, clearly remnants of the pre-Mayhem world. At least one hybrid of 20th century American architecture and otherworldly magnificence stood among them. Brick walls merged seamlessly with marble pillars covered in meticulously carved relief. Harrison had visited several such communities, typically built up around a nucleus of pre-existing structures. Like New Chicago, they grew from there, although at a microcosmic scale to what had bloomed around him in his home city. The only thing this hamlet lacked was activity. It took the better part of an hour before Milton declared the entire compound secure, But it had been obvious to everyone in their first 5 minutes there these buildings were all abandoned. The team found a total of 11 dead goblins scattered throughout the complex, some discovered inside buildings, but most lay on the open ground, cut to ribbons, with the shattered remnants of their armor strewn about them. Weapons still protruded from several, including one specimen who had been pinned to a wooden wall with an ornate longsword, and another split nearly in half with an axe buried in the notch.
"We're supposed to think this was a fight,"
said Harrison to Milton. He stood near the stripped and skewered goblin pinned to the wall and touched the pommel of the sword that held him there. It felt cool and tingly.
"You really shouldn't do that," said Hadley.
The ghost had followed Harrison on this excursion through the barren homes, occasionally interjecting an opinion, but mostly staying out of the way.
"You should know that any randomly found sword in the world now runs about a 5% chance of being cursed, and a slightly higher probability of being enchanted."
Harrison drew Bess from her sheath and held her at an angle to the longsword, viewing its reflection in the surface of her blade. That image of the sword glowed pale green, infused with magic, but anyone's guess what type. He weighed the risks of pulling this sword out to keep and opted against. Pretty, but not worth the potential danger. He could ask Oplamato to inspect it first, but wizards typically kept weapons they found without ever revealing what they knew about them.
"Yes, sir," said Milton, oblivious to the exchange with Hadley. "We are, but this was no fight." "No."
Harrison looked around him.
"These weren't soldiers. They were sacrificial goats. They were killed and left here to make it look like these people fled an enemy."
"It's not very convincing." Milton pointed to 2 different slain goblins.
"Neither of those show any sign of struggle. One of them has a dagger in his throat the same size as a sheath on his own belt. They were executed with their own weapons, and they let it happen." "That's crazy! They must have known we would see through this."
Milton shrugged.
"Maybe they thought we wouldn't get here until the skeletons were picked by scavengers. Maybe they were in a hurry. Maybe they just suck at their jobs."
"That's a possibility. There is something about this that smacks of incompetence. A rush job, at the very least." Milton bent down and picked up a piece of the dirty gray armor that lay broken around a goblin corpse. He turned it over in his hand, inspecting it closely.
"Someone wanted us to believe they fought these goblins. Whoever that is failed at what should have been a fairly simple tactic." "Are you saying we have been overestimating them?" asked Harrison. "Because they did a pretty competent job of abducting those girls from our own headquarters."
"Respectfully, sir, they did not," said Milton. "If you and the director had not been under that curse, that would all have gone down a lot differently. You missed some obvious clues, like Sergeant Crenshaw going AWOL and your son running away. And the decision to put all the women on the 7th floor instead of scattering them to safe houses virtually guaranteed their abduction. You did that at Agent Kestrel's suggestion, which never would have happened if you were at 100%. Harrison scowled at the reminder of the enormous role he played in the fiasco at NCSA.
"What's your point?"
"Only that they succeeded because of their plan to hamstring our best and brightest. This was not a master plan, it was a brute force attack that worked because they had one good idea, and they got lucky. I think we should consider the possibility that we are dealing with a very powerful but very amateur group."
"Does that make them less dangerous?"
asked Harrison.
"More,"
said Milton simply. Sparky chose that moment to appear from behind a house. She flew to Milton, where she paused in a hover and saluted.
"Don't do that, Agent Sparky."
"Right-ho," she said. "Just letting you know I'm finished with the perimeter thingy you wanted me to do. There's no one within at least 2 miles of this place."
"Thank you," said Milton.
"What's our next step?"
asked Harrison.
"We set up a base here," said Milton. "I want these houses scoured for any clue that will lead us to where they went. Sparky, please tell the wizard he's up. If there was magic used here, I want to know how much and what kind. Assistant Director,
I would be grateful if you would inform Mrs. Mendoza-Cody that we will likely be needing her talents very shortly. Can you be more specific? Trust me, as soon as I know what we need, you two will be the first to know. Harrison nodded. You headed back to the flyer? He said to the pixie.
Yep,
she said. They excused themselves. Hadley followed, at a tasteful distance, observing their environs instead of trying to interact with them. Walking through the deserted compound littered with staged carnage, Harrison felt less like talking than he thought he would. Sparky chose to break the awkward silence.
Dorothy is awesome, you know?
Of course I know, he said. Why do you say that?
Because if I had to pick one person to watch after my little kid, if I ever had a little kid, which I don't, but if I did, it would totally be her.
Really? Said Harrison. Dorothy had always amazed him with her intellect, even at 14 years old, and he absolutely trusted her with Melody. Dorothy adored her and would do anything to keep her safe. But he never would have chosen to thrust her into a situation as random and perilous as this one, and he had no way to predict how she would rise to that occasion.
Really, said Sparky. That one has some strength, I have to say. Did I tell you she killed a goblin?
That brought him up short. What? Dorothy? By herself? Sparky nodded vigorously.
No lie, stabbed him right through the gut with a sword. I wasn't there, but I saw him on the lawn. Looked awful.
Oh, shit, said Harrison. I did see that. That was her?
She says so. Like I said, wasn't there, didn't see it. Anyway, my point is, she's awesome.
Harrison mulled this over, entirely unsure what to do with it. It did indeed reassure him to know Melody had been put into the hands of someone so devoted to her safety. Unfortunately, with them now both captured, that no longer felt like the defining feature of their situation. He chose to take Sparky's comments as the pep talk they seemed meant to be. Harrison approached the flyer. Several collapsible chairs had been set up on the ground near where they landed. April, Sarah, and Claudia occupied 3 of the chairs. The latter 2 sat silently with vacant expressions, each fearing for the fate of a missing loved one. He wished he had words of comfort beyond the news they were staying in this place to hunt for clues. April sat with eyes closed, awake, but evidently more at peace. He crouched by her side and took her hand. Her head rolled in his direction, and her eyes fluttered open. Hey. Hi there. Are you still picking up signals from Melody? Yes, she said. Same as before. She's fine. Not even scared. Aplamato emerged from the inside of the flyer at that moment. Actually, there has been a change. Melody and Dorothy are now exhibiting signs of the same physical perfection as the others. This got Claudia's attention. But that's a good thing, right? It is a thing, said Aplamato. Whether it is good or bad remains entirely to be seen. Sarah stood at this and walked away. She stayed in sight, but planted herself at the far side of the flyer on the ground near one of the landing struts. Are you required to be insensitive? Asked Harrison. Because I have to say that was brilliantly done, if so. The wizard ignored Harrison. You are here to collect me? He said to Sparky.
Yeah,
she said.
Milton
needs me to scan the compound for traces of magic. Already in progress. I can discuss it with him if you would like.
I would like, said Harrison. If you're there, you can't be here. Aplamato offered Harrison a nod far more dismissive than courteous and departed. Sparky zipped away ahead of him. April looked in Sarah's direction. You need to talk to her. I know, said Harrison. What do I say? That her little boy is going to be fine, she said. And you say that whether you believe it or not, because it's what she needs to hear. Yes, she will see right through that. She needs to hear it anyway.
Can you say that to me too? Asked Claudia. Tell me Dorothy's going to be okay?
Harrison smiled at that.
You know damn well she will be. By now, she's probably engineering a coup and seizing power from whoever is in charge over there.
That's so like her, said Claudia.
Isn't it?
Said Harrison. Claudia found the will to smile.
You know what? That does help, even though I know you're bullshitting me.
See? April shooed him away. Get over there.
Harrison stood. I'm supposed to tell you Milton says we're going to need your powers soon. And no, he didn't say why, and no, he didn't say which powers.
Message received. Go talk to Sarah.
I'm going.
Harrison made his way to the other side of the flyer, down the dirt road there, where Sarah sat on the bare ground, looking away. He sat as well, resting his hands on the earth, packed hard and dry. Gravel poked him through his pants. He gazed off in the same direction as Sarah, at lushly wooded mountains, the Mahoosucs, a northern extension of the Appalachians and familiar territory. They reminded him of the Berkshires near where he grew up. He took a moment to drink in their beauty before speaking.
He's going to be okay.
She did not look at him.
April sent you over here. She sure did.
That was probably the right thing to do, she said. Thank you.
I really do believe it, you know. We are going to find these people, and we are going to get our children back.
I know that, said Sarah. I have faith in this group. I have faith in you. But even when I get Adler back, Warren might still die. I left my husband in a hospital in a coma to go on this mission. He would do the same if our places were reversed, but I might never see him again. It's been 4 weeks, Harrison. The longer it goes, the worse his chances are. I even looked into getting a court to override his do not magically heal order, and it turns out at this point it wouldn't matter. Crow was right about magic and brain damage. Either he comes out of it naturally, or he doesn't come out at all. I might never get to hold him again. Harrison struggled for the right words.
I want to promise that you will.
But you can't.
No, he said, I can't. I don't know what to say.
I don't think I need you to say anything, she said. I just needed someone to hear it. He nodded.
Fair enough. Do you need to be alone?
Not necessarily. Is the wizard still over there?
Nope, said Harrison. He's off offending someone else entirely.
Sarah made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sigh. Good. Harrison stood and held his hand out. She took it and he pulled her up. He looked back to April and Claudia. Dallas had emerged from the flyer and stood awkwardly nearby.
Great, said Harrison. Dallas got bored. I wonder what fight he's going to pick with me now.
Stop letting that buffoon get to you, said Sarah.
Yeah, I know. When this is over, he'll go back to his pathetic life. His first opportunity to be a real field agent, and he's already blown it. I kind of feel sorry for him, when I'm not thinking of punching him in the face.
Hadley had taken one of the chairs. While it surely looked empty to everyone else, Dallas walked by it twice and hesitated before continuing to pace. Hadley wore a sort of bemused deadpan, and Harrison suspected he took some degree of joy in finding an entertaining aspect of his ghostliness. Sarah returned to her own seat next to April, who took her hand.
I'm okay.
April nodded.
What's happening now? Asked Claudia. How soon are we leaving? Not sure, said Harrison. Milton says we're setting up a base here to look for clues. I imagine it will be at least a day, maybe more. Hopefully the next move will be in the direction of our people. That's crap, said Dallas. "This was a bust. We should go home. Regroup from there."
"No," said Harrison, concentrating on patience.
"We should stay here, because it's the only place we know they've been and because those are our orders."
"If we go home, we might miss something here," said April. "Wouldn't you rather we find a clue than start over from scratch?"
"Yeah," said Dallas. "I guess so."
"Thank you," said Harrison.
"For what?"
asked Dallas, his tone shifting fluidly from concessional to confrontational. Harrison had directed his gratitude to April for nudging Dallas in the direction of reason, but he chose to use this misunderstanding as an opportunity for dialogue.
"Thank you for agreeing with the plan to stay here." "Stay here?" said Dallas. "That's stupid. We need to move on. What are we waiting for?"
April gave Harrison a look of confused resignation. Claudia rolled her eyes. Harrison frowned. "Hang on," he whispered. Dallas had grown no closer to being less difficult, but something in his words finally tipped a scale in Harrison's perception of his behavior. Still looking at Dallas, he said to April, "We should move on. We're not going to find anything else here."
"What are you talking about?" said Dallas. "The boss says we stay here. We stay here."
Harrison looked Dallas in the eyes.
"We should stay here." "Stay here?" said Dallas. "Are you nuts? What if those goblins come back?"
The others watched this exchange with various signs of concern and confusion. Harrison forged ahead. He looked at Sarah.
"My, you are looking lovely today, Dr. Logan."
He shifted his gaze to Dallas, now checking out Sarah in an obvious and creepy manner. After a moment of this, he declared,
"Those pants make your ass look fat."
Sarah's jaw dropped. Claudia rose and moved to Harrison's side.
"What the fuck is happening right now?"
Harrison responded by holding up a finger, signaling her to be quiet. He walked right up to Dallas and stood inches from his face. Looking into the eyes of this man, he found no madness, only steely resolve.
"Duck season," said Harrison.
Dallas narrowed his eyes. Through clenched teeth, he said,
"Rabbit season."
Harrison closed his eyes and rubbed his temples.
"God damn it! How did we miss this?"
"He's cursed," said April.
"Wow," said Claudia. "Good one. I thought he was just an asshole." "To be fair," Harrison glared at Dallas, "he is kind of an asshole. Absolutely the first choice for hiding a spell like this, because no one would think twice about his behavior."
He shook his head.
"No, that's a cop-out. We still should have caught this. Do you remember a wizard?" he asked Dallas. "Bald? Lots of tattoos?" "Leave me alone," said Dallas.
"Answer the question," said April firmly.
"Yes," said Dallas, panic evident in his eyes. "I met him a day or two before those bats came. Kind of a creep. I forget what he told me. You're saying he cursed me?"
Harrison turned around.
"Someone who isn't me, please tell this man to wait in the flyer. I need to go find a wizard I don't like and ask him to fix this."
"Don't look at me," said Sarah. "He called me fat." April stood. "I have this. Dallas, come inside, please."
"Yeah," he said, clearly bewildered. "All right."
As they climbed into the hatch, Harrison wondered about the type of foe who would try to sabotage a mission by planting someone cursed to irritate exactly one member of it. It might have been more effective if Harrison had taken the leadership role instead of Milton, but even then, its effect would chiefly have been one of inconvenience. Milton's observations about their foe being an amateur rang more true, and his comment stood out, that their clumsiness might make them more dangerous. Chapter 46. Professor. "Sacrifice us?" Dorothy looked into Siobhan's eyes, hunting for any sign she understood the meaning of her own words, and found none.
"That's right,"
said Siobhan with a casual sort of cheer. "Do you even hear what you're saying?" asked Dorothy. Siobhan took her hand gently.
"You'll understand soon."
Dorothy understood nothing at that moment but her need to get Melody, Ian, and Adler away from this place. She had no idea how she would accomplish that, let alone her secondary goal of freeing all the adults and the children she didn't know, but her obligation to those three superseded everything. "What will I understand?" she asked cautiously.
"That things need to be put right," said Siobhan. "The professor will explain it all when you meet him."
Professor Hetherington. This was the third time Dorothy had heard him named or referenced. Absent alternative evidence, she assumed he led this operation. Exactly what that meant remained to be seen. "When will I meet him?"
"That's where we're headed right now,"
said Siobhan. Dorothy steeled herself for the probability they intended to brainwash her. Siobhan and Jessica both showed complete loyalty to a man who had been open with them about his plan to murder them. The fact this loyalty took hold in so short a time implied something at work here far beyond simple cult mentality. Professor Hetherington or someone else had ensorcelled them. The name conjured images for Dorothy of a mad scientist, and with it flashed before her eyes multiple instruments of laboratory torture. As casually as she could, she inspected Siobhan for signs of scarring or burns, with no idea what to look for. What she could see of Siobhan's skin seemed healthy and uninjured, and nothing in her gait suggested anything other than comfort and happiness. Whatever they had done to her hadn't left a mark, or had been healed. They ascended a set of concrete stairs and emerged on a promenade of empty concession stands. Assorted canopies, those few not tattered beyond legibility, advertised foods no longer available, in the form of hot dogs, cold beer, ice cream, and French fries. They strolled past this ghost town of fast food, which served to remind Dorothy she had not eaten breakfast, while also bringing to her attention an anxiety-induced lack of appetite. They entered a corridor, found another flight of stairs, and made their way upward, arriving at office space, presumably the former headquarters of whoever once managed the stadium. Its new proprietor chose to use this same space as his command center. Or perhaps he lived here. Or maybe only interviews, torture, and forced behavior modification took place here. The chill of early morning air cooled the perspiration accumulating on her brow.
"I can't go in with you."
Siobhan offered this with no trace of foreboding, which somehow made it more frightening. "I understand." Impulsively, Dorothy pulled Siobhan into a hug. Though no longer the person she had known for years, she still wore the face of her dear friend. After this meeting, that might not matter to her the same way. One last grasp at human contact before the plunge. "Will I see you soon?" Siobhan giggled.
"You sure will. I'm going to find you a bunk. When you're done here, come find me, and I'll show you your room and give you a tour of the building."
Dorothy nodded and rubbed Siobhan's shoulder. She turned, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over the stadium from the enormous office. Outside, workers continued to clear brush, though they hadn't progressed to the point of clarifying the type of field they worked, or their purpose in doing so. Dorothy did not imagine they planned to mow it and paint it for some regulation sport. Against her will, she conjured the image of 50-odd altars laid out on the grass, with her sisters, the children, and herself stretched out on them, knives in their hearts. By the windows, facing away from Dorothy, stood the woman who had brought them here. Until the previous day, Dorothy had known this person as NCSA agent Felicia Kestrel, Harrison's administrative assistant, his right hand for several years. Now it appeared she had been a mole that entire time. She wondered if Harrison knew yet, or if his trusted aide continued to feed him disinformation. Felicia turned away from the window long enough to give Dorothy a cruel smile before turning her attention back to the field. Across the room from the door, behind a large wooden desk, sat a figure dressed in a tan frock coat, red waistcoat, and gold ascot around a white wing-collar shirt. A moss-colored reptilian head contrasted this attire. Occupied with writing something in quill pen, the creature did not yet appear to have noticed Dorothy enter the room. She felt no rush to call attention to herself. He lifted his quill to refresh it in an inkwell with his right hand, covered in, or perhaps made of, polished brass. It glinted in the sunlight coming in the windows. "Do come in, Miss O'Neill." He spoke in a Scottish accent, with a lilt, and did not look up from his papers. She crossed the room at a slow pace, attempting to give herself time to plan something, though she had no idea what. As she drew closer, a faint, irregular ticking noise grew louder, the only sound in the room apart from the scratching of the creature's pen. Both sounds issued from the actions of the metal hand. She stopped about 3 feet from the desk and stood in silent apprehension. After making a few final flourishing strokes, he put the pen down. As he looked up, she saw the scaly skin of his face move and tried to place it. Not a lizard, not a snake, not a crocodile. Something else. He returned her gaze through a pair of mismatched eyes. On the right, a yellow-green orb with a vertical black slit that narrowed in response to the sunlight. The other black glass mounted in a brass frame, itself covered in tiny gears and pins whose functions she wouldn't dare to guess. The prosthesis appeared to be implanted in his head. "Good day." He stood, wiped his metal hand on the side of his coat, and extended it across the desk. "Basil Hetherington, at your service." She considered her options. Touching that hand was not her first choice. "I don't feel very served," she said simply. The boldness of her words did not hit her until they had already left her mouth. He stood in silence for a moment, his reptilian features impossible to read. Eventually he withdrew his hand. "Yes, well, as pleasantries go, it does lack something in the literal sense. Do sit, please." He gestured to a wooden armchair on her side of the desk, upholstered in red velvet. They each took their seats. "I trust you have not been mistreated." He glanced at Felicia on that question, who did not move to acknowledge it. "Apart from the abduction itself, no," said Dorothy. "Couldn't be helped," he said, "but I am glad you are otherwise unharmed." "What is going to happen to us?" The professor drummed his fingers on the surface of the desk, the tapping sound mixed in with a staccato, trilled ticking. "You do cut right to the heart, Miss O'Neill. I suppose you've had more time than most to prepare for this meeting." The gears on his facial prosthesis spun, and a pink filter rotated down to cover the glass eye. A dim light pulsed softly from it. "You will be staying with us for some time. Perhaps days, perhaps weeks. During that time you will be treated with kindness and given every reasonable comfort and liberty." Dorothy felt a dull throbbing in the back of her head. The brainwashing had begun, a product of this device. Perhaps magic, perhaps technology. Either way, she had no defense against it. She looked away, even closed her eyes, but the sensation did not change, nor did he attempt to redirect her. Whatever that eye did to her did not require direct visual stimulus. "I will, of course, ask that you do not leave this facility," he continued. "Everything you could possibly need is right here, and we wouldn't want you to be separated from your sisters and cousins." "And son," added Felicia nonchalantly. "Quite so," said Hetherington. "And son. For the duration of your stay, you will be asked to contribute to the community from whatever skills you possess." The throbbing in Dorothy's head increased. She resisted, but had no illusion that simply willing herself not to be affected would work. So far, she still possessed all her faculties. That would change any second. As she thought this, she whispered, so softly no one else could possibly hear. Her lips did not move, as she formed words from complex and minuscule motions of her tongue. The words came without thought, and when she tried to identify them, she found they were not words at all, simply highly specific nonsense syllables. But she recognized them and understood them, and though not from any language she herself spoke, she knew their meaning to be simple. You will not have my mind. You will not have my mind.
At the end of your stay, you and all of Mayhem's children are to be offered up so the world may be restored to its proper state. Know that you give yourselves for a truly noble purpose. The stain of science is to be wiped away, and the glory of the fantastic will be renewed and purified.
She heard these words and took in their meaning, confirming Siobhan's revelation they would all be sacrificed. This creature wanted to eliminate all traces of the world of Dorothy's birth. Their lives would be given to separate the blended worlds, and from the sound of it, only one world would survive the split. She heard all of this, and she heard herself whispering more clearly than the damning news, "You will not have my mind."
Do you have any questions?
Dorothy opened her eyes. The pink filter had retracted again, the pulsing light gone. She had now been indoctrinated to the sickening cult of Professor Basil Hetherington and assigned her role as sacrificial lamb to the cause of killing everyone from her own version of Earth. As she looked into his monstrous and artificial eyes, she saw only reptilian abomination. He was not her leader, nothing but a beast, to be defeated, broken, and destroyed. He did not have her mind. And he did not know that. She smiled sweetly at him. "No, Professor, thank you."
"Splendid," he said. "Then you should run along and find Siobhan. She will show you around and help you find a new job here."
She stood. "That sounds lovely." He sighed.
"I am so glad you've come aboard, Miss O'Neill. I do hope you find a role in our community to your liking."
"Oh, I am quite sure I will. I know that when I find my contribution, my calling here, it will be my utmost pleasure to carry it out." Beaming, she curtsied and drifted out of the room. Once in the hallway, and about 10 paces away from the door, she lifted her hand to look upon the small red book now in it. She would find Siobhan as instructed, but not dally with her. Afterward, Dorothy needed to find someplace safe and private. She had reading to do. Chapter 47. Lilac and Cinnamon.
"This is beyond me."
Dallas sat patiently in a passenger seat inside the flyer as Oplomado examined him. At these words, his patience apparently reached its limit.
"Beyond you? What does that mean?"
He looked at Milton plaintively.
"What does that mean?"
"It means this curse was placed on you by a spellcaster of significantly more power than I," said Oplomado. "There are safeguards I cannot lift. I could attempt to break through them, but it would likely kill you."
"Don't!"
shouted Dallas. Milton put his hand on Dallas's shoulder. "He's not going to." "I would not attempt it, even if you ordered it," said the wizard. "Once we return to New Chicago, Mallory should be able to lift this. She is far more adept than I at this sort of removal. Until then, you will have to carry it." Harrison watched all of this in silence. Dallas would immediately and angrily contradict any contribution he had to offer, and he didn't want to add more senseless stress to the proceedings.
"Carry it?" said Dallas. "What does that mean? Is this going to hurt me? I want it out.
Relax, Special Agent, said Milton. It's not going to damage anything but Cody's peace of mind. He looked to Oplamato. The wizard nodded. Milton looked at Harrison with steely eyes. It's a pity Mallory wasn't available for this assignment. Apparently, she's busy for the next 10 months.
Mallory is working on something as important as we are, said Harrison.
In truth, she was working on something most people would consider significantly more important, trying to find a way to prevent the Mayhespheres from killing everything on the planet. Harrison ranked it as about equal with saving his children.
It was the right call. All your calls suck, said Dallas.
You're doing it again, said Milton. Dallas slapped his hand over his mouth, then seemed to recognize it was a pointless gesture.
Aw, dang it!
It's all right, Rutherford, said Milton. We're not going to make any more headway on this right now. You should get yourself some fresh air. Dallas stood and inched his way past Harrison. Neither said anything until he was out of the hatch.
You still think these guys are amateurs? Asked Harrison.
Absolutely, said Milton. If anything, I'm even more convinced now.
Whoever laid that curse was no amateur, said Oplamato. It is a network of complex threads spun at a level I have not seen outside of a simulation. Mallory might be able to lift it, but I doubt even she has the wit to create something like this herself.
I didn't mean the spell, said Milton. I mean the plan. It's needlessly complicated and served no tangible purpose. Why go to all this trouble just to annoy Cody?
If I had been the one making tactical decisions, it would have caused a serious problem.
If you had been making tactical decisions, how long would you have put up with that kind of backtalk? Asked Milton.
About 5 seconds, said Harrison. By now, Dallas would be locked in the cargo hold.
Which is exactly where I would have put him if he directed that behavior to me, said Milton. I didn't intervene because your disagreements with agents are not mine to question. But if a subordinate did that to me, there would be a reckoning, and I wouldn't waste any time bringing it down on his head.
You're saying this is another botch job?
There was no conceivable way this curse was going to interfere with the mission, said Milton. And even if it were possible, that plan hinged on the fact of you being in command of it and choosing to bring Dallas in the first place.
Which I wouldn't have, said Harrison.
All this cost us was 15 minutes, and we picked up significant intel, said Milton. So yes, on the whole, I would say this was a botched job.
What intel? Said Harrison. They have a master wizard, said Oplamato.
And a leader who is a terrible tactician, said Milton. I'm sure they didn't want us to know either of those things, and now we do.
Can you check everyone else for curses?
Harrison asked Oplamato.
I can check, said the wizard, but I cannot make any guarantees of being able to do anything about whatever I find.
Knowing would be helpful, said Milton. Get on that, please. Oplamato nodded and stepped out. Harrison watched him go through the hatch, and as he got beyond earshot, asked softly,
What if he's cursed too?
Milton pursed his lips. I guess we will just have to hope he isn't, unless you have a better idea. Before Harrison could respond to this, Sparky zipped in the hatch.
You should come outside.
Who?
Asked Harrison.
Both of you,
she said. Harrison filed out the hatch, with Milton close behind. Her back to them, and standing away from the flyer close to the main gate, April stretched out her arms. Strands of her hair levitated outward, some faintly glowing. What's happening here? Asked Milton. He looked at Oplamato, whose look of bafflement brought Harrison no small degree of joy.
I truly do not know, said the wizard.
Hey, sweetie, said Harrison loudly.
What you doing?
I can smell her, she called. Sarah held back, looking entirely confused and uncomfortable, as did the several agents who had returned from scouting the compound. As the only two people there who had ever seen April like this, Harrison and Claudia were naturally unperturbed.
"She can smell her?" said Milton. "What the hell does that mean?" "Melody," said Harrison. "I'll take this one. I think April is shifting to autopilot." "Autopilot? I've seen this before. If I'm right, she's letting her instincts take over." "And then what?" asked Milton. Harrison shrugged. "And then we'll get some answers, I guess." He walked to her. "What does she smell like?"
"Like lilac." She closed her eyes. "Or cinnamon? It keeps changing." More of her hair strayed outward and up. Claudia fidgeted, looking back and forth between Harrison and April.
"Is she going to teleport?" "I don't know. Are you going to teleport?" he asked April directly.
"Maybe," she said.
Claudia twitched. "Do you know where she is?" he asked.
"No. Maybe. It's not cinnamon anymore." She was beginning to come detached from her surroundings. He had seen this happen only a few times in the 8 years they had been together. The first time she teleported an entire lifeboat and its passengers into a cave halfway around the world to flee a sea serpent. If she was gearing up for a similar jump now in search of Melody, it could take her anywhere. "What does she smell like now?" he asked. "She smells like—" April halted there. Seconds later, she tried again. Again she got stuck. Finally, her eyes snapping open, April shouted, "She smells like fairy!" The glow enhancing the tips of her dancing hair exploded into a full-blown halo, and Harrison took a step back to shield his eyes. In the instant before throwing his hand up in front of his face, he caught a glimpse of Claudia lunging at his wife. With a crackle and a whoosh, they both disappeared. He sprinted back to the flyer. "What just happened?" said Milton. "They've gone to wherever Melody is, or to wherever April thinks she is or feels she is. Can we track her?" Harrison directed this last question at Oplamato, who had been able to find a randomly appearing and disappearing cabin in a matter of minutes with the right resources. The wizard did not respond. He stared at the polished patch of dirt road where two women had vanished. "Jerry!" snapped Harrison. "Can you track her?" Oplamato locked eyes with Harrison, with a bewilderment that no longer amused him. Quietly, the wizard said, "No." Chapter 48. Claudia. Hiding places for Dorothy turned out to be plentiful. The stadium had been built to accommodate tens of thousands of fans. By Dorothy's quick estimate, no more than 200 people and creatures occupied it now. The original building itself housed scores of vendors with empty kitchens, storage areas, locker rooms, offices, box seats, and suites, the clubhouse, the press box, and assorted rooms whose purpose she did not grasp. Whatever this facility had been before Mayhem, its structure had undergone radical changes both inside and out. Concrete walkways alternated with cobblestone alleys. Some doors had been replaced with wrought iron gates. Gargoyles sat perched atop seats. Whether these changes had been caused by the Mayhem wave or had been put into place deliberately after the fact was impossible to discern and beside the point. A plethora of rooms, chambers, and catacombs existed where they most likely had not originally, and while some had been converted into living quarters and workspaces, still more had been left open and empty. Opportunities to slip away for an hour or two of quiet reading abounded. The more time Dorothy spent with her book, the more sense it made to her. She still had no way of knowing what language it represented, but that didn't stop her from reading entire passages and sections, mostly in the form of teachings of skills well outside her background knowledge, and committing them to memory. The trick for how to hide the book itself was one of the first and easiest she learned, a simple matter of absorbing it directly into her hand and releasing it when she wanted to read it. The fact she considered this impossibility to be simple did not escape her notice. She found the spell for resisting hypnosis both common and magical, recognizing the nonsense syllables she had chanted in whispers to protect herself earlier. That one had come naturally to her, and she recalled, for the first time in years, having been told at 14 years of age she possessed a natural resistance to magical mind control. It had protected her from a patch of carnivorous crystals once, and helped break the power of a sentient house attempting to brainwash her into despair. Seeing a spell here in black and white that offered the same protection, she wondered how many more of this book's secrets already resided in her. Apart from Siobhan and Jessica, Dorothy had encountered about a half a dozen of the other captives so far, but none she knew as well as those two. They were all equally pleasant. Most hugged her, and none showed signs of understanding Dorothy did not share their state of mind. Close to noon, her hunger finally caught up with her, as did her concern for the children. She felt her time with the book gave her strength to protect them, but none of that would matter if she lost track of them. Reasoning the school would have a lunch break, she went there to cover both issues. She found Jessica reading a story to a group of children sitting on the floor. Melody got up to run to Dorothy without permission. Jessica smiled and kept reading. "Dory," whispered Melody, "are we staying here?" Dorothy weighed possible answers to this question. She wanted to reassure Melody, but she also didn't want to tip her hand. The fact she retained full possession of her own mind would only give her an advantage as long as no one else knew. Sadly, that would have to include her little sister. "I think so," she whispered. "Do you like it here?" "I want to go home," said Melody. Dorothy did not get a chance to respond to that. "Hey there," said Jessica, as the children got up after she finished the book. "How are you settling in?" The notion of captivity as the sort of thing one settled into gave Dorothy the willies. "Pretty well, so far. I've been strolling around the building. Interesting choice to house a community." "They needed the field," said Jessica. She did not elaborate, which suited Dorothy fine, as she did not want to know the details yet. "Did they find you a job yet? Please say no." "No," said Dorothy. "Siobhan was going to ask around to see where I was needed." Jessica clapped gleefully. "You're needed right here. We could use another teacher. Please say you'll stay." "I'm not sure it's up to me," said Dorothy. "I'll talk to the professor. I'm sure he'll say yes." Jessica spontaneously grabbed Dorothy in a warm embrace. "I'm so glad you're here." "Me too," said Dorothy, patting Jessica on the back. It was true, but for reasons entirely different than Jessica thought. A few dozen humans worked for the professor in addition to the assortment of goblins, and most of them took lunch with the captives in the clubhouse. None of the women seemed to think twice about that, but Dorothy saw it differently. Any adult there she did not know by name had come to this place by choice, and should be considered an enemy. This included Jessica's co-teacher. Though cordial and pleasant to her, Dorothy saw him only as a participant in their upcoming murders. In the lunch line, Dorothy finally had her reunions with all 28 of her adopted sisters. All delighted to see her, though some more than others. Whatever conditioning they had been through, it had not altered the fact of her personal relationships with them. The ones she barely knew said nothing to her beyond sincerely wishing her a happy stay there. Her close friends fawned over her. Jessica and Siobhan had already had their turns with her. Brittany Hinson squealed loudly in delight the second she saw Dorothy and charged to give her a hug. Christine Rivera and Megan Rosso were similarly enthusiastic, though less flamboyant and physical about it. In the midst of this reunion, someone shouted Dorothy's name from across the clubhouse. Delight overwhelmed her on seeing Mitchell Bell, her adopted brother. That delight lasted as long as it took him to race across the room and pick her up in a bear hug.
"You made it! I'm so glad you're here," he said.
His fantastic grin at the sight of her dashed Dorothy's vain hope he would somehow be immune to the brainwashing. She nearly cracked at that moment, but found the willpower to keep from breaking down in tears. That group of her friends and brother insisted on sitting with her at lunch, putting to the test Dorothy's ability to maintain the facade of mind control. Would they know her well enough to see her fatuous happiness as a sham? Half an hour into this ruse, she ruled that none of them had any idea. That would make things easier, though she still had a lot of work ahead of her. These 6 would be the first of her allies, once she learned how to reverse the conditioning. Surely if she could learn to shield herself from it, freeing the others should be possible. She would start with her closest friends, and one other. Rebecca Wheeler had always been the strongest of them. They would need a leader, because Phase 2 of Dorothy's evolving plan consisted of escape, if necessary by killing their captors, which would require organization. Her plan also hinged on Harrison and Claudia arriving at the most dramatically opportune moment and rescuing them. One thing at a time. After the meal, most of the people filed out to go back to whatever jobs they had, and the teachers led the children outside for recess. Sensing an opportunity to speak away from prying ears with the ones she knew, Dorothy went with them. Once outside, in the light of day, she finally recognized the stadium. The patch of cleared meadow on the ground exposed the shape of the surrounding stands arranged in a ring, heavily weighted to one side. On the other side, a high green wall patched over a break in the seats. Directly below the enormous press box, a broad net separated the fans from the field of play. Weeds and small trees had completely overtaken the ground, burying beneath them a baseball diamond. The children spread out on the field, some running and chasing each other, others strolling and chatting. All stayed well clear of the workers, human and goblin, still engaged in the process of brush clearing. Several children had already claimed the one exposed dugout as a fort, the other still completely covered in overgrowth. Melody isolated herself from the pack. She found an open spot of clean field and sat. Dorothy meandered over to her, taking care to make it not seem urgent to anyone watching her, and sat with her. "Hey, little," she said. "Hi, Dory," said Melody. "You don't want to play with your new friends?" Dorothy gauged Melody's reaction to this probe. She needed to know what indoctrination the children had been given. Adler did not seem brainwashed, but his earlier question about his parents being there gave her pause. Melody shrugged. "They're not my friends." "Why not?" asked Dorothy. "You don't like them?" Melody shrugged again. "I like them. Are we supposed to be here?" As Dorothy adjusted to the sudden change of topic, a breeze caught Melody's hair, and as it flicked, a tiny amethyst sparkle flashed from underneath it. A trick of the light, perhaps, but when it happened a second time, she gently brushed Melody's hair away from her face, surreptitiously feeling for an object in there that might reflect sunlight. She found nothing. "All the other kids are out here," said Dorothy. "I think we're fine." "I don't mean the field," said Melody. "I mean this place." Tricky question. Dorothy wanted to answer honestly, but part of her feared a trap. If she opened up to this 5-year-old, she might expose her freedom from the conditioning. She also vehemently disliked the idea of lying to Melody to support whatever positive spin the people around her had been putting on her captivity. She chose a compromise. "I'm not sure. Everyone here seems happy. Are you sad?" Melody shrugged once more. How did we get here? That one Dorothy felt comfortable answering with fact. We flew here in a bag carried by a giant bat.
That's what I thought.
Why did you ask that?
The other kids came here with their mommies. They told me my mommy brought me here too, but I thought we came here in a bag.
We did, said Dorothy. Melody's tale included 2 important revelations. The children were being given false memories to placate them, and Melody had been able to resist it. Did you argue with your teachers? Is that why you're sad?
No, said Melody. I'm sad because they confused me.
Dorothy put her arm around her. Hey, I've got you. You and I know the truth, right? Melody nodded. Well then, that's all that matters. If anyone tells you differently, you just... She got stuck there, trying to decide what Melody should do. Just be okay with it. It doesn't matter if they're wrong, and it's not worth fighting about. Okay?
Okay. Adler says his mommy brought him here, said Melody. Did she?
Not good. I don't know, honey, she lied. Maybe he's confused. If that's what he wants to think, you should probably let him think it. As she said that, she caught sight of Ian. He, too, had chosen solitude for his recess, but exercised that by wandering to the edge of the overgrowth where he whacked weeds with a stick. Is it okay if I go talk to Ian, sweetie? Or do you need me to stay with you? I won't go anywhere if you're scared. Melody rolled her eyes at that.
I'm not scared. I'm sad. That's different.
Dorothy laughed. I can stay with you if you need me to.
You can talk to Ian. He's sad, too.
For the same reason? Asked Dorothy. Melody shrugged and said no more. I'll be back. If you feel lonely, come get me, okay?
Okay.
Dorothy stood, and on her way up caught another flash of pale purple coming from her sister. It gave her pause, but she let it go. She walked straight to Ian, again trying to make it seem as casual as possible. Hey there. How are you doing?
They don't know what to do with me.
He did not look up, and punctuated this comment with a loud whack against an enormous thistle. What do you mean?
I'm the oldest kid, he said. It's freaking them out.
Really? Asked Dorothy. Why?
I don't know. They also told me something weird. Red flag.
What did they tell you?
They told Melody and me that our mothers brought us here. I told them they were wrong, that you're her sister, not her mother. Then they said her mother brought her here, and my mother brought me here. And I said, I know my mother brought me here, but we all came together, but you're not her mother. And then they said, I didn't come here with you, I came here with my mother. And I said, I know I came here with my mother, and they said I didn't come here with you. They kept saying it over and over, that I didn't come here with you. I came here with my mother. It made no sense. Ian's activity with the whacking stick grew more pronounced the further he got into his circular tale.
Were they trying to say I'm not your mother?
I guess. I don't think they knew what they were trying to say. It made me crazy. Then they got mad and told me to stop talking about it.
Jessica got mad?
No, said Ian. She was nice. The other one got mad, the guy.
More revelations. Evidently, the false memory trick backfired on Ian in an unexpected way. He understood Dorothy's legal claim to parenthood over him, and the conditioning reinforced that. Do you remember the bat?
That's the other thing, he shouted. They tried to tell me there was no bat. They said I made it up.
You didn't make it up, said Dorothy. This was better than she hoped. The false memory they attempted to implant was meant to be a pleasant lie to make him complacent. Instead, they had given him a paradox. He had both come here with his mother and not with Dorothy. In the face of that contradiction, he rejected it, at least the parts that made no sense to him. The part about Dorothy being his mother was now apparently set in stone for him, though. As this young man she had only known a month expressed his commitment to her as his family, she found herself taken by the reality of it. This was no legal fiction, the way Harrison had employed it to save all her sisters in Texas. This was her son.
"Listen, Ian," she said, "I understand you are feeling frustrated right now, but I need to ask you to do something, and it won't be easy. I need you to let this go. They might try to tell you about how you got here a different way than they already did, and I want you not to argue with them about it. Can you do that for me?"
"But they're wrong!" he cried. Dorothy took pride in his pre-adolescent drive for justice.
"Even if they are wrong, I still need you to go along with it. I promise we will set them straight before we leave here. But for now, I need us all to avoid getting into fights over things like this. Can you promise me you'll wait it out?"
He frowned. "Yeah, I promise."
"Good. There's one other thing I have to ask you, and I want you to know it's okay with me if you say no. And I'm so sorry I am even bringing this up. I am asking because I need to know where we stand here."
She paused.
"If the time comes when I ask you to break something, will you be able to do it?"
He flinched at this. "I don't like that."
"I know."
She put her hand on his shoulder.
"And believe me, I am sorry. If you can't, you can't, and I won't ask again. But I am asking now. Do you think you would be able to break something if I need you to?"
"I'll try." It came out in a bit of a squeak.
"That's all I will ask," she said. "But the other thing I need right now. No fighting about anything, right?"
"Right."
She held out her hand. "Shake on it?"
He spat in his palm and wetly slapped and grabbed her hand, then pumped once vigorously before letting go.
"All right."
She wiped her palm on Strontium's borrowed skirt, silently groaning at the prospect of having to undo so much of the witch's upbringing of the boy, starting with sealing promises with spit. Ew! "Dottie?" Dorothy jumped. Claudia's voice sounded as clearly in her skull as if spoken at her point blank. "Oops. Try not to act surprised. Should have started with that. Sorry."
"Can you hear that?"
she whispered to Ian. "Hear what?" he asked. "I'm in the dugout," came the voice. "Nod if you think you can get here without drawing attention." She hesitated, then nodded. Ian frowned. "What?"
Dorothy pulled him into a hug. "Nothing at all, dear." She kissed him on the forehead, then pulled back to look in his eyes. "Are you going to be all right?"
"I think so."
"Good. I need to go for a walk. Clear my head a bit. Can we talk some more about this later?"
"Sure." Ian resumed his weed-whacking activity with the same intensity as before. Dorothy walked toward the open dugout, currently occupied by 3 children, and under siege by 3 more. "Not that one," said the voice. Dorothy halted. She looked at the dugout completely covered in weeds and brambles. Even if she could hack through that, every rational part of her mind told her this was a test. If she went there, Felicia would be waiting with her assortment of knives to explain to her what they did to people they couldn't brainwash. But the voice belonged to Claudia. No threat of violence would keep Dorothy away from knowing if it was really her. As casually as she could muster, she strolled across the partially cleared ballpark. It took her an agonizing full minute, possibly 2, possibly 1,000, but she made it to the border between cleared ground and wild tangle. She paused there, pretending to notice a fascinating weed. Plucking a frond from it, she held it up to the sun in mock inspection, which afforded her the opportunity to spin in a slow circle and check for watchers. Jessica and her partner had begun to herd kids back to the building. Apart from them, only the workers occupied the field, all busily engaged. She swept the press box and every other window on that side of the park, which she discovered she now had the ability to do in extreme magnification after whispering a simple spell. That caught her by surprise, but she recovered and inwardly thanked the book once again. Certain no one had eyes on her, she smoothly pushed through the brush and emerged in the dugout. It happened so quickly she had a flash of panic she might have torn up her clothes or scratched her skin to shreds, but on inspection found no damage to either. "Hey," said Claudia. Dorothy spun. Claudia stood there, a look of combined joy and worry on her face. Dorothy jumped into her arms and held on for dear life. Claudia returned the hug, and then some. For the first time in her life, Dorothy's heart outraced her head. Overcome with elation, she took Claudia's face in her hands and kissed her. With that contact, Dorothy's sense of well-being soared. Claudia being here fixed everything. She had never been so happy to see someone, and as she basked in the warmth of that thought, she found herself admitting the only two things that had kept her moving through these challenging and terrifying weeks were her need to protect her little sister and the thought of seeing Claudia again. The mental image of this meeting had sustained her and brought forth a courage she did not know she possessed, that sense of security now tightly bound in Claudia's embrace. And as Dorothy's entire body began to tingle, she realized she was kissing Claudia, and Claudia was kissing back. Then her head finally caught up to her heart. Dorothy snapped away, the wide-eyed look of astonishment on Claudia's face surely mirrored in her own, probably to greater effect. "Oh, my!" She gasped for air. "Oh, my God!" For a second, neither of them spoke. Finally, Claudia offered, "We don't have to talk about this." A generous out, but Dorothy wanted no part of it. "Yes, we do." "Okay," said Claudia. Again, they stood in shocked silence, until Claudia attempted to break it. "Oh, my God," said Dorothy. "I think I love you." "I love you, too." No hesitation. Dorothy's heart leapt as those words triggered an adrenaline surge, and she regretted blurting her feelings in the heat of her confusion. "Claudia?" She fumbled for the words. "I'm not a lesbian." Claudia smiled. "I can work with that." Warmth spread across Dorothy's face, surely into an absurdly obvious blush. She held up her hands. I can't do this right now. This is too big. We need to table this until we're not in real and immediate danger anymore. Can we do that? Can we talk about this later?" "Later is good," said Claudia. "I like later." "Okay," said Dorothy, still panting. "Good." "Okay, then," said Claudia. "How did you find us?" asked Dorothy, desperate to fill the ensuing silence with any other subject. "I didn't." Claudia pointed to the bench behind her where lay a prone and unconscious April. "She did." Dorothy took a moment to absorb the implications. "It's just the two of you? Does Harrison even know where you are?" "I have no idea. It was just going to be April, but when I realized she was homing in on you, I grabbed her." Dorothy sat beside April on the bench and felt her forehead. "Does this happen to her when she teleports?" "Not always," said Claudia. "But yeah." "The women are all brainwashed," said Dorothy. "Right now, the three of us are the only people here who have their own minds. I can't risk either of you getting caught, so you're going to have to stay here for now. I will try to get food and water to you." "What are we going to do?" Dorothy thought on that. Her resources had now tripled, perhaps more than tripled, depending on April. Even without Harrison, she might still have enough opportunity to begin a plan of action. "There is a small army of very angry women being held here. They just don't know they are angry yet. What are we going to do? She peered through the brambles that held them secret for now. We are going to wake them up. Part 3. Protégé. Chapter 49. Needle meets haystack. Harrison stared at the spot where his wife stood only a few moments before, a circular patch in the packed dirt road, about 4 feet across and smooth. Individual chunks of embedded gravel sparkled at him, scoured to a shine.
When you say you can't track her, you mean you need more resources, right? He asked Oplamato. Do we call Lawson? Do you need to get back to Esoteric yourself?
The wizard shook his head.
This is not about resources. Your wife operates within a system of parameters we have never successfully isolated. Her abilities may be the single most random phenomena currently under study at Esoteric, and I probably should not have to add how extreme a statement that is.
Milton pulled a communicator from a pouch on his belt.
Mrs. Mendoza-Cody. Special Agent de Queiroz. Status, please. That's a waste of your time, said Oplamato. Her abilities are all based around an internal power source of extraordinary magnitude. The primary manifestation is disruption of other power sources. Their communicators are most likely lumps of slag right now.
Harrison had witnessed that talent before, when April inadvertently exploded a ship's engine. He had used it himself when temporarily imbued with her powers to destroy Ruopim's weapons factory. The batteries in the pen-sized communicators never stood a chance.
Is that something we can use? Asked Harrison. If she's disrupting power sources, is that the sort of thing that might be detectable? I do not believe so, said Oplamato. Disruption of power sources has been a globally common phenomenon for some years now. It would be difficult to attribute a cause to your wife.
I don't understand what that means, said Milton.
The energy demands of the post-Mayhem world are significant, said the wizard. And the means for producing the energy, in most cases, is based on found technologies. Some have been reverse-engineered. Some are in use without a full understanding of their workings. Some are based in magic. There are probably thousands of such generators and power stations scattered across the globe. That's part of how we've located other Ryzen nations, said Harrison.
As the first and largest of the new countries, New Chicago had long since established itself as a self-sustaining entity in terms of energy production and consumption. For the first 2 years after the wave, severed power lines continued to carry energy from their original sources, stolen directly through time, across universes, and sustained with the energy of the static Mayhem pulse itself. The same effect sustained all manner of running water pipes. Eventually, those sources of energy and water petered out, but by then New Chicago had become a nation of nearly 1 million inhabitants, under a government that had been working on the problem of what to do when that happened. They met some of their power needs with fossil fuels, but most energy came from solar gathering stations and turbines capturing the currents of the Great Lakes and their various rivers, based on advanced technologies left in the wake of the wave. Other energy needs were addressed with magical solutions. The Department of Esoteric Studies facility was independently powered by a reactor that drew its power entirely from found magic wands and other enchanted objects, serving the dual purpose of keeping the lights on and keeping those artifacts out of circulation.
Indeed, said Oplamato. However, probabilistically, we can expect a dozen detectable disruptions today alone, all of which will be in small sovereign nations who will not invite us to investigate their difficulties.
It's a place to start, said Milton.
It is a dead end. It is, of course, your prerogative to pursue it. I predict it will take 2 weeks to discover that none of those disruptions will be traceable to the assistant director's wife.
He's right, said Hadley. there's a good chance she won't have caused enough of a disruption to detect at all. If you put your energy in that direction, you are going to get bogged down in a wild goose chase."
"Hadley says you're right," said Harrison.
"Tell him I know I'm right," said Oplamato. "I'm standing right here," said Hadley.
"What do we do now?" asked Sarah, eyes wide, tone edgy.
"This doesn't change anything," said Milton. "Our purpose here is to look for clues as to their destination, which we will continue to do so. If that doesn't work for us, we regroup. But those two being out there does not affect any of that. If anything, they will give us an advantage by being on the inside."
He looked at Harrison with steely and commanding eyes.
"De Queiroz is a trained field agent. Mrs. Mendoza Cody is one of the most powerful humans on the planet. They will take care of themselves. For now, we stay on mission."
In Milton's shoes, Harrison would say those exact same things. That didn't make it easier to embrace the reality that his adopted children, his one true daughter by blood, and now his wife, had all fallen into the hands of the enemy.
"Understood,"
he said. Chapter 50. Fairy Redux. As Dorothy and Melody made their way down the seats, Dorothy struggled not to look around them for prying eyes. Melody was supposed to be in bed, but Dorothy convinced Brooke Witherspoon, in charge of bedtime for the children, she and Melody wanted to go for a stroll before sundown. The general assumption that Dorothy was under the mind control rendered her immune to suspicion so far, especially from the other women. Brooke happily released them, on the promise Dorothy would bring Melody back before dark. She didn't imagine she would be able to sustain this ruse for more than a day or two at most. Hopefully, she wouldn't need to. They came down as close as they could to the dugout to minimize the amount of distance they would need to cross over open ground. Dorothy had cast an eye-repellent spell over them to avoid being seen. Anyone who attempted to look at them would find their attention strongly drawn in the other direction, assuming she understood it correctly and made no mistakes casting it. "Okay, little," said Dorothy. "I have a surprise for you, but you have to make me a promise. Can you promise me that no matter what you see, you can stay quiet?" "I promise," said Melody. "I mean it, little girl," said Dorothy. "Even if you feel like shouting for joy, you have to keep it to a whisper. Do you understand?" She perked up. "Is it a happy surprise?" "It is a very happy surprise, but I need you to be extra special quiet about it. It has to be our secret, and if anyone hears you, it will give it away." "I promise," said Melody, with a new seriousness in her voice. Dorothy hoped it would be enough. They got to the front row, and Dorothy lifted Melody up and planted her on the wall. "Wait here." She handed her a paper bag containing supplies for the fugitives. She climbed over the 5-foot barrier, then picked Melody up and set her down on the weeds. "All right, we're going to go into that bush." She pointed at the overgrown dugout. "I'm going to carry you. When we get inside, you'll see the surprise, and you will be very, very, very quiet. Right?" "Right," said Melody, loudly enough to make Dorothy flinch. "How about we start the quiet right now?" She picked up her little sister, who wrapped her arms around Dorothy's neck and held tight. As before, Dorothy pushed effortlessly through the overgrowth. This time she paid better attention to her own behavior and caught herself muttering the gibberish composing the spell to protect herself and Melody from thorns and branches. The fact she now did these things, only sometimes aware of it, did not bother her at all, and she made a mental note of that, as it didn't seem like her. They emerged in the dugout, now getting dark in the early evening twilight. Dorothy's admonishment that Melody stay quiet turned out to be pointless. "Melody?" said April, with no regard for volume. Melody's head popped up and around to find the voice. "Baby!" cried April.
Mommy! Melody dropped to the floor and ran into her mother's arms. Dorothy cringed at the sounds. April did not rise, even at the sight of her daughter. Melody and April held each other and rocked. Dorothy O'Neill, you are my favorite person in the entire world right now, said April. It sounded sluggish. That didn't stop Dorothy from choking up. I do what I can, she said. Hey, tell me that's food. Claudia pointed to the bag. Her tone was short and distant. Apparently they had now come full circle back to awkward. Dorothy did not intend to stand for that, but first things first. She reached in, pulled out a wrapped sandwich, and handed it to Claudia, who opened it and began devouring. Dorothy reached in again and pulled out a juice box. Thank you, said Claudia around her food, snatching the drink. Dorothy gave her a moment to navigate the straw, swallow her bite of sandwich, and take a sip of the juice before producing the next item. Claudia's eyes went wide as Dorothy pulled out a roll of toilet paper. Oh my God, I love you. Claudia took the roll of paper, admiring it for a moment, before her face sank. Fuck. Sorry about that. No, said Dorothy. Claudia frowned. No? No, we are not doing this. She put the bag down and held out her hands to Claudia, palms up. After allowing her to stare at them for a few seconds, she said, Take them. Claudia put down her sandwich and took them, apprehensively. I am very, very happy to see you. That has to be more important than whatever happens next. I refuse to let you retreat into your awkward, defensive nonsense. You mean the world to me. And now I have to reevaluate what that even means. I have a lot of new things to think about, and a lot of feelings that caught us both by surprise. And I'm still sorting out how I want to express those feelings. Do you want to try kissing me again? Asked Claudia with a deviously innocent smile. Dorothy laughed. A little. Don't push it, though. Come again? Said April. Dorothy could not decide if she found the look of astonishment on April's face embarrassing or amusing. She sighed, ruled April family, and forged ahead. Welcome to my identity crisis, April. This is the best day ever, said April. Carry on, you two. Pretend I'm not here. Perhaps I could get you some popcorn, said Dorothy. Actually, April, said Claudia, I think for the moment we're done. She gave Dorothy's hands a squeeze and let go. Claudia offered Dorothy a warm smile, then took another huge bite of her sandwich. Rats, said April. I'm going to try to get you out of here tonight. Dorothy sat down next to April on the bench and handed her a sandwich and a juice box. There's a storage closet near one of the locker rooms that looks like no one is using it. I guess that's a step up, said Claudia. I don't suppose you can teleport? Dorothy asked April. She shook her head. Maybe once I rest a bit. Getting here took a lot out of me. Totally worth it, though. She hugged Melody tighter. Well, I may be able to sneak you in on foot. I'm working on a spell that makes people look away from me. If we sneak out of here after midnight, when everyone is asleep, the spell might be able to deflect the few people still up. Claudia and April stared at Dorothy, with flat expressions impossible for her to read. Their lack of enthusiasm about getting out from under this bush struck her as odd. Before she could ask if they had questions, Claudia said, Spell? Oh, said Dorothy. Yes? Spell. I have this book. It's difficult to explain, but Melody and I met this witch when we first left New Chicago. Good witch? Asked April. Bad witch? She said those aren't really meaningful designations. But good. Definitely good. She took care of us until the goblins came. Then she disappeared. She hesitated there, trying to decide whether the word died applied. She left me this book." Dorothy opened her right palm, and the book appeared in it. April gasped. "It's okay. Really, it's been helping me keep Melody and Ian safe. It protected me from the mind control thing the professor did to everyone else."
"Slow down," said Claudia. "Professor, Ian, mind control, goblins."
"I know. It's a lot to take in all at once. Let me focus on getting you out of this shrub first. I promise I will explain everything."
"Is it changing you?" asked April.
Dorothy almost said no on pure reflex, but caught herself. It was most certainly changing her, but not in the way April meant. "Do I seem different to you?"
"Well," said Claudia, "if you're asking, I gotta say that's a new look for you."
Dorothy glanced down at her own clothes. She still wore the frilly skirt, shawl, and knee boots she borrowed from Strontium, the same garments she wore when she executed her first goblin. And yet they were entirely free of blood. Made of silk, or something like it, they had somehow carried her in and out of the briars surrounding this dugout twice now without so much as a run or a pill. Surely a new look for her, to say the least, but it didn't make her a different person. "Okay, fine. Picture me out of these clothes." Claudia grinned. Dorothy blushed again. "Picture me wearing something else, please. Do I seem any different to you? April, do you still trust me?" "You brought me back my baby," she said. "You get all the trust you want." "Dory took care of us," said Melody. "Hold on to that, please," said Dorothy. "I don't know if these are just tricks I'm learning, or if there's something bigger at work here, but I promise you, I have done nothing with this book but help you and help the children, and I'm going to use it to free all of them with your help." April kissed Melody on the forehead and lurched back in surprise. "Hey, you're tingly." "Mm-hmm," said Melody, snuggling further into her mother's arms. "Why is she tingly?" April asked Dorothy. "How long has she been like this?" "I don't know." Dorothy leaned in and kissed Melody on the forehead herself. Her sister's skin buzzed against her lips like a live battery. "Wow, I have no idea. Did the witch do this?" "No," said Dorothy. "Strontium said we were both cursed when we found her. Something about a bad judgment spell. She was able to clear me of it, but Melody wasn't showing any of the correct symptoms. She did say Melody was affected by it somehow, but she didn't seem to think it was anything dangerous."
"Strontium?" asked Claudia.
"The witch. Don't ask," said Dorothy in response to Claudia's amused expression. "As soon as we get home, we get you to a wizard," said April to Melody. "Okay," said Melody. In that moment, in the half-light of the dugout, Melody's hair glinted purple again. This time the light clearly issued from the strands of her hair itself, not some jewel embedded in it. "You're sparkling," said April. "You saw that too?" asked Dorothy. "So did I," said Claudia. April gently took a handful of Melody's hair and held it up to her nose. "That's the smell." "What smell?" asked Melody. "It's how I found you," said April. "I could sense you, and then I smelled something I couldn't place, but I knew it was you, and it took me straight here." "What do I smell like?" she asked. April stroked her daughter's hair. "Baby, you've got fairy in you." Chapter 51. Scorched Earth. Harrison trudged through the forest. The brush here did not resemble what he remembered from his youth, hiking through the mountains of New England. Familiar trees, ferns, mosses, and other low-lying plants abounded, but interspersed among bushes with broad purple leaves, randomly distributed bamboo, bonsai palm trees, and other assorted floral wildlife that ran from absurd to intimidating. Some of this was native to the magical world, brought here by the Mayhem wave, while others were hybrids, mutant offspring of the mundane and the fantastic. Passing through it, particularly when forced to come into physical contact with the bizarre plants, he wished he had a machete. He ever so briefly toyed with the idea of using Bess to cut a path, but didn't risk offending her.
"How much farther?" he asked.
"This would really go much more quickly if you would just fly," said Sparky.
Jacobs, one of the two NCSA agents who accompanied Harrison and Sarah on this guided trek, laughed at that.
"No, really though,"
said Harrison.
"I dunno," said the pixie. "Half a mile, maybe? Maybe less. I seriously have no intuitive grasp of how you people measure distance."
"Great," he said. The four of them soldiered on, toward some clue Sparky discovered in the forest but declined to describe, in typical pixie obfuscation. Hadley walked with them, passing intangibly through trees as he went. Harrison looked to Sarah.
"How are you holding up?"
"Are we talking about the hike, the quest for my son, or my comatose husband?" she asked. Harrison did not detect bitterness, only a request for clarity.
"I meant the hike, but you can answer any one of those."
"My feet are getting sore. I am in a constant state of anxiety that we will never find him, and I wish I were back at the hospital right now," she said. Harrison addressed the only thing on that list he had any control over.
"Do you need to rest?"
She shook her head. "I need this. Let's keep moving."
"What's that up ahead?"
asked Jacob.
"Those black trees."
Harrison squinted forward. At least a football field away stood a line of trees, branchless and stark black.
"Is that it?"
he asked Sparky.
"Hang on."
She zipped upward. A couple seconds later, she returned.
"Yep."
"Good."
They drew nearer to the trees, not only branchless but also considerably shorter than all their neighbors. The reason for that became clear when they crossed the line. Beyond the blackened trees lay a patch of bare, charred ground, in a circle roughly 100 feet across.
"Holy shit!"
Harrison whispered.
"This is the thing you said was too complicated to explain?"
"I was afraid I'd say it wrong," she said. "Is it important? It looks important."
"I have no idea."
Harrison pulled out his communicator.
"Milton, we're here. I am looking at a section of forest that has been burned to the ground."
"Forest fire?" came Milton's voice over the tiny speaker.
"I don't think so. It's circular and extremely well contained. Whatever burned here was hot enough to destroy everything on the ground, but the trees outside the boundary are untouched."
"How big is it? Could it be a blast from a rocket or some other aircraft?"
"Don't know. My guess would be not, because it looks too big, but I'm really not an expert at this sort of forensics. Hang on a second. Let me check something."
Harrison drew Bess from her sheath. As he held her out at arm's length, looking at the reflection of the ground in her blade that showed a light green tint indicating the presence of magic, she spoke to him. "This is dragon fire," she said. Harrison nearly dropped the sword. He hadn't expected so concrete and immediate an answer, let alone that revelation.
"Are you sure?"
"Most definitely. I have slain many dragons. The signs of their activity are unmistakable."
"Jacobs and Clark," he said to the two agents with them. "I need you to get samples of the burnt soil and the charred wood."
He pulled out his communicator again.
"Milton, Bess says this is the work of a dragon."
"A dragon?" cried Clark, looking skyward.
"Get it together, Agent," said Harrison. "You have a job to do."
"She's sure of that?" asked Milton.
"Says she is," said Harrison. "She tends to be reliable on this sort of thing. I have Clark and Jacobs collecting samples in case we need them."
"I'm sending Oplamato to you," said Milton. "Stay put."
"Great."
said Harrison. "AD Cody, have a look at this." Jacobs pointed to one of the trees at the edge of the circle. As Harrison crossed the gap, tiny coals crunched under his feet. "What do you see?" he asked. "This?" said Jacobs. "What do you make of it?" Harrison scanned the burned tree, looking for whatever singled it out. Near the top, a mark in the shape of an X had been gouged there. "Check the other trees. See if there's anything else like this. And get pictures, please." "What do you think it means?" asked Jacobs. Harrison traced the mark with his eyes, looking for anything to give it meaning. "I don't even have a guess. Maybe nothing. Let me know what else you find." Jacobs nodded and began systematically inspecting the tops of the trees. Harrison worked in the opposite direction. About 10 minutes into that task, he discovered another possible mark, 3 scratches in a pattern that did not form a recognizable letter or symbol. He took a picture of it with his phone. Behind him came a loud crunching noise, and he spun to find Aplomado crouched with his head down, one hand on the ground, the other extended for balance. "Holy shit!" said Harrison. "Did you seriously jump the whole way here?" In response, still looking down, the wizard held up the index finger of his free hand to buy silence, time, or perhaps both. Shortly he stood and brushed black dirt off the hand that was on the ground. "I did," he said, sounding out of breath. Harrison found something about Aplomado having physical limitations quite satisfying. "What do you have for me?" asked the wizard. "You're looking at it." Harrison extended his arms and spun in a circle. Aplomado made a similar but slower sweep. "Dragon. Way ahead of you." "Really?" said the wizard. "European or Chinese?" "European," guessed Harrison without pause. The gamble paid off as Aplomado frowned, unable to patronize him. "What variety?" asked Aplomado. "Damn. I'm hoping you can tell me. I don't know what nuances to look for." "It was a meaningless question," said Aplomado. "Each European dragon is unique. They do not come in varieties. Good guess on European, though. A Chinese dragon would never be able to burn this hot or this precisely." The wizard picked up a fragment of debris, which he crumbled in his fingers and scrutinized. "Why would a dragon do this kind of damage to a forest?" "This is a goblin bone," said Aplomado, holding up a scorched object. To Harrison's eyes, it looked no different from a stick. "Speculating on a dragon's motives is generally futile. This could have been a focused attack, a temper tantrum, or simple boredom." He sniffed the burnt bone before dropping it into his sleeve. Harrison frowned. "What are you doing with that bone?" Aplomado ignored the question. "Dragons do not generally consider goblins to be food, sport, or threat. The most reasonable explanation would be that this goblin either said the wrong thing or was in the wrong place at the wrong time when a dragon had an episode of moodiness. It all depends on which dragon this was." He knelt and brushed the ashes on the ground with his fingertips. "How many dragons are there?" asked Harrison. "At present, 23 European and 61 Chinese," said Aplomado without looking up. "At least on record. There could be 10 times that many Europeans as yet undiscovered. They do tend to stay hidden unless provoked." "Do you think this dragon has anything to do with whoever took our people?" asked Harrison. "Difficult to say. This site is close enough to the village to make it plausible, but far enough away to be a coincidence. I would be more convinced if there had been dragon tracks or droppings anywhere near the settlement, but we would have noticed those right away." "But it's possible." Aplomado sighed loudly. "Yes, Mr. Cody, it is possible."
On balance, I do recommend that we pursue this lead.
Harrison took that for the sliver of hope it provided him.
Are you able to track a dragon?
Aplamato looked up and offered Harrison the rare and sinister sight of him smiling.
I am. I most certainly am.
Chapter 52. Rebecca. Well past midnight, Dorothy returned to the dugout. She slipped past the thorns and branches again and found Claudia sitting up waiting for her. April had gone back to sleep. "How is she doing?"
"Kind of spotty," said Claudia. "This is the third time she's dozed off since you left. I get she's tired, but I've never seen her this wiped out after a jump before. Part of my plan kind of hinged on her kicking lots of ass when we got here, so I'm getting a teensy bit nervous."
Dorothy sat beside Claudia on the bench. They both stared straight ahead at the bushes covering them. On the other side of that barrier, the stadium lights shone down on the field, lighting the way for workers clearing brush on the graveyard shift. Enough of that light filtered into their hideout for them to see. "We should talk," said Dorothy, still looking away.
"I thought you wanted to wait until we weren't, likely to die any minute."
"Yes, well, I changed my mind," said Dorothy. "If something does happen to either of us, and we never talked about this, I don't want that."
"Oh."
Neither of them looked at each other. Finally, Claudia ventured,
"You're not gay?"
"Not as a rule, no."
After a beat, Claudia said, "I get it. No big deal."
Dorothy finally turned to look at Claudia, who continued to stare ahead, an unreadable expression on her face. She took Claudia's hand, warm and soft and tense. "Claudia, look at me." Claudia turned to face her with numb eyes. Dorothy tried to form the words, but they wouldn't come to her. Finally, out of a simple inability to express it any other way, she leaned in and kissed her. Unlike before, this was deliberate, meaningful, tender, and brief. Dorothy's heart rate picked up a bit, and she suspected a new blush in her cheeks, hopefully invisible in the dim light. When she pulled away, Claudia had gone from stoic to surprised.
"Really?"
said Claudia. "Yes, really." At that, Dorothy ran out of words again. She waited for Claudia to break the silence, which she did.
"You have no idea how much I want to get naked with you right now."
The flood of heat to her cheeks confirmed a blush no doubt visible in any light. "Actually, I kind of do, but that's out of the question at the moment."
"Are you sure about this?"
asked Claudia. "No," said Dorothy. "It's new, and it's scary, and it's confusing, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since we went on the run, and now that you're here, I cannot imagine a life without you in every moment of it."
"Wow."
Claudia sat for a moment, her customary sharp wit apparently overcome.
"Me too. I mean, the not being able to stop thinking about you, and the life thing."
"I know. Melody kind of outed you."
Claudia frowned. "What does that mean?"
"She told me you loved me. It was right after you let it slip. She heard me say I love you too, and she told me you loved me, only she had no idea it was you on the phone."
"How did she—" Claudia stopped mid-question. "Harrison, that dick."
"Don't. I'm glad she told me. It was a shock at first, but it helped me understand you and why we've been at each other's throats for so long. And it's been on my mind this entire time we've been apart. All I could think of was how much I wanted to see you again, and I let myself believe that I wanted that in spite of what I knew, but now I think I wanted it because I knew." She looked down. "I'm rambling again, aren't I?"
Claudia squeezed her hand. The contact gave her chills. "No, you're good."
Dorothy looked into her eyes. I don't want to do anything about this until we're safe at home, but I needed you to know how I feel. To punctuate this, she kissed Claudia again, softly. I think it's safe to say I'm going to be very awkward at this. I was bad enough at straight sex. This is going to open up a whole new world of embarrassment for me. I trust you, I really do, but I can't afford to be this self-conscious right now. So, no funny business until we make it out of here. Then I'm all over you. Deal?
Deal? Claudia grinned. You better believe I'm gonna get us out of this one. I've never been this motivated in my life.
See that you do. After a beat, Dorothy said, I don't know what I'm going to tell my mother about you. This is going to be a lot for her to adjust to.
Is it because I'm Brazilian?
Dorothy stared at her in the best deadpan she could manage. Yes, Claudia, it's because you're Brazilian.
Mom always hoped you'd settle down with a nice Irish girl.
Dorothy laughed at that, then lifted the hand she held and kissed it. We need to get back to business.
Yes, ma'am, said Claudia.
Dorothy leaned down and pulled a pair of wire cutters out of her boot. This was the best I could do. Do you want to wake April or cut a hole in that bush? Claudia held out her hand.
I'll do the bush. Why do we need to cut it anyway? You've gone in and out a bunch of times.
I think I've been using magic to slip past the branches. I can't carry all three of us through there, though.
Claudia met this with a stare.
Please don't let this bother you. I promise I'm not turning into a monster.
Sorry, said Claudia. It's just pretty new.
Well, I guess we both have new things to get used to then, don't we?
Claudia smiled. Touché.
Darn right. Claudia went to work on the branches. Dorothy slid down the bench to the sleeping April and shook her shoulder. Hey, sleepyhead, I need you to get up. We're moving.
5 more minutes, mumbled April.
Dorothy shook her again. Nope, sorry. Rise and shine.
Mm-hmm,
April complained. After a couple more shakes, she sat up.
What time is it?
No idea. Late.
Melody?
Safe in bed, along with all the other children. For an instant, Dorothy reconsidered her use of the word safe, but did not correct herself. Convincing April to let Melody return to the group to avoid suspicion had been a battle.
Okay, said April. Are we going now?
Yes. Can you stand?
Dunno, haven't tried yet.
April pushed off from the bench to her feet. She swooned. Dorothy caught her.
Whoa, head rush.
I have you, said Dorothy. The light from the field poured into the dugout more dramatically as Claudia made headway through the overgrowth. Dorothy walked to April to the passage. I need both of you to stay extremely close to me and hold my hands. There are workers out there. They didn't see me come in, and I want to keep it that way. Ready? They both nodded. Good. Dorothy escorted them through the gap onto the lawn of shorn weeds. They still had about 20 yards to cross before they made it to cover.
Green monster, said April.
Dorothy's heart leapt. She frantically looked around, trying to spot the professor. If he caught them now, their hopes would all come to an end. Where? She whispered. April pointed. There. Dorothy looked up at the left field wall, painted a loud green and towering over much of the stadium. April hawked and spat on the ground. What are you doing? Whispered Dorothy. April scowled and pouted. This is Fenway Park, said the New Yorker. With April and Claudia safely tucked away in the promised storage closet, Dorothy proceeded to the second part of her mission for the night. Many of the kidnapped women shared sleeping quarters, but not all of them. Fortunately, Rebecca Wheeler occupied a single by herself. Dorothy slipped in without difficulty, and pulled up a chair next to Rebecca's bed. Steeling herself for a high-stakes gamble, she shook her shoulder. "Becca?" she said. "What?" said Rebecca, eyes still shut. "Are you awake?" Rebecca groaned. "I am now." "I'm sorry," said Dorothy. "I couldn't sleep and I needed someone to talk to." Rebecca grumbled and muttered a few incoherent words before sitting up. "What's the matter?" Even in her half-awake state, she managed to make the question sound both professional and compassionate. The others looked up to her and followed her because of this quality, the reason Dorothy chose to free her first. Unexpectedly, Dorothy now found herself aware of another quality in Rebecca that had eluded her for years. How pretty she was. Dorothy made a mental note. Her heart now gave her brain permission to notice new things and forged ahead. "I just feel nervous about being here," said Dorothy. "You have nothing to worry about," said Rebecca patiently. "Neither do you," said Dorothy. "Not anymore." As Rebecca took in those words with a ponderous look on her face, Dorothy began to chant. The language was the same string of nonsense sounds she had been hearing in her head for the past 2 days, both from her reading of the words of that language in her book and from her involuntary vocalizations of them. Now she chanted them deliberately, and while she knew she wouldn't be able to explain how, she knew the literal translation of her words. "They will not have your mind." Rebecca's face cycled through irritation to confusion until landing on shock. "They will not have my mind," she whispered. Hearing it in English felt bizarre to Dorothy, but she did not flinch from her chant. After nearly a minute of this, a tear ran down Rebecca's face. "Is my husband dead?" she asked in a tone both weak and desperate. Dorothy had not anticipated this question. "I'm so sorry, Becca. I don't know. How are you feeling?" "Okay, I think." "How much do you remember of the last 4 weeks?" "All of it. We're in a baseball stadium. There's a lizard who wants to kill us for some important spell. And until right now, I was somehow okay with that." "It's some form of mind control," said Dorothy. "I think they killed my husband," said Rebecca. "I hope that isn't true, but right now we need to get everyone away from here and back home." "How many of us are there now? How many are free?" "You were the first I woke up," said Dorothy. "So, too." Rebecca climbed out of bed. "Then you need to tell me everything you know, and then we need to start waking them all up." Rebecca's resolve gratified Dorothy. If Blake were indeed dead, there would be time for mourning later. For now, they would have to prioritize breaking the other women free of the conditioning. "Can you get dressed?" asked Dorothy. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To a storage closet downstairs. We have a lot of planning to do." Chapter 53. Unfinished Business. Smoke rose from the pile of goblin corpses. With Aplamato now devoted to locating the dragon, the remainder of the team cleaned up the camp. While the goblins had been relatively odorless, lying dead in the open, burning them resulted in an unholy stench that rendered the entire area unsuitable for occupation. Aplamato did what he could to provide a sweeping breeze to take it away, but it barely made a dent. The team returned indoors. Some sealed themselves in the abandoned houses, others retreated to the calm of the passenger cabin in the flyer. Harrison gazed out the window at the puffs of green cloud rising irregularly from the mound of carcasses. The worst of it apparently over, perhaps in another hour or two he could venture outside. "It's your move," said Hadley. This nudge brought Harrison's attention back inside, and he looked down at the chessboard represented on the tablet screen on his lap. His queen was gone, and Hadley had pinned his lone remaining bishop. All hope had been lost for at least 3 moves.
"What do you think of Aplomado?" asked Harrison.
"I think he's patronizing," said Hadley. "Why?" Hadley thought back to Aplomado pocketing the goblin bone at the patch of burned forest. That bone was evidence of something, and he didn't like not having access to it. He shook his head. "Nothing." He returned his attention to the chessboard. "I'm just getting twitchy, I guess. Pawn the queen's knight 6. The move played out in animation on the screen. "You'll never get that piece across the board, you know," said Hadley. "And, by the way, rook to king's rook 1. Harrison repeated it for the tablet to hear, and Hadley's rook shuffled to the end of the board to wait for the futility of Harrison promoting his pawn to queen, only to watch Hadley take it on the next move. "Resign," said Harrison. The screen shifted to a victory celebration for Black, with a prompt to restart the game. He declined. "You know, you don't have to stay in here, unless you can smell that. Can you?" "No," said Hadley. "I could choose to smell it, I suppose, but I'm not inclined to do that."
"Why are you here, then?"
Across the aisle, Agents Clark and Meredith glanced his way, inadequately concealing their obvious suspicion he was talking to himself rather than an invisible ghost. "I can't stray from your side," said Hadley. "We've been over this." Harrison turned in his seat to better face him. Hadley's ghost still wore the Hawaiian shirt he had on when he first appeared. An interesting choice. That shirt had been Hadley's attempt to dress inconspicuously when they set out on their mission to find the cause of the Mayhem wave. He died in a different shirt on that mission.
"Okay," said Harrison. "Broader question. Why are you here?"
Hadley frowned. "I'm not sure. We've been over that as well."
"But it has something to do with this mission."
"I believe so, yes." Harrison watched Hadley's face carefully. Perhaps they should have looked for clues there instead of on this protracted snark hunt.
"Are you really Hadley?"
"That's a very good question," he said. "I believe so, but there are many factors that could account for that belief that do not require it to be true. I do have Hadley Tucker's memories, although, to be specific, I have the memories he shared with you. I do recall other events beyond what you would require for evidence of my identity, but there is no reliable way to determine if those are real or filler." As he spoke, his pace picked up, and his tone became more animated. "I suppose I could be a construct, given enough memory information to simulate Hadley Tucker's life without actually living it. It's possible that I was designed to believe myself to be Hadley Tucker, and that belief would override contradictions that might present themselves. It's also possible that I am only simulating self-awareness and that I've been designed to mimic it by an elaborate set of predetermined responses. We could verify that by performing a Turing test on me, I suppose. We would want to do that at Esoteric. Might be worth looking into when we get back."
"Oh my God," said Harrison. "You are so obviously Hadley. You're the only person I know who could get this enthusiastic over testing his own existence."
"That's a fair observation. We can put that in the column of evidence for my being real. We should keep a tally of points for and against until we can run a proper test."
"Why don't we go ahead and assume that you really are you?" said Harrison. "I'm much more interested in the answer to the question of why you came back."
"I really couldn't say," said Hadley.
Said Harrison. "When I suggest that you might not be real, you throw out a ton of speculations and talk about tests. But when I ask you why you're here at all, you don't want to talk about it."
"I suppose that's right."
"Come on, Hadley, that doesn't seem weird to you? Where's your curiosity?"
Hadley did not respond, other than to look at Harrison in obvious confusion.
All right, you say you have some connection to this mission, right?
Yes, said Hadley.
Fine, said Harrison. Then I'm giving you an assignment. I need you to find out why you're haunting me. Put that brain of yours to work. Treat this question like any other problem you have to solve. If you were sent here, I want to know by whom. If you weren't sent here by anyone, I want to know what it is about this mission that brought you back from nothingness.
Hadley hesitated. Before Harrison had a chance to pursue it further, an unexpected voice came from his communicator. Harrison?
Lawson?
Yes, it's me. You were right. He shook his head, trying to think back on all the things he could have been right about.
Remind me what we're talking about?
The Mayhespheres. There's a pattern to the pulsing that goes beyond the mathematical models we first attributed to it. We ran thousands of simulations to find a match, and the best fit indicates that someone is deliberately pumping energy into them and then withdrawing it.
There's no chance it could be random?
He asked. These surges coincide with abductions of your children to within 6 hours of when the NCSA thinks they happened, said Larson. The largest one by far happened at the time of the 7th floor break-in, and the strength of the surges is roughly quantifiable as proportionate to the number of abductees in each case. You might also want to know that we have reconstructed possible evidence of several abductions that predate the ones we know about, assuming the pattern holds.
Oh my God,
said Harrison. Yes, said Larson. I knew you would want to know because I know how much you enjoy being right.
Is that a joke?
She paused. Attempted. That's not really in my skill set either.
Lawson, you're telling me we are working on the same case from two different ends. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, she said. At least that's the model that seems to best explain the data. I have people combing the prophecy database to look for a match.
We have a prophecy database?
It's incomplete, but yes, we do. Mostly prophecies from non-real sources, but you'd be surprised how much real-world prophetic text has turned out to be relevant in the last 9 years. Even sources that have been long debunked or even admitted to be frauds include a lot of valid references to non-real events. Having personally met characters from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, this notion surprised Harrison less than Larson could know.
You're hoping to find a prophecy that will help us find the kidnappers?
Nothing that specific, I'm afraid. We're looking for any language that could be interpreted as a reference to the Mayhespheres, cross-referenced with any description of a kidnapping. Hopefully we will see something that shows a pattern similar to what we can already observe. To confirm, the most recent pulse was 2 days ago. Was there another abduction?
That would correspond to Melody and Dorothy, he said.
I'm sorry, how many people did you say?
2, said Harrison. How many does your math tell you?
Closer to 5, she said. Before Harrison had a chance to form the right question about that, Milton came in through the side hatch. In the seconds it stood open, the hatch brought into the flyer the horrible stink of the bonfire outside. A quiet whirring indicated the flyer's internal ventilation system attempting to purge the air. The hatch opened again, emphasizing the futility of this gesture, as Dallas and Jacobs came in, found seats, and buckled up.
What's going on?
Asked Harrison. We're breaking camp, said Milton. I want to be in the air in 15 minutes, just waiting on a few details. Harrison, came Larson's voice.
Sorry, he said into his communicator. We're moving on. Please let me know the second you find a prophecy that makes any sense out of this.
Understood, she said.
We have a solid lead?
Harrison asked Milton. I sure hope so, said Milton. Oplamato found your dragon. Chapter 54. Rise and Shine. Jessica successfully lobbied to have Dorothy join the teaching staff at the tiny school. Apart from the two of them, the only other teacher was the man Dorothy had seen earlier. He introduced himself as Paul and offered no last name. While pleasant enough, he carried himself in a manner noticeably different than what Dorothy had seen in her 28 sisters, exposing him as here by his own free will. His social appeal could not counter his certain role as an accomplice to Dorothy's upcoming murder. Pretending to get along with him pushed her acting abilities to their limit. Given the small class of students who ran from infant to nearly 11, instruction in this classroom was varied. It struck Dorothy as odd they would go to this much trouble to maintain the charade of educating these children, when every one of them would be killed before their next birthday. Perhaps the spell required them to be knowledgeable. Perhaps their lessons included preparation for the sacrifice, though Dorothy observed no evidence of this. Halfway through the morning, Jessica took the children out to the field for recess. The human and goblin workforce continued to expand the boundary between overgrowth and mowed lawn at a remarkable rate. Jessica took the baby in a stroller for a walk while the others stayed with Paul close to the seats, and Dorothy took this opportunity to speak with her alone.
"What do you think of him?"
asked Jessica once they were out of earshot. Dorothy looked back over her shoulder. "Paul? He seems nice enough." She looked back to Jessica, who wore a dreamy expression on her face.
"I think he likes me,"
she said. Dorothy contained her horror. "Really?" Jessica nodded with a smile.
"I think he's going to ask me out."
Her giddiness masked her obvious failure to consider what out could possibly mean in this context. Dorothy responded with a string of nonsense. Jessica stopped walking. "What?" Dorothy repeated the chant. Jessica gasped. "They will not have your mind," said Dorothy in plain English.
"Oh, shit,"
whispered Jessica. "Keep smiling and walking," said Dorothy. They continued their stroll in silence. After a bit, Jessica said feebly,
"I was going to have sex with him."
"Well," said Dorothy, "now you're not." At lunch, Dorothy sat with the same group of people who had surrounded her the day before. They all had the same cheery, vacuous manner as then, other than Jessica, her happiness obviously strained, though only Dorothy would detect that. They spoke of their jobs in the laundry room and the kitchen and running errands for the professor, with the shallow banter of adolescents who find the fact of their occupations more interesting than the tasks themselves. At the end of their meal, Brittany Hinson excused herself with a cheery smile. "I need to go see what Felicia needs me to do next." Brittany took the role in this community of gopher to the assassin, a position Dorothy did not envy, but which left her sisters in awe of the prestige it implied. "Is it all right if I go with her?" Dorothy asked Jessica. "I'm still trying to get a feel for the layout of the building. Besides, I want to say hello to Agent Kestrel." Brittany giggled. "You really do not want to call her that." In her youthful fire, Brittany's comment seemed like a dare. To punctuate this remark, she shook her head with a grin, bouncing her blonde curls. The hairstyle was an affectation, and her freely admitted attempt to make herself look like Shirley Temple. It worked. Dorothy feigned innocent surprise. "Oh, I wouldn't want to offend. Maybe you could tell me a few things about her before we get there. I'm trying so hard to make a good impression." As much as this felt to Dorothy like laying it on too thick, Brittany seemed delighted. "Oh, she is the best," she said. "You should see what she can do with a knife." Dorothy was quite certain she did not want to see that. "Can I go?"
"Sure,"
said Jessica. She clutched Dorothy's hand and forced a grin.
"Hurry back, though, okay?"
"Will do," said Dorothy, getting up from the table. 2 minutes later, well out of view of the others, Dorothy whispered a few words in Brittany's ear. After a moment of shock, she embraced Dorothy. and cried. Shortly after noon, Dorothy found Meg Rosso cleaning bathrooms on the upper level. "Hey," said Meg, "I thought you were going to see Felicia." "Oh, I decided to wander a bit instead," she said. "This is what they have you doing?" "Yeah," said Meg, "it's not so bad. At least they have me doing the human toilets. Carrie has to do the ones on the lower levels the goblins use. No, thank you." "Ew." "I know. How's the school?" Dorothy shrugged. "It's a good job. I get to work with Jessica, and I love the kids." "That's nice for you." Meg set down her brush and flushed a toilet she had finished scrubbing. "I have a few loads of laundry to move along. Do you want to give me a hand before you go back?" Dorothy smiled. "I'd love that." She took Meg's hand and began to chant. Meg's eyes flew open in confusion, and she tried to pull away. Dorothy held tight and tugged her in closer as she chanted more loudly. As she encountered her first sign of resistance in this task, the sense of ease that had been building inside her shattered. "No," said Meg, "don't. They will not have your mind." Meg yanked her hand away, and Dorothy braced herself to block her from fleeing. Instead, Meg spun around and vomited violently into the newly shiny toilet. Dorothy sat on the floor and held Meg's hair as she coughed, choked, and cried. Finally, Meg pulled herself away from the bowl and slumped against a wall. Dorothy handed her some paper towels, which she used to wipe her mouth, and left crumpled on the floor. "Can I kill them?" she asked. "Maybe," said Dorothy. "Good." Dorothy found Mitchell later that afternoon walking the seats. As the only adult male abductee, he was a bit of an anomaly in the community. Being several years younger than all the women also resulted in mixed success for him socially. After a few false starts in finding a role to play there, his eventual assignment basically amounted to looking busy and keeping to himself. They gave him the title of roving security monitor, his job to walk the grounds throughout the day and mark boxes on a checklist of places he had to visit at specific times. A pointless task, but it provided valuable exercise, and, like everyone else there, he had no complaints. As Mitchell found the row and seat number on his checklist and marked it secure at the specified time, Dorothy caught up to him and planted herself in the seat. "Hey there, Runt." "You're in my seat, punk," he said. She scooted over one and patted the newly empty seat. Mitchell looked conflicted for a moment, then put his clipboard checklist on the ground and sat next to her. They both gazed out on the partially defoliated ballpark. "I tried to call you the day the bats came for you," she said. "Did you get my message?" He turned to face her. "You did? No, I lost my phone. You called me?" "Yeah, I needed a buddy. Stupid Brad broke up with me, and I needed someone to lean on."
"Oh, Dorothy, I'm sorry," he said. "You do know I just would have made fun of you, right?"
She smiled. "I was counting on it, jerk." He looked back out onto the field.
"That would have been great. God, I hated that guy."
She sat up at this. "Really? Why?"
"He never treated you like you mattered."
Dorothy rolled those words around in her head. After a bit, she began to chant. Mitchell gave her no reaction. As the volume and intensity increased, he turned his head her way, a look of curiosity on his face. Finally, calmly, she declared, "They will not have your mind." His look of curiosity changed to one of surprise, then disappointment. He looked back out onto the field.
"God damn it," he said. "I should have known this was too good to be true."
Christine Rivera hummed to herself as she chopped carrots. The joy these women took in their jobs gave Dorothy a sick feeling of remorse. Surely they were happier now than they would be before this was all over. Before Meg fought off the cure she offered, Dorothy assumed this would all be about liberation. But now she accepted that for some, this would be nothing but pain. Jessica lost her prospective boyfriend. Brittany now feared the woman whose praises she had sung only that morning. Whatever loss Meg had suffered, she wouldn't discuss it. Mitchell found disappointment at the loss of a refreshingly simple lifestyle. Now Chris would be hurt in some unpredictable way, and this was all just the beginning. Dorothy had 24 worlds yet to shatter. "Hi, Chris," said Dorothy. She and Meg stood in the door to the kitchen. Chris was alone here, but would only be so for minutes. The rest of the kitchen staff had gone on break, but Chris didn't take breaks. She loved her work that much, as she told them all over lunch. "Hi." Christine offered a nervous smile. Mitchell came to the door and nodded. Meg closed it, leaving him on the other side as a lookout. "Do it," she said to Dorothy. "We don't have much time." Dorothy flinched at the bitterness in Meg's voice and hoped Chris was too far gone to detect it. This would be hard enough. "Do what?" said Chris. She stopped chopping, but still clutched the knife. Dorothy carefully pulled up a stool, sat next to her, and began to chant. Chris frowned in confusion. "What are you doing?" The knuckles on her knife hand went white. Dorothy continued to chant. "What does that mean?" Chris stood and backed away, fear in her eyes, the knife still in her hand, inching up to a defensive position. "They will not have your mind," Dorothy hissed. This was the most difficult wake-up call so far, for reasons she could not discern. Christine did not resist the way Meg had, but Dorothy could feel the spell had no effect. Chris's eyes went a bit wider, and she lowered the knife. "They don't." Dorothy stopped chanting. Tears formed in Christine's eyes. "They don't?" asked Meg. Chris shook her head. "No. You too?" "Just now," said Meg. "Dorothy woke me up." The knife hit the concrete floor with a resounding clatter. "How many?" "Becca, Jess, Brittany, and Mitchell," said Dorothy. "And me." The tears broke and streamed down her face. "It's so hard. I'm so scared. They all think I'm like them. It's so hard." "Are there any others who weren't affected?" asked Dorothy. "I don't know," said Christine. Dorothy hopped down from the stool and held out her arms. Chris ran into them and curled into a ball. Shorter than Dorothy, Chris sobbed directly into her chest. She had never been under control. Dorothy welcomed this news. They might already have aces up their sleeve. All they had to do was find them. Late that afternoon, Siobhan dropped by the school to check on Dorothy.
"How are you settling in?"
Again, that phrase gave Dorothy an unpleasant rush. "Good. I like the school. And Jess let me go wandering for a bit so I could get used to the building. Everyone seems so happy here." Siobhan raised an eyebrow.
"Did she?"
She looked at Jessica, who did not notice the scrutiny.
"Well, I'm glad you're fitting in. You should probably stick to your job from now on, though. The professor does like things to run smoothly."
"Oh, I will," said Dorothy. "Tell him I am sorry."
"No need,"
said Siobhan.
"Just don't do it again."
"Hi, Siobhan," said Jessica, walking up to her.
"Hello, Jess,"
said Siobhan. "Hey, Paul says he'll watch the kids for half an hour or so. I thought it might be fun if the three of us went for a walk and caught up." Siobhan pursed her lips.
Maybe that would be fun."
She took Dorothy's hands in her cold palms.
"I have missed you, Dorothy. The professor says you had a bit of an adventure before you got here. I'd love to hear about it."
"Sure," said Dorothy, sensing a double opportunity. Hetherington evidently wanted Siobhan to pump Dorothy for information about Ian, or strontium, or anything else Felicia reported about their encounter that piqued his interest. She couldn't have asked for a better chance to get Siobhan alone.
"Let's walk,"
said Siobhan. Jessica waved at Paul. Dorothy blew Melody a kiss as she watched them leave. Melody put her finger to her lips, and Dorothy nodded. The incredible grace with which this little girl handled the demands being put on her baffled Dorothy and filled her with pride. No amount of ice cream could possibly serve as a proportionate reward. Out on the cobblestone walkway, Siobhan said,
"So, tell me about your travels."
"I met a witch." Dorothy and Jessica had Siobhan flanked. She showed no sign of concern about that.
"A witch?" she exclaimed. "Why, that's wonderful. Tell me about her."
Dorothy began the chant. Siobhan laughed.
"Is that witchcraft?"
Dorothy increased the intensity of her words. Siobhan clapped.
"Oh, that's delightful. Is that a witch thing? Did she teach you that?"
"They will not have your mind," said Dorothy. Siobhan's face fell.
"What are you doing?"
Jessica took Siobhan's arm and held it firmly. She did not seem to notice. Dorothy continued to chant, looking directly into Siobhan's eyes.
"What are you doing? Stop!"
Siobhan tried to wrench her arm away, but Jessica outmuscled her. "They will not have your mind!" In that moment, Dorothy recoiled as the thread that bound Siobhan to these monsters snapped. The first time in this process she experienced that sensation, and it stung.
"No!"
Siobhan finally ripped her arm away from Jessica's grasp. She fell to her knees, palms on the ground, and panted.
"What have you done?"
"It's all right," said Dorothy. "You're free now. It's going to be okay." Siobhan looked up from her crouch. Panic boiled in her eyes.
"What have you done to me?"
Jessica looked at Dorothy in alarm. "What do we do now?" Dorothy knelt down next to Siobhan and said to her softly, "I know this is hard on you, but you're free now. Your mind is your own."
"No!"
shouted Siobhan.
"Fix it! Put it back!"
"Siobhan," said Dorothy, with as much patience as she could strain through the fear now overwhelming her. "The professor was controlling you. He was going to kill you." Siobhan glared at her with a darkness she had never seen before in those childlike green eyes.
"Oh, Dorothy, what made you think I don't want to die?"
Chapter 55. Lair.
"There! See it?"
Harrison strained to find the cave opening from his hiding place behind a large rock. "No." Sparky groaned.
"Ugh, it's right there."
She pointed again to the collection of rocks and brush that completely concealed an entrance. "Harrison," whispered Sarah. She had her back flattened against the rock and had made no attempts to peer over it. "I don't want to be here."
"You don't have to whisper," said Sparky. "He's not going to hear us from this distance."
"I'm sorry, Sarah," said Harrison. "I promise we'll get you out of here as soon as possible." "Don't promise things you cannot deliver, Mr. Cody." Oplamato crouched with them, concealed behind the rock, showing no indication of anything other than boredom. "The four of us are the only ones in the party with any hope of confronting a dragon. You're needed here, whether you want that or not." Harrison patted Bess for reassurance. Of all of them, this task might well end up being his. Bess was the only one here with dragon-killing experience. "Do you have a plan for how to tackle this thing once we know it's here?" "Of course," said Oplamato. "A simple spell of illusion will make the dragon appear to be a grandfather clock. One glance from Agent Logan should be sufficient at that point."
"Should I lure it out?" asked Sparky. "I bet I could get his attention."
She squinted in the direction of the cave Harrison could not see and held her fists in front of her face. "Please don't," said Sarah.
Perhaps not, said Oplamato. But it would be helpful if you would confirm the dragon is present. Are you able to get into and out of that cave without attracting his notice?
You want me to scout for you?
That is the idea, yes.
She scratched her head.
I guess so. How exactly does one go about not attracting someone's notice? That seems weird to me.
Typically, you would achieve that by a combination of silence and stealth, said Oplamato. Are you able to be quiet?
No idea. Never tried that before.
Won't he smell her? Asked Harrison. Pixies are not on the dragon food chain, said the wizard. Even if she does have a scent he can detect, he likely wouldn't make anything of it.
Okay.
Sparky counted off items on her fingers.
Quiet. Hide. Don't fart. Got it. See you in a bit.
She zipped away, leaving a faint orange trail that led into the opening, finally allowing Harrison to see it. She was gone for more than 10 minutes. During that time, no one spoke. Sarah got increasingly agitated the longer they waited. Oplamato seemed increasingly bored. Finally, with no warning, an orange flash of light shot from the mouth of the cave, and Sparky returned in a manner anything but stealthy.
What did you see? Asked Oplamato.
Dragon, said Sparky. Big one, too. He was asleep when I got there, but he's awake now. I suck at not being noticed, by the way.
Sarah clutched Harrison's arm at this news.
Is he coming out?
Asked Harrison, his hand already on Bess's hilt.
No, actually, said Sparky. He wants you to come in.
That will not happen, said Oplamato.
Wasn't talking to you, said Sparky. He said he wants to talk to Harrison. Requested him by name.
Oplamato and Sarah stared at Harrison in differing degrees of shock. He, in turn, stared at the slender opening to the dragon's lair.
You've got to be freaking kidding me.
The entrance to the cave was alarmingly vertical and slippery. Harrison did not fondly recall his one experience spelunking in college, and this reinforced that mild trauma. He slid into the crack and landed with a thud on a pile of leaves and other detritus that had fallen into this first chamber. A glance up at his only means of egress confirmed sufficient holds to pull himself out, which he hoped he would be doing soon. No one accompanied him to the cave apart from Bess. His headlamp cut through the cold, moist darkness. It shone mostly on smooth rock, in the form of an irregular tunnel leading farther into the ground. Sweeping the light across the floor revealed a smattering of broken artifacts, no doubt pillaged by the beast deliberately or accidentally in his travels. It also exposed a considerable quantity of bones, a small but non-zero fraction of those clearly human. Harrison passed through 2 more chambers before he found the beast. Long before he saw him, the rustling sound of enormous wings shifting in an enclosed space and the bellows-like sound of his breathing carried through the cave. He stepped from the chill into a warm, dry chamber. Curled up against the far wall, facing away from him, sat a scaly reptilian form the size of a bus.
Gustav?
Asked Harrison.
What do you want?
Asked the dragon in an exhausted tone, not at all the reaction of a dragon happy to see an old friend. Even so, Harrison allowed himself a moment of relief at the familiar voice.
Hey, I'm sorry to bother you. I think there's been a misunderstanding.
In truth, he only hoped that, but it occurred to him at that moment to confirm his theory by gripping Bess and silently asking her if this dragon scorched the circle in Maine.
I do not believe so,
she told him. Inwardly, Harrison swore. Though relieved to hear Gustav was not the enemy they sought, this entire diversion now officially wasted time they did not have. Given Gustav's home territory in the land that used to be upstate New York, it now appeared Oplamato might have picked the closest dragon from simple convenience. Laziness brought them here, not evidence. As he mulled that over, other events compelled him to consider an alternate explanation. Perhaps Oplamato deliberately led them here to waste that time, or to frame this bystander. The longer this mission went, the less sense Oplamato's actions made.
"Are you here to kill me?" asked Gustav.
No.
Harrison shook off his nagging suspicion for a moment.
You know I wouldn't.
"Then why are you drawing your tiny sword?"
Harrison released his hold on Bess. Gustav still faced away from him, unclear whether he had sensed Harrison's actions or guessed correctly. He preferred not to take the chance either way.
I'm not. I was asking her a question.
"What did you ask her?"
If you're the dragon who left a circle of charred ground in a forest about 50 miles from here, he said.
Ah. With that, Gustav shifted his weight and smoothly rotated his body to look at Harrison. More snake-like than anything else, the motion made Harrison nervous in ways he did not want to be.
Am I? She says no.
"And what if I was? What then?"
Harrison gulped. I would ask you if you knew where my daughter is.
"That doesn't sound so good."
It's not, said Harrison. 32 people have been kidnapped. Most of them are my children by adoption. We traced them to a village in Maine, but they were already gone. Then we found the burn, and our wizard said he could track the dragon that did it.
"A dragon would never take so many prisoners," said Gustav. "There would be no point. Whatever dragon sign you saw must have been unrelated to your missing family."
You sure about that?
"No," said the dragon. "But it's none of my business anyway. If you're not going to kill me, you should probably go now."
Are you okay here?
asked Harrison. Part of this question came from genuine concern over a creature whom he considered an ally, if not a true friend. Part of it came from the concern that this dragon might still pose a threat to his people. In response, Gustav shrugged both his forelimbs and his wings.
"I suppose. Have to find a new hiding place now, though."
Sorry about that,
said Harrison.
"It's all right."
The dragon followed this with a sigh so heavy sparks drifted from his nostrils, and the temperature in the cave went up another notch.
"I miss the world the way it used to be."
As do I,
said Harrison. Chapter 56. Siobhan.
"Now what do we do?"
Claudia voiced what Dorothy thought but did not dare speak. The small group of women and one man she had freed from Hetherington's mind control, and the one she hadn't needed to, sat on assorted boxes and other objects in a room not designed for meetings. Siobhan sat away from the group, curled into a ball in a far corner. Despite her horror at losing the comfort of her mind-controlled delirium, she offered no resistance to accompanying the others. "We stick to the plan as best as we are able," said Dorothy. "At least that's what I think. Becca?" Rebecca stood near the door, facing away from the group, chewing a fingernail. She looked up. "Sorry, what?" "Should we stick to the plan?" repeated Dorothy. "Can we still make it work?" "I don't know. What does everyone else think?"
I don't see how, said Jessica. It's not going to take long for the professor to figure out she's missing. Do you think he won't tear this place apart looking for her?
"We could kill her," said Meg. "Make it look like an accident. Maybe he won't suspect."
Whoa, said Mitchell with wide eyes.
"Are you fucking crazy?" said Claudia. "We're not killing Siobhan." Dorothy took her hand to settle her down. Siobhan watched this exchange, looking from speaker to speaker with interest. That the topic had turned to murdering her did not appear to change the intensity of this behavior. "Why not?" asked Meg. "She wants us all dead, including herself." "She's not herself," said Brittany, close to tears. "Sure she is," said Meg. "We are not killing her," said Dorothy. "This is not up for discussion. We need to be focusing our energy on our real enemies." "Our real enemy is sitting right here," said Meg. "She wants this. We can't let her out of this room now. She'll go back to that reptile and tell him everything to get her bliss back." "Can't you see she's been brainwashed?" said Brittany. "This isn't the same as—" "It's Siobhan! Doesn't that mean any—" "Don't defend her!" "Stop! Just stop!" shouted Dorothy. The clamoring died down. Dorothy looked to Becca, who had drifted away again. "Dinner is in less than 2 hours. If we don't have a fix for this problem by then, we are all in big trouble. So let's keep our eyes on the target, please." She leaned over and whispered in Claudia's ear, "Take over for a minute, would you?" Claudia nodded. Dorothy kissed her on the cheek and stood up. Claudia met this gesture with raised eyebrows. Claudia smiled at her and rubbed her shoulder before stepping away. She made her way to the other side of the storage room where Becca stood in a world of her own. "Come with me, please," she said quietly. Becca followed her out the door without question. "Are you up to this?" asked Dorothy when they were both out in the hall. "Up to what?" asked Becca. "These women look up to you, Rebecca. I woke you up first for a reason. We need you sharp right now." "Blake is dead." Dorothy hesitated. "You don't know that." "I asked Claudia." "Oh." Dorothy had no adequate follow-up remark. "I'm pregnant, Dorothy." Dorothy gasped. "Oh, Becca, I'm so sorry. I didn't know." "No one does. The only person we've told so far is Dad." "Becca, I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything," said Rebecca. "My husband is dead and I am carrying his baby. There's nothing else to say. Whatever you expect from me right now, I'm not going to be able to do it." Dreading the heartlessness of her words, Dorothy pressed on. "They're going to expect you to be their rock. What are you going to tell them?" "I'm not going to tell them anything. And neither are you." "But—" "No," said Becca. "I'm sorry, but no. You want me to be their den mother again, and I can't." "You got them through hell once before." "That was 8 years ago. They were children. I was the closest thing they had to an adult, and that was hard, Dorothy. I had to take care of them all, and there was no one to take care of me. I was 17, for God's sake. I did it because I had to, and if it had gone on much longer, I don't know that I would have been able to keep it up." "They need a leader." "They have a leader." Dorothy took a step back. "Me? I'm younger than almost all of them." "You're also smarter and braver and—" She twirled her hands around, trying to finish the sentence. "Witchier. They all defer to you now, don't you see that?" Dorothy thought about it. "No." "Well, start looking for it, because they are. They barely even know I'm here. Dorothy, this isn't what I did for them. I never led a rebellion. I had 24 children whose lives had turned into a nightmare of abandonment and sexual abuse, and it was all I could do to help them feel like there was still someone who cared about them." She paused. "Maybe I was their best hope for a mother figure then, but they need a different kind of mother now. I don't have any idea how to lead them into a fight. Like it or not, that's you. That's always been you." Dorothy took a deep breath, bracing herself for the reality of Becca's words. Since leaving her home, she had already taken on the mantle of motherhood. Apparently, it now extended to 24 grown women. Claudia poked her head out the door. "Hey, Dottie, we need you back here. They're asking questions I can't answer." Becca looked at Dorothy and spread her hands. "I'll be right there," she said. "Told you," said Becca. "So you did." When they returned to the storage room, all eyes went to Dorothy, including Siobhan's. It was a striking nuance for Dorothy to have missed before. Confronted with it now, she had no way to deny it. "We need a decision," said Jessica. "Very well," said Dorothy in her best command voice. "First of all, there will be no violence. No matter what she has done, Siobhan is our sister. I won't stand for any further suggestion of harm against her. Is that understood?" She meant this last question for all, but directed it at Meg. "Got it," she said. Whatever confrontation Dorothy expected did not come through in Meg's tone. "Good. Second, I have to believe this isn't what she really wants. I think it's safe to say she is suicidal, and I think it's safe to say that has been true for some time, long before this drama started. But the Siobhan I know would never wish harm on any of us." Dorothy hesitated. She looked directly at Siobhan, uncertain if what needed to be said could be said in front of her. "Siobhan has been fragile for as long as I have known her, and now I think she is broken. I think the mind control found her in the right state of vulnerability to welcome it, to allow her death to be someone else's decision. The curse or hypnotism or whatever it was is clear now. I am certain of that. But it left her in a state of damage I cannot correct with magic. At least, not with what little magic I know so far." "Then what do we do with her?" asked Christine. "For now, we keep her here. We'll take turns watching her, bringing her food and escorting her to the bathroom." If Siobhan had opinions about this plan, she showed no sign. "In 2 hours, everyone will know she's missing," said Brittany. "No, they won't," said Dorothy. "I'm going to take care of that loose end right now." "By doing what?" asked Claudia. "I'm going to go have a chat with Professor Hetherington." After making several inquiries of multiple people and goblins, Dorothy found the professor on the field, inspecting the work being done there. Since the day before, the amount of cleared ground had greatly increased. 2 men had begun painting white lines on the raised weeds, in patterns that did not yet make sense to her, and she chose not to be curious about their significance. "Professor!" she called to him with as vapid a smile as she could manage. He waved to her. The dark wizard who zapped Sparky when Felicia came to the cabin to abduct her and the children stood with him. Though grateful for the news from Claudia that Sparky survived the attack with no lasting harm, she found this dark mage frightening. She had seen him several times since her arrival here, and every time he looked at her, she felt covered in bugs. "How are you settling in?" asked the reptile when she got close enough for conversation. She wondered how many times she would need to hear that question before it stopped making her sick. "Very well, thank you," she said. "I'm so glad I finally found you. Siobhan wanted me to give you a message." "Indeed," he said. "What message?" "She wanted to apologize for not checking in with you at all this afternoon." "Oh," he said. "I suppose she hasn't, has she? I've been so engaged with the work here I didn't even realize. Is everything all right?" "Well, yes and no," she said. "I'm afraid she says she won't be able to run your errands for the next 4 days or so."
"Oh, really?"
The ticking from the professor's brass hand became rapid and loud as he crossed his arms.
"And why is that?"
"She's having some girl issues," said Dorothy.
Well, I hardly see that as something that would take days to sort out. Surely there are people she can talk to. What am I supposed to do without my gopher while she has her bout of moodiness?
Said Dorothy, I'm not quite sure you're hearing this properly. She's having some mammal girl issues. His one real eye went wide in sudden and uncomfortable understanding.
Oh my. Ah, yes, well.
She wanted me to tell you it was nothing personal, but she wasn't sure how someone of your species would react to the smell of blood.
Yes, thank you.
He waved her away frantically. The sound of his metal hand accelerated to a cacophonous whirring with intermittent pings and hisses. In his animated reaction, the sleeve of his coat slipped down, revealing the brass extended to at least his forearm.
That will do. Please tell her I hope she feels better soon. Rest up, drink plenty of fluids, that sort of thing. Stay in her room. No need to come back to work until she feels ready.
Dorothy smiled. I will tell her. Thank you. She turned on her heel and walked away.
Naturally, she will need someone to cover her duties during this time, he said to Dorothy's back. You'll do nicely.
Heart pounding, she turned back to face him, a fully artificial grin pasted to her face. Why, it would be my pleasure and honor, sir.
Pish-posh, girl, he said. Do call me Basil.
Thank you, Basil, she forced out.
You are dismissed for the nonce, he said. I will summon you as needed.
She bowed to take her leave. As she straightened up, the sorcerer stared at her. He narrowed his eyes, and his thin lips stretched into an indecipherable smile. Chapter 57. Blowout. Scaling his way out of Gustav's cave drew Harrison's attention to his missing finger more than usual. What spare purchase he could gain on the smooth, cold rock automatically suffered from a 10% disadvantage. When he finally did emerge from the cool pit to the warm blast of spring air, he rolled over onto his back and lay there with his 9 numb fingers resting on his belly. Hadley stood over him.
Did you really stay up here the whole time? Asked Harrison.
I have a thing about dragons, said the ghost. Harrison was too tired to press. After a few minutes of panting and regaining his bearings, he pushed himself up and hiked back to the rock that served as a duck blind for his team. What's the story? Asked Sarah in a small voice.
Red herring.
Harrison walked up to Aplamato and said,
Congratulations on finding literally the only dragon on the planet I am absolutely certain would never target my family.
The wizard raised an eyebrow.
What did you find down there? An exhausted dragon, who has no idea where my children are and would very much like to be left alone. He also said a dragon would never abduct people like that it would make no sense for a dragon to keep so many prisoners. And you believe him? We're acquainted, said Harrison. Yes, I heard all about that while you were in the cave, said Aplamato. You do realize your friend down there is an undocumented dragon, do you not? Classified, not undocumented, said Harrison. Need to know, which apparently you don't. Harrison, said Hadley, maybe you should take a break for a bit.
Harrison ignored the ghost.
And I don't appreciate you hanging whatever accusation that is on me, when the real issue at hand is that you led us to the wrong place. Were there any human remains down there?
This brought Harrison up short.
What? It's a simple question, said Aplamato. Did you see human remains in that cave? Skulls? Partial skeletons? I don't know,
Harrison lied. He knew Gustav well enough to understand the dragon as an excellent judge of character. The human bones in that cave disturbed him on a basic level, But those skeletons could not have belonged to innocents.
What does that have to do with anything?
You've been harboring an undocumented dragon for 9 years, Mr. Cody.
I told you, he's not undocumented, said Harrison with rapidly increasing wariness. Baker has met him, so has Daycare Raz. I'd show you the file, but you're not cleared for it.
A dragon, continued Oplamato, without acknowledgement of Harrison's claim,
whose fire, as near as I can detect it, closely resembles that of dragon activity near the last known location of our quarry.
Or so you claim. Bess disagrees. That sounds like wizard speak for you not being able to tell the difference between two dragons, which is your job, I might add.
This entire event began with the abduction of your children, and now it has led us to a dragon you have kept secret for a very long time.
Harrison took one step closer to the wizard in an aggressive stance.
Where you going with this, Jerry?
I can't say for sure, said the wizard calmly. I think it might be best if I interviewed this dragon myself.
No, said Harrison, struck by the mental image of Oplamato's interview going wrong and ending with the deceased dragon. If he had something to hide about this misdirection, that would surely be the way to hide it.
Don't we have bigger priorities right now? Said Sarah.
Hey, Grey Guy, said Sparky. I talked to Gustav, too. I really don't think...
Please silence your pixie, said Oplamato.
Hey now,
said Sparky, hands on hips.
You are way out of line, wizard, said Harrison. We are done here. Get back to the flyer right now.
I don't think so.
I'm not asking. You don't ever seem to have understood this, but I'm your superior. You can start towing the line right now or I'll have you brought up on charges.
If there is any question of malfeasance, I am well within my rights to disregard your directives.
Oplamato's demeanor remained frustratingly cool while he pushed Harrison to the brink of reason.
Step aside, Mr. Cody.
Not happening.
Oplamato took a step back and reached into one of his loose sleeves. Harrison took a step back and drew Bess.
Harrison!
Shouted Sarah. You may want to get in there, said Hadley to Sparky.
No dice, dead man, she said. The last time I had dealings with a wizard, it left me out of sorts.
Be sure you want this, said Bess. If this goes to melee, one of you could die. Harrison ignored them all.
Stand down, Jerry.
Oplamato produced a small wand from his cloak and raised both arms. Harrison's hand tingled as Bess asserted control over his motor functions.
Stop!
Shouted Sarah. Bess released Harrison. He had a moment of panic she had taken Sarah's interjection as an order, leaving him at the complete mercy of the wizard. But as he stood his ground, Oplamato had stopped moving. Harrison waited a few seconds in caution. The wizard did not blink. He stepped closer, gingerly. The folds of Oplamato's robe had stopped responding to the slight breeze, or to gravity.
You did this to him,
he said to Sarah. Glaring at him, she held out her hand.
Give me the sword.
Harrison glanced down at Bess.
She doesn't like to be passed around. Give me the sword.
The words came out through clenched teeth. Harrison complied. As he handed Bess to her, pommel first, she took the hilt and tensed even further. She gasped. Harrison recalled the first time Bess spoke to his mind and did not envy her the experience. "Oh," she said, looking at the blade. "I know. I'm sorry. Just for a moment." As gently as possible, she laid the sword on the ground. The pain of the slap shocked Harrison nearly as much as the sound of it. Sarah gave him about 2 seconds to acclimate to the intense sting on the side of his face. Then she slapped him again, harder. "You stupid, self-centered son of a bitch! How exactly do you plan on finding your wife now?" She pointed to the frozen wizard. "Do you know what that was? That was the best hope we had for finding my son and rescuing him from monsters. You know what it is now?" Harrison did not offer a guess. "Now it's a doorstop. I don't know how to undo this. He is now stuck like that until the people back home finally figure out what it is I do so they can reverse it. And by the time they do that, my son will be dead. I want you to look at that statue. Look long and hard, Harrison, because you did that. And you did it to protect some dragon over my child." "I don't trust him," said Harrison. "I don't believe for a second he gives a rat's ass about any of our children, and as of this incident, I think we should consider the possibility he's another mole." "Well, I guess we'll never know now, will we?" She turned her back on him and began the long trek back to the flyer. "Thank you for saving me," he tried. "Don't thank me," she shouted. "I was trying to freeze you both." Chapter 58. Getting Organized. April stared dumbfounded at Dorothy. "Mammal issues?" "Unbelievable," said Claudia. The three of them sat in their windowless supply room. Christine took the first shift watching Siobhan, who had been moved to a separate location in the basement. The others had gone back to their routines, blending back in with their mind-controlled sisters. "You do know that almost 30 women have been here for 4 weeks, said April. "Almost all of them have probably had their periods by now. Some of them might already be synchronizing." Dorothy held up her hands. "Yes, I know that. Fortunately, he didn't." "That was a pretty ballsy risk to take," said Claudia with a grin, and a pride in her voice Dorothy found gratifying. "Well, it only brought us 4 days," said Dorothy. "Whatever we do next has to happen quickly." "How soon do you want to wake up the rest of them?" asked Claudia. "Tonight. We don't dare wait longer than that." Dorothy put her hand on April's shoulder. "How are you doing?" April frowned. "I don't know. Tired still. Something about this trip hit me hard. It feels different than usual." "I need to know if you can teleport yet." "I don't know. I don't think so." "Then we'll have to assume that's an asset we don't have," said Dorothy. "What about your other abilities?" "I honestly don't know," said April. "I haven't tried anything since we got here." "Anything you can tell me as soon as possible would be helpful," said Dorothy. "I'll do some experimenting today," said April, in a tone Dorothy thought sounded defeated. Her physical limitations could prove her more a liability than an advantage in their escape attempt, but Dorothy couldn't waste energy worrying about that. She had at best 2 or 3 days to form and execute a plan that would get approximately 40 women and children away from this nest of monsters without the threat of being recaptured. "Please do, but don't knock yourself out. We need you healthy more than we need your power." Dorothy hoped that last part did not sound like the lie it obviously was. "Claudia, you're the closest thing we have to an actual tactician. Do you have any thoughts?" "Not really. My NCSA experience mostly involves waiting around for someone to tell me where and when to use my power." "That's okay. I have some ideas. And now that I am working directly for the professor, I have some access I might be able to exploit. I need time to think. If you come up with anything, please bring it to me." "Okie dokie." Dorothy sighed. "And now I have to have a conversation with our suicidal train wreck on the topic of what happens to her next." "Good luck with that," said Claudia. "I'll need it," said Dorothy. April got up and went to the corner, where she stretched out on her makeshift bed. "You all right?" asked Dorothy. "Just need to rest," she said. Within seconds, she was snoring. "This has me very worried," said Dorothy.
"No shit," said Claudia. "She's as bad as she was when we first got here. Sometimes I swear she sounds like she's drunk."
"I can't fixate on this problem right now." Dorothy took Claudia's hand. "Thank you for being my rock. Don't tell the others, but this feels like I have bitten off more than I can chew."
"It doesn't show."
"Really?"
Claudia laughed. "Mostly. I see it, but they don't know you like I do."
Dorothy stood and pulled Claudia into a hug, drawing strength from her.
"Want to make out?"
Claudia whispered in her ear. Dorothy laughed. "No time." She let go.
"You kissed me in front of the others," said Claudia.
"Did I?"
"Yeah." Claudia smiled. "It was pretty cool."
"You mean that peck on the cheek?"
"Yeah, thanks."
"For kissing you?" asked Dorothy.
"For not hiding it. I know that's going to be tricky for you. It just meant a lot to me."
Dorothy took Claudia's hands. "I said this was scary. I never said I wanted to hide it. This is all new territory for me, and I have no idea what adjusting to it is going to be like. But the one thing I want you and anyone else who is even remotely curious to know is that I am not ashamed of what's happening here. And I really and truly am not invested in what other people think about it. We live in a world filled with things far more unusual than two women in a loving relationship, and most people know that by now. Whatever hang-ups other people have are their problem, not ours." With that, she tapped her lips. Claudia smiled and kissed her. It surprised Dorothy to find this becoming comfortable and natural. After a couple seconds, they both broke away. "Besides, it's not like I have a social circle who are going to be shocked by this."
Claudia laughed. "We really should get you one of those."
"Maybe." She let go reluctantly. "Off to talk to Siobhan now. Really not looking forward to this." Dorothy knocked once and entered the small room without waiting to be let in. Siobhan sat in a folding chair, either in shock or boredom. Christine sat on the wall against the floor, tension etched into her face. "May we have a moment, Chris?" asked Dorothy. Christine nodded and stood.
"I'll be right outside."
She stepped out and closed the door behind her. "What are you going to do with me?" asked Siobhan, with no fear in her voice. "I truly do not know," said Dorothy. "What would you like me to do with you?" "I truly do not care," said Siobhan. "That's not helpful. Neither is it true, or you wouldn't have asked. Here's my problem, Siobhan. Very shortly, I intend to leave this place, and when I go, I will be taking all the people who were brought here against their will. I would very much like you to be in that party. Is that what you want?" Siobhan shrugged and offered no further response. "Well, that poses a problem," said Dorothy. "If you're still committed to being sacrificed, that leaves me with the choice of abandoning you here to die, or dragging you away in the hope that you won't get us all killed. You can see my difficulty." Siobhan glared at Dorothy for a few seconds, then turned her head away. "Do you really want to die so badly you're willing to take us all with you?" asked Dorothy. "That doesn't seem very fair, and it doesn't sound like the Siobhan I know." "You don't understand," said Siobhan. "No, I don't," said Dorothy. "You're right about that. I don't understand. Maybe this doesn't mean anything to you anymore, but we all care about you." "Meg doesn't?" "Yes, she does. She's frightened and angry, and she feels betrayed, which, to be blunt, is quite understandable. What she really wants, what we all want, is to have you back, safe and healthy. Siobhan said nothing. Dorothy considered several possible approaches toward reasoning with her before finally conceding there would be no resolution in this conversation. "I'm not ready to give up on you," she said, and left the room. Shortly after midnight, Dorothy, Jessica, and Meg went room to room and systematically brought every one of Harrison's daughters out of their imposed complacency. They brought a bucket, a box of tissues, and a roll of duct tape. In each room, Meg and Jess sat on either side of a bed, firmly gripping the arms of the afflicted, while Dorothy whispered the spell into their ears as they slept. After freeing each victim from the mind control, they treated them with profuse kindness, gave them a brief update on their situation, and asked them to go into the next day as though nothing had changed. 4 of them had turned out to be unaffected and had been pretending the entire time, now overwhelmed in their relief at no longer being alone. The bucket proved necessary for only 2 people, but the box of tissues was completely consumed. Thankfully, not a single episode required the use of duct tape. Very few of them got any more sleep that night. Chapter 59. Breadcrumbs.
"Are you in trouble?" asked Sparky.
Harrison would have preferred to hike back to the flyer in solitude. The presence of a ghost who couldn't leave his side and a pixie with no sense of personal boundaries made it trickier to take a moment to collect himself. Whatever happened next would be awful, up to and including the possibility of his arrest. "Probably."
"It totally wasn't your fault," said Sparky. "I'll back you up on that. So will the ghost. Right, Ghost?"
"They can't hear me," said Hadley.
"Well, I'll tell them you back him up," said Sparky. "That should do it, right?"
"Leave it alone," said Harrison. "The priority now is finding April and the others. Any discipline is going to have to wait, I hope."
When they arrived at the flyer, they found Agents Clark and Hitchcock waiting on the ground. For a moment, Harrison imagined they would take him into custody, but they nodded as he walked past them and entered the hatch. Inside, Sarah sat in the rear. She did not make eye contact. Dallas played a game on a tablet. Milton sat at the pilot station, looking intently at a monitor with Jacobs and Meredith standing behind him. None of them looked up as Harrison approached. Jacobs pointed at the monitor. "There." Milton touched a control, and the image on the screen zoomed in on a photo from the circle of charred ground they discovered earlier. It showed a close-up of one of the burnt trees.
"How many of these did you find?"
"I found 4, said Jacobs. "Cody found at least 1.
"What are we looking at?"
asked Harrison. Milton looked up from the monitor.
"Those markings you and Jacob saw on the trees. Aplamato didn't think they were significant," said Harrison.
"Well, his opinions aren't really part of the equation anymore," said Milton. Harrison tensed. He did not want to have this conversation in front of the 2 agents, but he didn't want to presume to dismiss them.
"I assume Sarah brought you up to speed on that?"
"Yes, she did," said Milton.
"Is Harrison in trouble?"
asked Sparky from over Harrison's shoulder. Milton frowned. "Should he be?"
"No," said Sparky. "He totally didn't do anything wrong. The gray guy attacked him."
"I know," said Milton. "And Logan has already taken full responsibility for Aplamato's condition. She said you only drew your sword after he assumed an attack posture. Unless you have something to add that contradicts that, I wasn't planning to do anything but debrief you."
"No, that's right."
Harrison looked back to where Sarah sat. She continued to ignore him.
"What exactly does full responsibility mean?"
"Beats me," said Milton. "I've never been involved in an internal investigation before, so I guess I'll find out.
As for now, my primary concern is that we had a rogue wizard attempting to bypass chain of command. Given we already know Rutherford was compromised, I'd say you probably made the right call. Even if it does turn out he was just overstepping his assignment. I think the most likely explanation for his behavior is arrogance and a disregard for proper communication, but that still makes him a liability. Either way, with him now neutralized, everything else is paperwork as far as I'm concerned. Logan did tell me she tried to freeze both of you, though. I'd say she's lucky that didn't work on you. Any thoughts on why?
No, said Harrison. Maybe because we're both telekinetics? I really couldn't say. I'm not even sure why it worked on Jerry at all.
Well, that will be some more fun for your people at Esoteric. Milton returned his attention to the screen. Tell me what Oplamatos said about these markings. Meredith stepped aside to let Harrison get closer to the monitor.
He said they were meaningless, not dragon-related, not magical. Possibly tribal markings?
What tribe does he think lives in the forests of Maine?
I don't know.
Hey!
Sparky pointed to the monitor.
That's a breadcrumb glyph.
Harrison waited for the explanation. Sparky flew closer to the screen and examined it, rocking her head back and forth.
A what? Said Milton, finally.
Breadcrumb?
Said the pixie.
That's super weird.
No one knows what you're talking about, Sparky,
said Harrison.
Oh,
said the pixie.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. It's a fairy thing.
Are we talking about a tribe of fairies? Asked Jacobs.
What?
Said Sparky with a baffled look on her face.
No, they're just markers.
Agent Sparky, said Harrison, you're doing that pixie thing. We need clarity here. Please tell us what a breadcrumb glyph is and why this one is weird.
Let me see if I can dumb it down.
She tapped her head.
Breadcrumb glyphs are markers. They lead the way back to fairy, which can be very helpful if the entrance has moved, which it used to do a lot. Not so much lately, but anyway, you can stick them to trees or rocks or anything that doesn't move. Well, I mean, you can't do that, but I could if I needed to.
Why is it weird? Said Milton.
Seriously? Look at it.
She pointed to the screen again. Harrison scanned the image, trying to see what she could possibly mean.
Can you see it?
She asked.
I can see the marking, if that's what you mean, said Harrison.
See? She said, that's weird.
We shouldn't be able to see it? Asked Milton.
No, and it certainly shouldn't be showing up on your techno whatever. They're totally invisible to anybody not from fairy.
We both saw them before we took these pictures, said Jacobs.
Well, that's weird,
repeated Sparky.
Maybe the dragonfire made them visible, said Harrison.
I don't see how, said Sparky. Once you get past the magic, they're nothing but marks. Dragonfire should have burnt them clean off.
What if they were made after the dragon burnt the trees? Asked Harrison.
That's a good question, said Sparky. Maybe that would work. Dragonfire is a different kind of magic, and those trees would still be sticky with it. If I tried to put a glyph on one, the magics might cancel out and make it visible. I'm totally guessing, though.
So am I, said Harrison. But the last word April said before she vanished was fairy. Could she have done this?
Sparky shrugged.
I don't understand most of what she does. It's not a complicated spell, if that's what you're asking.
I don't see how this helps us, said Milton. There are only 5 markings in that forest. Are they supposed to spell out a word or something?
No, they don't spell. They point, said Sparky. You don't read them. You follow them.
They lead in a circle, said Milton. Harrison shook his head.
The ones we can see lead in a circle. What if there are others we can't see?
There should be hundreds, said Sparky. But there weren't. I was there, remember? I would have seen them.
You would have seen them if a fairy had put them there, said Harrison. If these are April's, they might be different.
I guess, she said. If they're hers and they're out there, there's probably some way to find them, but I have no idea what it is. Too bad we don't have a wizard.
Harrison felt that comment like a punch to the gut. Is there really no way to unfreeze him? Asked Hitchcock. I don't know, said Milton. I don't think anyone really understands the telekinetics or what they can do. I tried to talk to Logan about it, but she is very shaken right now. She said as far as she knows, until the people at Esoteric make some new discovery, Aplomado will be locked in that pose.
Oh, no way, said Harrison. It can't be that easy.
Milton circled the motionless form of the wizard. You really think this will work?
I definitely think this will work, and I feel like an idiot for not thinking of this on my own. Our powers are based on unconscious understandings of the nature of the objects we can move. For Sarah, it's clocks. The trick to making them work on other stuff is to let ourselves believe the other stuff is somehow the same. Maybe Sarah can freeze things that aren't clocks by letting herself believe they have a clockiness to them, or whatever you want to call it.
He's a sundial, said Sarah.
What does that mean?
Asked Milton. She pointed. Look at him. He's standing on a patch of flat ground with his hands pointed straight up. See the shadow? She waved her arm in the direction of Aplomado's shadow. It had not moved in the several hours since she froze him, now pointing in a direction contradicted by the position of the sun and the shadows of everyone else standing there. That's how I decided to see him, which made him a clock. I didn't give it a lot of thought, honestly. I was too angry at the time, but that's how I did it.
Huh,
said Harrison.
You ever tried that before?
No, said Sarah, and I don't ever want to try that again.
Well, that illustrates my point,
said Harrison.
I have used my unlocking ability on things that were not literal locks. It's a matter of perceiving whatever I am trying to affect as a lock. It's usually extremely difficult, but you don't get much more locked than this. That might even be why it didn't work on me. I can't be locked by anything.
I hope you're right, said Sarah.
Everybody, stand back, said Harrison. He's still going to be in attack mode. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
What about you getting hurt? Asked Sarah. Though silently appreciating her concern in the face of her anger at him, he did not respond. He cracked his knuckles and rested one hand on Aplomado's shoulder. The wizard collapsed, unconscious.
Oh, shit,
said Harrison.
Is he breathing?
Asked Milton. Harrison checked.
Yes. Well, let's call this a win and get him back to the flyer then.
Clark and Meredith lifted him onto a stretcher. They had barely taken the first step back to the flyer when Aplomado rolled off, hit the ground, and leapt 50 feet into the air. He disappeared into the trees.
Damn it,
said Harrison.
Go,
shouted Milton to Sparky. She zipped into the trees in Aplomado's last known direction. Sarah walked up to Harrison. I'm glad he's not dead, at least.
Me too.
He put his arm around her.
I'm sorry about earlier.
I love that you just apologized for getting slapped in the face.
I had it coming.
You most certainly did. Sparky reappeared.
Found him.
How is he?
Asked Milton.
Unhappy, she said, but he's being pretty professional about it. I told him about the glyphs.
As she said this, a sound like millions of tiny wind chimes marked a sudden and dramatic change in the forest. Gradually, Oplomato's spell to render the glyphs visible took hold. Hundreds of trees now showed markings carved into them, glowing in an assortment of colors.
"Are those the glyphs?"
asked Milton.
Yeah,
said Sparky, with a wide-eyed look of amazement.
wow, that's a lot more than I expected.
"Wait," said Milton. "They're here? I thought they were back at the fire site. That's 50 miles from here."
That's really a lot more than I expected,
said Sparky. Is that important? Asked Harrison.
I guess it depends if these are April's and how strong she is. If she dumped this much energy into making glyphs, she's not going to be good for much else for a while.
I don't like the sound of that, said Harrison.
Maybe it's not so bad, she said. I mean, 50 miles worth of glyphs could be doable, I guess. Kind of weird they're not in a line, though.
Harrison looked around, seeing signs of them in every direction from where he stood.
I thought they were just supposed to be directional markers.
They are, said Oplamato, having returned through the glowing forest. Now that I know what I am looking for, I can detect them with ease. You are right to think these are your wife's work.
No hard feelings? Said Harrison experimentally.
Oplamato ignored the overture. These markings lead from the village where she disappeared in a spiral band that is over 2 miles wide.
You can tell all that from the ground? Said Milton.
As I said, now that I know what to look for, yes, said Oplamato.
Where did they go?
Asked Harrison. Boston, said the wizard. Chapter 60. The Plan. The daily routine did not change. Apart from kitchen staff who had to start their day earlier, everyone rose at 7 o'clock. Breakfast was served at 8. The women and children filed into the dining area, sat with their usual mealtime companions, and engaged in banter about their work or whatever other interests they usually shared. A casual observer would have been hard-pressed to distinguish differences in behavior for these women from the previous day at the same time. The only evidence lay in the quantity of served food that went uneaten and discarded at the end of the meal. Had anyone taken note of that, they might have posed questions about the collective lack of appetite among the adults. Dorothy and Jessica took the children from the dining area to the school. They made a show of their shallow conversation and vacuous happiness at their situation. If Paul detected a change in Jessica's demeanor, he gave no sign. Shortly before lunch, Dorothy asked Jessica if she could take a break and go for a walk, citing a vague need for fresh air and alone time. As part of the show for Paul, Jessica responded with a perfunctory expression of concern about Dorothy's well-being, to which she gave a stock answer that she would be fine. Having slipped away, Dorothy made her way down to the storage room, grateful for the astonishing lack of supervision that went along with the assumption that everyone in this facility was either here by choice or under mind control. She tapped gently on the door before opening it. Claudia and April were both sitting on the floor looking at a notebook. Dorothy handed them each a sandwich.
How are they all doing?
Asked Claudia. Remarkably well, said Dorothy. So far, everyone is doing a great job of pretending nothing has changed. I doubt they will be able to sustain it long, though. Hopefully they won't have to, said April. I think we have a workable escape plan. Dorothy sat down next to Claudia and turned the notebook to face her. She read a list of bullet points and studied a set of sketches. Did you add anything since last night?
Nothing new, said Claudia. We've been putting together a timeline. You're going to need to talk to Ian today. Without him, this may not work at all.
Dorothy closed the notebook and pushed it aside. Run me through it, every step without looking.
We have 4 obstacles to clear, said Claudia. First, the goblins. There are about 30 of those, and most of them are still working on clearing the field. But they're fighters, and we need to assume they will fight us.
Solution?
Poison. Christine is going to start sneaking sugar into their food tonight. By 2 days from now, most of them will be too sick to stand. She's going to mask it with horseradish, habanero, and any other strong spices she can use.
All right, said Dorothy. That's one. What are the other 3?
Tim, the wizard, said April. He's mine. We think his power source is the staff he carries. Without it, he shouldn't have the energy needed to work his magic.
How sure are you that you can take it out?
I've been practicing on batteries. They are getting easier to explode. By 2 days from now, I should have the strength to take out something as big as the staff.
As the first ability April manifested, she could provide a power source for machinery or magic. She could also destroy existing power sources by overloading them. For sheer offensive capability, she offered their best chance of disabling the wizard.
Let's hope that's right, said Dorothy. 2 down. Next?
Felicia, said Claudia. She's mine. First, Ian softens her up by shattering every one of the 50 million blades she carries. With luck, that will cut her up pretty bad right there. Then I come in with my concussive voice trick and rupture her eardrums. After that, it's a matter of overwhelming her with numbers and beating the snot out of her.
We can't risk Ian being hurt, said Dorothy. That concern overrides everything else. He's not only our ace in the hole, he's also my son. You get him out of there the second those blades are broken.
Jess is on that. Grabbing him and running is the only thing she's going to do in this whole plan. She put her hand on Dorothy's knee. I won't let anything happen to your boy.
Dorothy took Claudia's hand and gave it a squeeze. Good. 3 down?
The professor, said Claudia. He's yours. I would say how you're going to take care of that, but you haven't told us yet.
Anti-reptile spell. Dorothy held out her hand, palm up, and the red book materialized in it. I've been researching ways to neutralize reptiles. There are a few options. By this time tomorrow, I will have picked one.
You make it sound simple, said April.
It is simple. She shook her head. No, wait, that's not right. It's not simple, but I can do it.
You sure you're okay with the whole witchy thing? Asked Claudia. If you aren't up to this...
I don't have a choice, Claudia. I have to be up for it, or every one of these women and children will die, and that reptile will destroy everything and everyone not from his world. She meant it as a simple statement of reality, but with those words out of her mouth, she felt confronted for the first time by the scale of their goal and the possibility they would fail.
You'll be fine, said April.
Dorothy nodded, but as she looked into April's eyes for the support she offered, all she could see were the bags under them. Outside, after lunch, Dorothy took Ian for a stroll around the field. With the plant growth nearly cleared, some of the goblin workforce had begun to dig holes near the outfield walls. Can you keep a secret? She asked him. Are we going to escape? What makes you say that? He shrugged. I don't know. I just want to go home. For Ian, home meant a random cabin now lost to them. The life he knew had already ended, no matter what happened next. She considered lying to him to win his allegiance, but she needed his trust. We can't go back to the cabin. How come? Because I don't know where it is. But I do want to take you away from here. We have a very nice home waiting for us in the city of New Chicago. I think you're going to be happy there. I don't think you were always my mom. He looked confused by his own statement. You and Melody didn't always live with us, did you? No. I've only been your mother for the last few days. and we've only been together for a few weeks. She took his hand. But I am your mother now, Ian, and I love you, and I promise this will all make sense soon. Okay?
Okay, he said softly. I love you too.
Dorothy felt a cascade of warmth. Her commitment to taking care of this sweet child meant more to her than a simple inherited responsibility. The next request stung her inside. Ian, do you remember when I asked if you would be able to break something if I needed you to?
She braced herself for his anxiety. I'll do it, he said.
Are you sure?
If you need me to, I'll do it.
I'm very glad to hear that, said Dorothy.
I should warn you, I can't break people, or anything natural. It only works on man-made stuff. I can't hurt anyone with it, even by accident.
The seriousness of his tone tugged at her heart, and she wondered if she heard relief in his voice, or apology. She thought back to the goblin armor, and how the shrapnel of it exploding off him didn't hit anyone, or even leave a mark on him. Ian, I would never ask you to hurt anyone. She left unspoken the hurting would be her job.
What do you need me to break?
Dorothy took a deep breath and put her hand on his shoulder. I'm afraid it's going to be quite a bit.
I'm not scared.
She found the truth of this in his eyes and hoped he could sustain that bravery. Do you remember Felicia?
The lady with the knives.
For an instant, it looked like his courage wavered, but it passed.
You want me to break the knives?
Yes, I do.
Good. What else?
There are 2 trucks parked outside behind the stands. The professor and his lackeys had transported this entire operation here in those tractor-trailers. Though she had never been near them, anyone willing to climb to the roof could see them.
You want me to break the trucks?
Just one, she said. We're going to use the other one to drive away from here. Can you break one without breaking the other?
I think so, he said. Is that all?
No. Dorothy hesitated, giving herself one last chance to think of an alternative to the next part of the plan, and came up empty. I want you to break this building.
The whole thing? He asked, with no surprise in his voice.
Once we are out, yes. Do you think you can break something this large?
Yeah.
No hesitation. Ian, said Dorothy, have you ever broken anything this size before?
I think so. It's hard to remember. You and Strontium never told me what really happened, just that we had to run.
Dorothy suspected the story behind their random cabin journey went something like this, but hearing it confirmed, and hearing the pain in his voice over not knowing the details of his own acts of destruction, broke her heart. That was just her, Ian. I wasn't there yet.
Oh, yeah, he said. I forgot.
Dory! Melody called her and jogged across the field toward them. Hey, little. Dorothy crouched down and held out her arms. Melody hopped into them and grabbed her in a bear hug. The little girl's cheek tingled electrically against hers. Are you talking about escaping? Melody whispered in Dorothy's ear. Both the question and the stealth with which she asked it caught Dorothy off guard. She chose to respond with a silent nod. Still clinging tightly, Melody whispered, I want in. Dorothy entered the room they had converted to a holding cell for Siobhan. Apart from bathroom breaks under escort every few hours, she had not moved from her chair. Brittany, taking her turn at guard duty, sat in another chair doing a crossword puzzle. Do you need me to step outside? No, I won't be long. Dorothy walked over to Siobhan's chair and crouched down next to it. Siobhan looked sleep-deprived, adding another layer to Dorothy's guilt. Hello, Siobhan. She said, appearing half alert at best.
I'm only here to share some things, and I don't need you to respond.
Siobhan's glassy eyes refocused themselves into a glare.
Very shortly, we will all be leaving this place. I have given a lot of thought to the question of what we will do with you, and I want you to know I intend to take you with us, even though I think that's not what you want. Am I right about that, at least? Do you want to stay here?
Siobhan hesitated, then shrugged.
Fair enough. I think you are in a lot of pain right now, and I think it may be that you have been in a lot of pain the entire time I have known you. I want you to know I don't blame you for feeling the way you do, but I also want you to know that you have options. When we get back to Chicago, I am going to make it my mission to get you the help you need. I think you have been hiding for a very long time, but I can see you now, Siobhan, and what I see makes me very sad. You are my friend. You are my sister, and we all love you.
Dorothy stood.
And I want you to know that if you still feel this way after you've had a chance at some solid, constructive treatment, if you still want to die so badly you would wipe out half the world to make it happen, if you still feel that way...
She leaned down and placed a light kiss on Siobhan's forehead.
If you still feel that way, she said softly, I will kill you.
Without waiting for a reaction from either Siobhan or Brittany, Dorothy turned her back on them and walked out the door. Chapter 61. Captain.
"That's Fenway Park!"
shouted Harrison. A high-altitude recon image on the flyer's monitor showed the glowing breadcrumb glyphs terminating at a large structure surrounding a field.
"How can you tell?"
asked Milton dryly.
"Green monster!"
Harrison pointed to the screen.
"And see that dot? That's the red seat."
"Harrison, that's Boston below us," said Milton. "Obviously, it's Fenway."
"Oh,"
said Harrison, deflated.
"Right."
"Did you just use sarcasm?"
asked Sparky with a delighted grin.
"I wouldn't have thought you were any good at that."
"I have my moments. The more important information for those of us who aren't Red Sox fans is the strength of the enemy." Milton pointed to the field. "Are those goblins?" Harrison squinted.
"Hard to say. Either goblins or something roughly person-sized. I count at least 24.
"It's more." Milton touched a control in front of him. "Director, any word on our backup?" After a few seconds, Alec's voice came over a speaker.
"The Army is sending you a platoon. Expect to rendezvous in 2 hours.
"Ah," said Milton. "I was expecting it to be our people. This would be a lot easier with a clear chain of command."
"Which is why you've been reinstated to active duty and promoted to captain," said Alec.
"You're welcome, by the way."
"Their CO is a Lieutenant Davies. He will transfer command as soon as they get there."
"Respectfully, sir, the NCSA
does not have trebuchets, and we're a little short on crossbows. Is there a problem here, Agent?"
Milton hesitated. "I don't know if you are aware of the circumstances surrounding my discharge."
"I am well aware,
and I just spent 30 minutes convincing the Commander-in-Chief that your discharge was absolute bollocks. If you have something to add in contradiction, you will rarely have to take it up with him once you get back." After a silence surely not as long as it felt to Harrison, Milton said, "Understood. Heading for the rendezvous coordinates now." He tapped a switch to cut the line. In response to Harrison's quizzical expression, he said flatly, "Don't ask."
"Don't tell?"
asked Harrison. "Exactly," said Milton without breaking his deadpan. After a moment to absorb that, Harrison said,
"We're good here."
"I wouldn't work for you if I thought otherwise, Assistant Director."
"All right, then,"
said Harrison.
So, what's the plan when they get here? Still working on that, said Milton. I was hoping for a frontal assault, but that was when I thought we could catch them off guard. At this point, I'm pretty sure any element of surprise we might have enjoyed is pretty well spent.
Harrison looked out the window once again at the mile-wide trail of glowing treetops that led to the enemy's doorstep. Chapter 62. Escape. With only a few hours until Dorothy would lead all the prisoners to freedom, and as she, Claudia, and April went over the details for what must have been the 20th time that day, a knock came on the storage room door. Jessica poked her head inside.
We have a problem.
What is it? Asked Dorothy.
I have no idea. There's something in the forest, and it's getting a lot of attention. We were all ordered inside. They still aren't supervising us, though. I thought maybe you and I could sneak up to the roof.
Maybe, said Dorothy. I can move around more or less unseen, but if everyone is on alert, that might not be as easy.
Everyone is outside, said Jessica.
Then let's go. Dorothy stood. Claudia grabbed her hand and pulled herself up. You can't come. Claudia cut her sentence short with a kiss.
I know. That's to remind you to come back safe, please.
We will, said Dorothy. She and Jessica slipped into the hall and made their way up the stairs.
So, said Jessica, one flight up, you and Claudia?
Yes, said Dorothy.
How long has that been going on?
Only since she got here, said Dorothy. Or 9 years, depending how you want to count.
Wow, I really did not see that coming.
I think it's fair to say no one saw this coming, said Dorothy.
I'm happy for you, said Jessica.
So am I. Here's hoping we all make it out of here. If I die 2 days after finally figuring out what I want, I am going to feel extremely swindled. They made it to the roof without incident. They also found several others had beaten them there, including the professor and the wizard. Do not make a sound, whispered Dorothy, and do not let go of my hand. Jessica nodded, fear obvious in her eyes. As long as they maintained contact, the spell deflecting everyone's gazes away from Dorothy would protect Jessica as well. Dorothy led her to the edge of the roof, into a stretch as far away from the cluster of gawking goblins as she could. They peered over the edge. Jessica gasped, and Dorothy gave her hand a squeeze. The entire forest glowed. Dorothy looked as far out in every direction as she could see. Though limited to one side of the building, the glow emanated from thousands of trees, stretching to the horizon. Without thinking, she zoomed in on some of them, and found the light did not come from the trees themselves, per se. Each radiant treetop bore a symbol burned or etched into the wood. Simple, crude collections of short, straight lines. Some looked like letters, most did not. Except they did. Not English, but a language she understood nevertheless. They spelled out, over and over, this way. That can't be good, whispered Dorothy.
Are you telling me you don't know what this is?
Asked Professor Hetherington. Dorothy turned to look at him and nearly fell off the roof before remembering she had focused her eyes for long distance. Reptiles in mirror may be closer than they appear, she whispered. Refocusing, she could see he was about 30 feet away from her. Or farther. What? Whispered Jessica. Shh, said Dorothy. Absolutely no idea, said Tim, the wizard, with no sign of alarm and perhaps a touch of amusement. The reptile's artificial eye glowed, first taking on a magenta hue, then switching to aqua. He made a clicking noise with his mouth.
Bah! It looks the same, no matter how I filter it.
How many functions does that eye have? Asked Tim with feigned nonchalance.
I'm sure you'd like to know,
answered the professor with equal dryness. He pointed back to the forest.
Is that harmful?
Not as far as I can tell from here, said the wizard. Send some goblins out and see how they fare.
The professor looked around him and singled out 2 goblins leaning over the edge.
You two, go outside. Find out what this is all about. What? Said one of them. Hell no, I won't do that. You don't pay me enough to mess with magic stuff. Besides, he clutched his stomach, I ain't feeling so good.
Tim, said the professor. The wizard waved his staff in the direction of the goblin and made a smooth, sweeping motion, launching him well into the forest. A delayed scream came from his direction, and then a crash. Tim and the professor leaned over the edge to look for him.
Well, said the reptile.
Quite dead. I suppose that could have been the fall, though.
Without looking, Tim casually flicked another goblin into the trees. Another cry. Another crash. The wizard craned his neck.
Ooh, that one is still alive.
I say, shouted the professor, his hands cupped around his mouth. You down there, are you feeling any ill effects from the lights?
No reply.
Blast!
The professor looked around him. Half of the goblins had rushed to the edge to see the show. The others had already fled down the stairs.
There's nothing for it. We're just going to have to send them out the door. Come along.
He pushed his way past the wretched creatures around him. Several of them held their stomachs, wincing. Christine's sugar had started to do its stuff. As Tim turned to follow his master, his eyes swept across where Dorothy and Jessica stood, and stopped there. Dorothy's heart pounded. The spell she had cast was meant to direct gazes away from her. Not invisibility, just eye repellent. That Tim looked directly at them meant he certainly saw them. Neither woman moved. He smiled faintly and looked away. Once they had all left Dorothy and Jessica behind on the roof, Jessica said,
Did he see us? I think he saw us.
No, lied Dorothy. It's fine. Let's go downstairs.
What does this mean?
Asked Jessica, looking at the glowing symbols in the trees. It means we aren't waiting until tomorrow, said Dorothy. Our escape starts now. For the next 2 hours, Dorothy wandered the building, checking in on everyone, pretending to be nervous about whatever was happening outside, and pretending not to know what it was. The others followed her lead. Varying degrees of anxiety and outright fear showed in their eyes, but none of them gave her cause to believe they would crack. These women were survivors, which made Dorothy simultaneously proud of them and sad for what it had taken to forge that strength. Every time she encountered abductees, she gave them 3 simple instructions. We are leaving tonight. Check in with Claudia for the plan. Pass it on. Right before dinner, she returned to the storage room. Claudia and April were running through their checklist. How many of them have been down here? Asked Dorothy.
All 27, plus Mitchell, said Claudia. Here's the list of assignments.
She tore a sheet out of the notebook and handed it to Dorothy. She glanced over the tasks each woman had been given. How are they doing?
Some of them are pissed, some of them are scared shitless. About what you'd expect. They're all ready, though. I have the tougher ones hurting the timid ones. If everyone sticks with her buddy and sticks to the plan, we'll all make it out.
This is good. This is very good. She put the list down. 90 minutes to go. I have to go make an appearance at dinner. I will see you at the back door. Claudia stood to give her a hug.
I love you,
she whispered in Dorothy's ear. I love you too, said Dorothy. She tried to shake the foreboding sensation they exchanged that sentiment because they knew it would be their last chance. Dinner was uncharacteristically silent. Dorothy could feel the tension in the air. With less than an hour to go, the need to put on a show no longer sufficed to overcome their nerves. As it happened, that need was also moot, as all the people who worked for the professor were out on the field working through their meal. Whatever they had seen in the forest had spooked their master into keeping all his prisoners inside and all his men out. The women scraped their barely touched plates into the trash and filed out of the dining area in small groups. Ostensibly, they would all head back to their rooms for the evening. Apart from the ones assigned to round up the children, they did go back to their rooms, but only to wait out the remaining minutes before making their dash for the exit and the truck. Dorothy had that much time to find and take out Hetherington. From the windows of the clubhouse, she could not find him on the field supervising the labor. That meant he would be in his office. Dorothy lifted her hand, and the book appeared. She reread a spell she had now spent 2 days memorizing. It would transform that abomination into a common lizard, and she would have no trouble killing a common lizard. Cloaked in her eye-repellent spell, Dorothy ascended to the professor's office. By now, Claudia would be on the move with Ian, Jessica, Carrie, and Emily, hunting Felicia. The assassin kept a surprisingly reliable schedule of rounds. While still under mind control and Felicia's gopher, Brittany came to know her routine, from which she never wavered. That information proved to be a key ingredient in the escape plan. Felicia's primary purpose was simple security, a task she no doubt found horribly boring in that it consisted of guarding entirely compliant captives. She would soon find it less boring. Disarmed and deafened, she would have to contend with Carrie, the Marine sergeant, Emily, the police officer, and Claudia, the secret agent. All three planned to subdue her, regardless of how far they had to go to do that. April would perform her task from the safety of their hideout. She did not need physical contact, nor even proximity to take out Tim's power source. As long as he stayed somewhere in the building, her ability would work on his staff. Dorothy reached the professor's office. She knocked on the closed door. "Enter," he said from within. She found him standing at the window, looking out on the field, still a great deal of activity underway down there. He looked over his shoulder to her. "Miss O'Neill, do come in. How may I help you?" She crossed the room, shutting out his saccharine pleasantries. The spell she memorized and rehearsed now came sluggishly to her lips, but she found it and began the chant. As she rolled through the intricate hand motions that went with it, it became a dance. "Good gracious," he said. "What are you doing?" On her second iteration through the phrase, she raised her voice. She continued to walk toward him, arms now making broader versions of the hand motions. She felt herself falling into the magic as the line between volition and instinct blurred. Her hands glowed a pale red. "Miss O'Neill," he demanded, "I asked you what you are doing." She charged at him, shouting the words of the chant. In English, she screamed, "Lizard!" directly into his face from inches away. Everything stopped. Her hands no longer glowed, and she fell silent. She looked for any trace of change in this reptile's appearance or bearing, and found none. The small lizard she expected to see remained a man-sized, green-scaled monster. Then he hit her. In the slow-motion sensation of the moment, the staccato ticking of his prosthetic hand and the wind-up for the powerful backswing telegraphed its cold sting against her body. When it did connect, it flashed her back to a moment in her childhood when she was accidentally thrown from a bicycle. Her collision with the pavement brought with it 5 stitches and a broken clavicle. This pain resembled that only in type. In magnitude, no comparison. The blow struck her in the ribcage and effortlessly lifted her off her feet. She perceived her moments of free fall with alarming precision, but had no sense she traveled at a speed sufficient to shatter plate glass. As she passed through the window, dozens of tiny glass knives appeared around her and nipped at her flesh. Her prevailing thoughts centered on the danger to her eyes, but she could find no way to effectively shield them. Satisfied they had come through the ordeal uninjured, she took note of her distance above the ground. Never particularly athletic, she could not fathom the prospect of somehow moving her body in a way that would save her life, but when she hit the grass, she did so at exactly the correct angle to disperse her momentum into the yard-long divots she backwardly gouged into the earth with the soles of her boots. She threw her arms out in front of her when she toppled forward and finished on her hands and knees. She looked up, having fallen at least 4 stories and at least 100 feet horizontally. The professor stood in the window, with his coat and shirt off, extending enormous, green, leathery wings.
"Oh,"
she whimpered, "not fair." As he swooped down, he revealed his prosthetic hand was in fact a prosthetic arm, the brass extending to cover his entire shoulder. She pulled herself up, with both a stabbing in her feet, most likely from breaking them as she fell, and a sharp burning in her side, surely a broken rib. In the seconds she had to prepare, she produced the book and shouted, "Tell me about dragons!" It opened and spread itself to a page with illustrations of winged, fire-breathing beasts, and she frantically read the spells for how to contend with them. She had just enough time to learn exactly one of those before he landed and strode across the field. She braced herself and began the incantation. A white-hot lance sliced through her left shoulder. Her concentration shattered, she cried and fell to the ground. Panting, she looked to the source of her pain, a throwing dagger embedded in her. She touched the handle, sending new shoots of agony through her body. As she desperately fought against blacking out, a boot came down on her left arm and held it in place. The boot was covered in blades, some cracked and shattered and spattered with blood. "You don't want to pull that out," said Felicia. "Not unless you want to bleed to death." With a loud thump to her right, the dark wizard crouched down next to her with a sinister smile. "Most impressive, little girl." Pressing her arm down, he waved his staff over it. With a hum that vibrated the ground under her, the book appeared in her hand. He took it from her and absorbed it into himself exactly the way she had. He laughed. "Most impressive, indeed." Chapter 63. Backup. The military flyer arrived early in the evening. The same approximate design as the one from the NCSA, but 3 times as big. When the evacuation finally came, this craft would be more than up to the task of ferrying 30 people to freedom. As it came in and slowed to a hover before setting down near them, Harrison took his eyes away from the window. Milton stood at the hatch. "Walk with me, please." "Right," said Harrison. "Sparky," said Milton, "I'm going out there to assume command of the troops that just got here. I need you to do a quick recon of that stadium. Can you report back here in 10 minutes?
Said the pixie.
Yes? She's not very good at getting in and out unnoticed, said Harrison.
I'm really not, she said.
Then don't go in, said Milton. Do a quick pass around the building. Tell me anything you see.
They're going to spot me, she said.
Sparky, that ballpark is sitting at the end of a spiral of glowing trees, miles long. They know we're coming. They probably already know we're here. We do not have the element of surprise, but they still do unless we can get a solid handle on just what we are up against. Do you understand?
She bit her lip. The thing is, you see, there's this wizard.
Yes, said Milton.
Well, he took me out like it was nothing. Back at the cabin, I mean. If he sees me, I won't make it back here in 10 minutes. Like, I won't make it back at all.
I have faith in you. She stared at him.
You're really going to make me go over there?
I am. On the double, please.
If I get killed, you are going to be in so much trouble.
She zipped out the hatch, leaving an orange trail of sparks behind her.
"Come on," said Milton.
He and Harrison left the flyer and crossed the ground to the army transport. Halfway there, they met up with an officer and 2 soldiers.
"Captain Milton?"
said the officer.
"Yes. Lieutenant Davies, I presume."
"Yes, sir."
He held out a small box.
"I am authorized to give you these."
Milton took the box, opened it, and pulled out a set of captain's bars. He pinned them to his collar. Davies waited for Milton to finish putting the bars in place, then saluted. Milton returned the formal gesture.
"How many men in that thing?"
26 men, 4 centaurs, sir. Also 4 trebuchets and 2 catapults. I understand we may be storming the stadium?"
"Possibly. I'm waiting on a report from one of my agents."
As he said this, Sparky's bright orange streak appeared. She stopped short in front of his face. Both soldiers with Davies drew their swords and assumed defensive positions.
"Stand down! This pixie works for me."
Milton looked at Sparky. That was a very short 10 minutes.
I panicked, okay?
"Probably not, but it is what it is. What did you see?"
Somebody exploded a truck, she said. It was all crunched and burny. There's a second one that looks like nobody has touched it yet.
"Is that it?"
No, said Sparky. I also saw a lot of sick goblins. Something is really going on around there. Can't say I've ever seen that much goblin puke all at once before."
"Charming," said Harrison. "Sick goblins, exploded truck. Is that it?"
asked Milton.
"Oh, I doubt it," said the pixie. "But I didn't go inside. There's probably a lot more falling apart in there than what I saw. Something is definitely going down."
"That could be April and Claudia," said Harrison. "Whatever it is, we're going to take advantage of it. Davies, I need you to take that transport and do a low flyover above the field, then land it right on their doorstep."
"Yes, sir,"
said the lieutenant.
"Are we going to launch an assault?"
"Negative," said Milton. "There are 32 hostages in there, 2 of whom are children. If they are having a crisis, an assault might panic the enemy into doing something awful. Our top goal is still the safety of those hostages. I want to announce our presence, then negotiate for their release."
"So we won't be attacking?"
asked Davies.
"No," said Milton. "We are going to set up a siege."
Chapter 64. Cavalry.
"Hold still. This may hurt a bit."
Felicia grabbed the hilt of the dagger lodged in Dorothy's shoulder and turned it. Dorothy screamed. Tears flooded from her eyes as the pain she endured began to dim them. She fought to stay conscious and succeeded, barely. After a few seconds of toying with her, and with a slight giggle, Felicia yanked the knife from her flesh. As promised, it gushed blood. The healer laid her hand over the open wound and pressed. In the pain from sealing the gash and repairing the blood vessels within, Dorothy longed for the simplicity of Felicia twisting the blade into her. She gasped for air, dimly aware these inhalations were but desperate pauses between shrieks. Her vision went truly dark, and as she thought she would slip away and never wake, a voice beckoned her back.
"Don't leave us, little girl," said Tim. "You're made of more solid stuff than this. Surely a touch of searing agony is not sufficient to do you in."
The taunt pulled her back from the brink of oblivion. "You should be so lucky," she managed to say with a weak, raspy voice. The wizard laughed heartily.
"Delightful! Oh, I do like this one, Basil. May I keep her?"
"She dies with the rest,"
said the professor.
"Bah! Such a waste."
"Nothing of the sort,"
said Hetherington.
"After how many we lost in that foolish escape attempt, we need every sacrifice we still have."
Through her pain, Dorothy struggled to contain her terror at that statement. The notion her poor planning had now cost lives overwhelmed her. That those deaths might include Melody, or Ian, or Claudia.
"Just how many did we lose, Professor?" asked Felicia, her tone catty rather than concerned.
"I'm sure I don't know," he said. "We're still counting bodies."
Felicia laughed at this.
"Oh, Basil, give it a rest. Counting bodies? Please. Who is this show for? Her?"
She clarified this statement by grinding the toe of her boot into Dorothy's shoulder wound. The pain, which had started moving in the direction of tolerable, fired back up, and Dorothy shrieked again. But that cry also disguised a spark of hope. Hetherington's claim of deaths was a bluff. More importantly, he and Felicia were, on some level, at odds with each other. While she loudly and tearfully proclaimed herself broken and in despair, she analyzed this information for ways she could turn it to her advantage.
"This is the best they have to offer."
Felicia dug her toe in deeper.
"And look at her. She is pathetic." "She is magnificent," said Tim. "Did you see how gracefully she tumbled from that window? That was a second-order slow descent spell. This one has talent. With a little reconditioning, she could be very useful."
"I said no," said the professor.
Dorothy's head began to clear. When she nearly blacked out from the pain, she lost all sense of her surroundings, apart from the voices of her enemies. She still lay on her back in the field. The presence of both Felicia and Tim meant that Claudia and April had failed in their own assignments, perhaps as spectacularly as she had. "That spell should have worked," she said feebly, too late realizing she spoke it aloud.
"What were you trying to do?" whispered Tim in her ear.
She gave him silence in return.
"What spell does she mean?" he asked Hetherington.
"I haven't a clue," he said. "She spouted some arcane nonsense and waved her hands about. Then she shouted 'lizard' at me. Naturally, I struck her."
Felicia laughed. "The nerve."
"Quite so,"
said the professor.
"You tried to simplify him,"
Tim said softly to Dorothy.
"You thought he was a reptile. Oh, you really are something."
"He's a dragon," said Dorothy, in a flimsy attempt to take control of the conversation.
"Half-dragon,"
said the professor. She found this piece of information genuinely confusing, and she rolled her head to get a better look at him. He stood a few feet away from her, still shirtless, his enormous wings tucked close to his sides.
"And half-human,"
said Tim with a bemused smile. "How is that possible?" she asked, her voice barely a groan. Hetherington looked away from her.
"It's complicated."
"What's that sound?"
Felicia asked the question moments before the rumble penetrated Dorothy's addled head. She looked up, tracking Felicia's gaze to a point in the sky with nothing in it. The rumble grew louder. Both Felicia and Tim backed away from Dorothy's supine form to scan the sky. She propped herself up on her elbows, silently cursing the pain in her shoulder. Finally, the source of the sound revealed itself. A massive olive-green shape emerged from the edge of the stadium and swept over the field. As it passed between her and the evening sun, the size of the shadow it cast indicated how low it flew.
"NCSA?" said Tim.
"They don't have anything that big. That's military." As Felicia said that, another smaller flyer appeared at a higher altitude, also moving its way across the sky.
"That one is NCSA."
"This is a problem,"
said Hetherington.
"They have a wizard," said Tim, watching the smaller flyer. "A good one?" asked Felicia. "Hard to know from here. All I can tell is there is a spellcaster in the smaller vehicle. You know their people better than I, Do they have a wizard powerful enough to be a threat?
I can think of 3. Worst possible scenario would be Mallory. Apart from her, Hoplomata or Eleonora would pose a challenge. They have no one else of your caliber as far as I know. The 2 flyers smoothly crossed the length of the field, then dipped below the outfield wall. Dorothy imagined them setting down in the forest just beyond the stadium, and Harrison knocking on the front door any second now.
"You're finished," she said hoarsely. The professor whirled on her. "Hardly," he snorted. "Lock her up." He snapped at Felicia.
The assassin punched Dorothy in the shoulder, hard enough to finally throw her pain past a reasonable threshold for consciousness. As she blacked out, a pair of giant reptilian wings beat furiously before her eyes, and the professor launched himself skyward. Chapter 65. Error. A pair of centaurs hauled heavy equipment down the ramp of the large flyer. Several human soldiers assembled a trebuchet from components of ceramic and steel. Harrison had never seen one of these in action before, and as much as the mixed aesthetic of archaic weaponry fashioned with advanced technology fascinated him, all he could think about were the cases of cannonballs these war machines would fling, and that one could land on his daughter or his wife without anyone knowing until they were dug from the rubble. Milton's voice issued from Harrison's communicator, shattering his ruminations.
"Cody, I need you inside."
He drew the device from his pocket, grateful for the distraction.
"On my way." "Is Sparky with you?"
Harrison looked around. A familiar orange glow hovered near Sarah.
"No, but I can see her." "Bring her, please. And Dr. Tucker as well."
"Will do." Harrison went to round up Sparky first. Sarah sat in one of the collapsible chairs, eating a sandwich.
"How soon before we can go in and get our children?"
"I don't know," said Harrison.
"Kind of hoping that's what I'm about to find out. Milton wants to see you and me, Sparky."
Is he going to ask me to do another one of those recon whatevers? Because I'm not doing it.
He didn't say. All I know is he wants to see you and me and Hadley.
Hadley? Said Sparky. What the hell for?
Again? Said Harrison patiently. I do not know.
Please tell him I would like to rescue my son now, said Sarah before taking another bite of her sandwich.
I think he knows, but I'll bring it up anyway.
From there, they went to collect Hadley, a spectator to the trebuchet construction. Harrison took a moment to admire the work himself. In the wake of the Mayhem wave, with gunpowder and other explosives rendered useless, the modern trebuchet proved to be the most effective long-range heavy ordnance weapon. Simple in design, it was essentially a lever, with a counterweight hoisted on the long arm, then released, to propel a projectile mounted on the short arm in a net. The sling action of the fabric as the arm flipped around added to the momentum of the shot, increasing the range. As much as these war machines were simply arms for throwing stones, their gleaming metal frames and crisp nylon slings lent them an air of formidability, as did the sight of centaurs manually operating the winches that pulled the counterweight high over their heads and dropping enormous stone spheres into the nets, ready for action. As Harrison and Sparky got closer to the half-built trebuchet, one of the centaurs intercepted them and blocked Harrison's path.
I need you to stand back, sir.
I'm not trying to interfere with your work, Sergeant, said Harrison. There's a ghost watching you build that thing, and I need to talk to him. The centaur took in this new information, looking back and forth from Harrison to the partially built trebuchet.
The ghost should not be there.
May I tell him that, please? This comes from Captain Milton. He wants to talk to the ghost.
Understood.
The centaur stepped aside.
Hadley?
Called Harrison. Come here. With no sense of transition, Hadley went from 50 feet away to less than a foot from Harrison, looking straight at him. What do you need?
Shit!
Shouted Harrison. The centaur looked his way in concern, or perhaps annoyance, before returning to his work.
"Sorry, I didn't know you could do that," said Harrison. "Milton wants to see you."
"He won't be able to," said Hadley. Harrison shook his head.
"Not see. Wrong word. He wants me to bring you to him."
Hadley frowned.
"Why?"
"He won't tell you," said Sparky. "Don't let it bother you. He won't tell me either."
"Because I don't know. Can we please just go?"
Without waiting for either of them, Harrison turned on his heel and made for the NCSA flyer. While he had faith in April's ability to take care of herself, and while he had Aplomato's reassurances that all the abductees remained healthy, the separation from his family still wore him down. He needed this to end, and soon. Inside the flyer, he found Milton studying a floor plan of the stadium.
"What's the plan?"
"We're going to negotiate for the release of your children," said Milton.
"By lobbing missiles at them?"
Milton looked up from his screen and met Harrison's eyes. "Yes. As soon as the artillery is set up, I want to send in a few warning shots. Whatever disarray they are experiencing in there is about to become more pronounced."
"What if you hit our own people?"
Harrison strained to keep the anxiety out of his voice. "We're going to take out the press box," said Milton. "It makes a great target, and it's likely to be uninhabited."
"Likely?" said Harrison. "What if that's where they're keeping the hostages?"
"That's where you two come in," said Milton. "Dr. Tucker, are you here?"
"He's here," said Harrison, "to my left."
Milton faced what surely appeared to him to be an empty space, and continued. "You are the only one of us who can slip in and out of there completely undetected. I need you to find our people and report their location back to me. Can you do that?"
"Please tell him he is doing a remarkable job of simulating eye contact," said Hadley. "And yes, I can do that."
"He says yes," said Harrison. "Excellent," said Milton. "How soon can you get started?"
"Apparently now," said Harrison. "He just disappeared."
"Good. Sparky?"
"Sir, yes, sir."
The pixie effected a salute. "Do not mock the salute, Agent. While Dr. Tucker is searching for our people, I need you to confirm they are not in the press box. We are about to send some fairly large munitions into that structure, and I want to be sure we are not putting our own in jeopardy."
"Do I have to do this?"
She pouted. "Yes," he said. "Just confirm the press box is empty, or give me a count of how many are in there. How quickly can you do that?"
"Seconds,"
she said, and was gone.
"So," said Harrison, "did you need me for anything, or were you only interested in my sidekicks?"
"Actually, I do need to have a conversation with you. Have a seat." Milton gestured to the co-pilot's chair, which Harrison apprehensively took. "I got a message from Larson this morning. She thinks she has an idea what these abductions are all about."
"Why didn't she contact me directly? Liaising between departments is my job."
"Because she thought it might compromise you, and she wanted it to be my call whether to bring it to you." Harrison's heart accelerated. Images of Melody and April flashed before him, and he pushed past them. "Tell me." "Mallory found something in the prophecy database she believes is a reference to Melody." He paused here. "Am I okay to go on?" "Fuck," said Harrison, blood pounding in his ears. "Is she sure?" "No, but she thinks it's very likely. Do you want to hear this? Do you want to recuse yourself from the mission?"
"This has always been about Melody, David. I have to hear it."
Milton picked up a tablet and read from the screen. The actual text is a bit garbled, and in a language we've only partially decoded. The parts Mallory has translated with certainty refer to a child of Mayhem who has the power to split worlds. The prophecy itself predates the Mayhem event, which she says makes it more credible.
"How do we know this is Melody, and what does Mallory mean about splitting worlds?"
They're still working out that second part, but if I understand correctly, it's either a metaphor for political power, or it describes a literal force of destruction. She also says there's a possibility the intended meaning is the exact opposite, describing a unifying force. Harrison put his hands up. I'm sorry, can we cut to the chase? How does this help us? Milton set the tablet down. The bottom line is that Mallory and Larson theorized the reason all those women were abducted is that our enemy is going to try to harness that power, to literally split the two worlds apart and destroy our world. And she thinks they are going to tap into the Mayhespheres to do it. She said you would know what that meant. Harrison nodded numbly. Will that work? Thankfully, no, said Milton. According to what they can glean, what you did with the counterbomb was permanent in every sense. The worlds cannot be separated. Unfortunately, they are also telling me that another project they are working on, something with the sun, will become impossible to fix if the splitting is even attempted. The enemy has already been tapping energy out of the Mayhespheres as part of the abductions. The giant bats, the weird storm over New Chicago, all that stuff is part of the same process. Every time they do that, it widens the gap between the Mayhespheres, and if they push it too far, it might not be possible to pull them back together before the outer one swallows the sun. Honestly, a lot of that went over my head, but I think that's the gist. I understand most of it, but if this is just over some prophecy about melody... Harrison paused there, queasy with anxiety at hearing the words from his own mouth. Through the sour taste of bile he forged on. Why were all the others taken too? Mallory isn't sure, but she thinks it may have been a misreading of the prophecy as the plural, Mayhem's children. If they thought they needed more than one, they might have thought they needed to take anyone who could plausibly fit that description. Harrison stared, dumbfounded. You're saying they took all those people by mistake? A clerical error, essentially, yes. And if they knew enough to identify Melody, they might have linked her to any child of any surviving telekinetic. Which is why they took Adla, said Harrison. And which also might explain why all the captives are still in perfect health. Larson thinks there are still telekinetics we haven't yet accounted for. In 9 years, it's likely some of them may have had children. The enemy may be waiting until they have every one of those before they make their move, and keeping the ones they have in peak condition using a healer while they wait. Unfortunately, as we don't know how many children we're talking about, or where they are, that's just a shot in the dark. I'll take it, said Harrison. What exactly will it entail for them to make that move? It's not clear. Milton paused there. Mallory is not ruling out the possibility of human sacrifice. Blood pounded sharply in Harrison's head at the unsurprising but dreaded words. Then we have to get them out of there. Milton put his hand on Harrison's shoulder. That was always the plan. This information has now given us a little more to work with if we're going to negotiate their release. How soon before these negotiations begin? Sparky chose that moment to return from her assignment.
It's empty.
Good, said Milton. Then the negotiations begin right now. Chapter 66. Whispers. Dorothy clawed her way back to consciousness as Felicia pulled her to her feet, using her wounded arm. She found the strength not to howl in pain, but barely. Felicia, apparently unsatisfied with this response, punched her in the shoulder. Between the wound and the effects of the healing, every touch felt as sharp as the original stab. She screamed. That's better. Holding Dorothy's arm behind her back to keep her in a perpetual state of pain, Felicia pushed her across the field toward the seats. Tim the wizard did not follow them, no doubt considering her helpless with the loss of her spellbook. And rightly so.
When they got out of earshot, Dorothy said, "He's not very bright, is he? Your dragon boss." Felicia stopped walking and spun Dorothy around to face her. She glanced surreptitiously upward at the professor, perched on the outfield wall. The conflict between the two of them obvious, Dorothy prepared herself to probe the chink in that armor. When Felicia looked back to her again, she did so with eyes torn by doubt. She grinned and patted Dorothy on the cheek. "Are you actually trying to manipulate me? That is so precious." Dorothy's heart sank. "All right, you don't have to be a bitch about it." "Now, that's the first thing you've said that does impress me. And yes, I do." She punctuated this last remark with another punch to the shoulder. This time, Dorothy managed to stifle her reaction to a whimper. Felicia took her to the basement and pinned her against a wall as she unlocked a closet door. "You know, you do have some promise, I'll give you that. Tim says you're good with the magic. That's new for you, isn't it?" Dorothy, still pressed against the wall, did not respond. Felicia leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "No, he's not very bright. He makes mistakes. And those mistakes represent opportunities." She gently turned Dorothy around to look her in the eye. Softly, she said, "Given the right opportunity, and given the right—" She looked Dorothy over, top to bottom. "Allies. Things could change here very suddenly." Dorothy took a moment to let those words sink in. "Are you trying to manipulate me?" she asked, putting on her best mischievous smile. "Why, that's adorable." Her bravado earned her another punch to the knife wound. The new spike of pain ignited a sudden and focused rage, and she lashed out with her uninjured arm, attempting to punch Felicia in the stomach. She regretted the desperate and pointless gesture before her hand even connected, in anticipation of the inevitable retaliation. The action produced a loud thud, like a single stroke on a bass drum. Felicia flew backward, slamming gracelessly into the far wall and collapsing to the floor. She gasped repeatedly as she struggled to her feet, the wind knocked out of her. Dorothy looked down at her own hand in shock. It still faced outward, palm open. Whatever she had thrown at Felicia, it wasn't a punch. The assassin pushed herself onto her knees and stumbled again, still wheezing desperately. She looked up at Dorothy, a mixture of surprise, anger, and fear in her eyes. Dorothy kicked her in the face. As Felicia lay panting on the floor, still conscious but incapacitated, Dorothy opened the closet hurriedly to look for something to restrain her or kill her, with no clear preference. The dim light from the bare bulb overhead revealed shelves filled with cleaning supplies and two cowering people. "Dorothy!" cried one of them. "You're alive!" said the other. Brittany Hinson and Anna Bruce gawked at her with a combination of despair and hope. She needed to push them toward the latter. "Help me!" She pointed to Felicia. "Quickly, I need rope or tape." They both jumped up and pulled supplies off the shelves onto the floor. "Duct tape," said Anna, tossing it to her. Dorothy ripped the shrink wrap off the roll of tape, kicking Felicia in the head again for good measure. She dropped her knees onto Felicia's back and bound her wrists behind her, wrapping tape around them several times. She repeated this on her ankles. "Kill you," said Felicia groggily. There, said Dorothy. Sheathed blades covered Felicia's outfit, including the katana strapped to her back under her bound arms. Dorothy reached for the hilt of the sword. As her hand drew nearer to it, it put out a cluster of tiny green sparks. She leapt back. "Don't touch the sword," she said to the other two. "Is there a bucket in there?" "Yes." Brittany pulled it out and dropped it on the floor next to Felicia's head with a metallic bang. "What did you do to her?" "Something magic. I don't know." Dorothy reached for one of Felicia's smaller knives. No sparks this time. She drew it from its sheath and dropped it in the bucket. 12 more knives went in with it, most of them already chipped or cracked. Help me get her in the closet. Anna and Brittany hesitantly reached for Felicia's shoulders and ankles as Dorothy fished the key from her pocket. Felicia thrashed as soon as they touched her, and they both leapt back. Dorothy pulled a tiny knife from the bucket and sliced a shallow incision across Felicia's cheek. She cried out in rage. "The next one goes in your eye," said Dorothy. "Jesus," said Anna. Dorothy held out a hand for silence. She ripped another length of tape off the roll and applied it to Felicia's mouth, also partially covering the bleeding wound on her cheek, then crouched to Felicia's face, pointing the dagger at her eye, which threw out daggers of its own. "Both of you, grab her legs and pull." They dragged her into the closet, where they dropped her legs, sprang over her, and dashed into the hall. Dorothy took one last look at Felicia and the dark promise in her eyes before turning the light off and closing the door. She locked the deadbolt with the key, which she dropped into the bucket with the knives. Anna and Brittany looked at her with wide, frightened eyes. "We have to assume that won't hold her long," said Dorothy. "We have however much time it takes for her to wiggle out of that tape. What happened with the escape?" "We don't know," said Brittany. "We made it as far as the truck, but there were men there and some goblins. We tried to run, but they got us. I don't know how many. Some of them might have made it to the woods, but I just don't know." "The children?" asked Dorothy. Brittany gave her a confused shrug and looked at Anna. "I don't think any of the children made it that far," said Anna. "I didn't see any." Dorothy's chest tightened. This meant either excellent or terrible news. She dreaded her next question. "Claudia?" "I didn't see her there either," said Anna. "Maybe she got away," said Brittany. Dorothy nodded, trying to think of ways to force bravery through her fear. The escape plan had gone south in every possible way. April's attempt to overload Tim's staff did not work. Claudia's role of bringing Ian to shatter Felicia's weapons and then overwhelm her did not work, although some of Felicia's blades were clearly fractured. She rubbed her recently injured and repaired shoulder. The throwing knife was whole enough, and she still wore an unbroken sword on her back. Dorothy did not look closely enough to confirm it suffered no damage, but sensed it had not from her brief encounter with it. So some tiny fraction of their plan had worked. Then it hit her. That part of the plan included Felicia being knocked off her guard by cuts from the shrapnel of her exploding knives. But a fluke aspect of Ian's power guaranteed that none of those metal fragments would hurt her. Ian could not hurt anyone, even by accident. He said it right to her, and she completely missed the connection until this moment. One tiny detail escaped her, leaving 1/3 of the plan in ruins. And she misidentified what manner of creature the professor was, leading her to use the wrong spell against him. 2 details, 2/3 of the plan shot. As she tried to imagine how to take blame for the failure of the 3rd component, disarming Tim, she caught herself up short. Self-recrimination served no purpose. Learn. Move on. "You said you made it to the truck," said Dorothy. "How many trucks were there?" Brittany and Anna looked at each other. "There was just one truck," said Brittany. "And some wreckage," said Anna. "Is that what you mean?" So Ian had managed to take out one of the trucks. That was something. He must have done that before they went looking for Felicia. "What are we going to do?" asked Brittany, anxiety in her eyes. Dorothy had no words of reassurance for her. By now, their captors knew the mind control was no longer in effect. Claudia was either dead or captured. A small chance remained April was still in hiding, but she had no way to communicate with her. I don't know, said Dorothy. I need time to think, and we are too exposed here. Come on. She picked up the bucket of knives and led them further down the hall. A minute or so later, they found themselves in a partially demolished candlepin bowling alley. Hardwood planks, ripped up from the floors, sat in neat piles covered in dust. The stadium owners probably intended to repurpose them 9 years earlier, before the Mayhem wave rendered whatever plans for them irrelevant. Disarray dominated the area, with no signs of activity from Basil's people. "This will do," said Dorothy, taking it all in. "Is there anything to write with in here? I need you to make a list of people you saw captured, especially if they were injured. Can you do that?" "Here's a pencil," said Anna, holding it up. "Can we write on the wall?" asked Brittany. "Yes, good," said Dorothy. "While you're doing that, I need to concentrate. Can you give me 5 minutes?" "Sure," said Brittany. She and Anna crouched close together and whispered names. In truth, Dorothy had no need for such a list, but she did need some uninterrupted focus, and those two needed to feel useful. She curled up in a ball and tried to remember incantations. Tim had taken her book from her, but the book wasn't the weapon, was it? The book gave her information. She used what she learned to do those things, and he couldn't take that from her, could he? Obviously, she learned something that allowed her to throw Felicia like a rag doll with a single gesture. It was impossible for her to recall that spell. The content she picked out of that book happened at a level not quite conscious. She muttered a few disconnected phrases she recalled, but without access to the book, the memorized words sounded like nonsense to her. And as much as she tried to stay on task, her thoughts kept running back to Claudia. After a solid minute of whispering gibberish, she switched to English. "Please be alive, Claudia. Please be alive. Please be alive." She took her already nearly silent words down a notch in volume to prevent the others from knowing how desperate she truly was. "Please be alive, Claudia. Please be alive." "Dottie, is that you?" Dorothy's eyes snapped open. The voice had sounded in her head crisply, and she looked up to see if the others had heard it. Engrossed in their list, they paid no attention to her. "Dottie, are you trying to talk to me? Tell me I'm not crazy." Warm tears drew trails down both her cheeks. "I love you so much," she whispered. "Holy fuck! It is you! Where are you?" "In the basement. Where are you?" "They put us in a bathroom and jammed the door. There's 9 of us down here, including April. Are you alone?" "I have Brittany and Anna," said Dorothy. "Are you talking to us?" asked Anna. Dorothy held up a hand, now aware she had gone from a whisper to a normal speaking voice. "What happened?" she asked Claudia. "Bitch's sword wouldn't break. He was able to do the smaller knives, but she had plenty of time to figure it out and defend herself. Cut us up pretty bad. We're okay now. No, I'm talking to Dottie. I don't know how, I just am. April says hello." Dorothy laughed. "Tell her I said hello. Do you have Ian?" "No, they took him away and put him with the kids. They said he'd be safer there, like I believe that." "They still don't know what he can do?" "No clue. Bitch came after me first, then Carrie. She never touched the boy." "That's good. We might still have a secret weapon. And Harrison is here." "What, here? Why isn't he breaking us out?" "I don't know what's happening outside. I just saw the flyers." "Who are you talking to?" asked Anna. Dorothy took a moment to pay attention to her cellmates, both obviously shaken by what must have appeared to be Dorothy's ramblings. "I'm talking to Claudia," she said. "How?" asked Anna. "Are you doing magic?" "I think so," said Dorothy. A distant but extremely loud bang sounded outside the bowling alley. Everyone jumped. "What the fuck was that?" "You heard it too?" "Yes, I heard it. The whole room shook." "Stay here," said Dorothy to Anna and Brittany. She bolted back into the hall. Another bang, closer, louder, and more familiar.
Fuck, what do we do?
Sit tight, said Dorothy. I have this. She made straight for the closet where they had stored Felicia. In front of it stood Ian, his hands spread out in front of him and rage in his eyes. Further down the hall lay piles of rubble. A small band of children and 3 women stood clustered behind him, covering their eyes in anticipation. "Not that one!" shouted Dorothy. Ian looked up, surprise in his eyes, and dropped his hands. "Mom?" He ran to her, and she scooped him into her arms. "Dory!" cried Melody, pushing her way past the other children. "Little!" cried Dorothy, drawing her into a group hug with the boy. She felt the tingle of contact, stronger now, and ignored it. "Oh, thank God!" Melody pulled away and looked Dorothy in the eyes. Dorothy gasped. Melody's eyes were purple and ever so slightly sparkly, but the sheer joy in her smile offset that shock. "Where's my mommy?" she asked calmly. "Bathroom," said Dorothy. Melody stood and took Dorothy's hand. "Let's go get her." Chapter 67. Truce. Harrison watched in boyish fascination as an 80-pound stone sphere, lobbed from a nylon net at the end of a steel arm, sailed over the outfield wall in a graceful arc before plowing through the center of the press box. Underwhelming destruction resulted as the ball hit nothing but window. Apart from the vaguely satisfying and distant tinkle of breaking glass, they had nothing to show for the shot but a hole. "Bring it down a bit," said Milton to the soldiers loading the next trebuchet. "See if you can take out the floor." "Is this absolutely necessary?" asked Harrison. "I know we're pounding your childhood stomping ground, Harrison," said Milton. "I will try to keep the destruction to a minimum, but I won't spare it out of sentimentality. These people need to fear us as quickly as possible." A second projectile went over the wall. This one clipped the lower edge of the box with a loud crash. Wood, glass, and desk fragments spilled out of the hole onto the seats below. "Better," said Milton. 6 more shots, then hold fire." "Yes, sir." The Centaur sergeant trotted around the siege engines, supervising their operation. "I have a message to broadcast," said Milton to Harrison. "You're welcome to stay here and spectate if you want." "No, I want to hear their reply," said Harrison. The two walked to the NCSA flyer, Harrison occasionally turning at the sound of a counterweight being released. Once inside, they took the pilot's seats, and Milton opened a recording. "Attention, occupants of Fenway Park. This is Captain David Milton of the New Chicago Armed Forces. You are hereby ordered to surrender your hostages immediately. Please be advised we are aware of the prophecy you seek to fulfill, and that our research indicates your plan is based on faulty information and will not work. If you harm the hostages in any way, the worlds will remain merged, we will still be here, and we will destroy you." End recording. Playback. The flyer's internal speaker repeated Milton's words back to him. Satisfied, he instructed the onboard computer. "Broadcast that over the external public address every 5 minutes until further notice." A few seconds later, the recording rolled out its first loud iteration. 40 minutes and 24 stone missiles later, they got a reply. Both parties agreed to hold negotiations on the field. The late afternoon gave way to evening, and the arc lights compensated for the diminished sunlight. In the interest of avoiding an ambush, Milton's party came over the wall in the NCSA flyer. He brought all the telekinetics, the wizard, the pixie, 12 human soldiers with repeating crossbows, and 2 centaurs carrying shields and assorted weapons. Should their hosts attempt to gain an advantage by killing the lights after the sun went down, The flyer's floodlights, already illuminated, and more powerful than the ones overhead, would take up the task of keeping the environment in day-like brightness. Harrison emerged from the flyer. 2 figures sat at a table set up on the grass. One stood to greet them, looking for all the world like a crocodile dressed in Victorian finery.
"What is that?"
whispered Harrison to Oplamato.
"Half-dragon," said the wizard. "Watch that one. Under the fancy dress, you'll find he has a pair of wings that will give him a distinct advantage if this comes to blows."
"Terrific. What about the other one?" Harrison looked at the other person sitting at the table. Unlike the half-dragon, this one did not stand. He appeared human, with a pale, bald head covered in tattoos. None bore an identifiable image, just vague forms and swirls. Oplamato frowned at that.
"Wizard, I believe. Difficult to say what order. Something pre-Mayhem, though. A non-real indigenous."
"You look nervous," said Harrison, in the first time he could recall expressing concern for Oplamato. The wizard did not respond.
"Good evening," said the half-dragon as they approached the table. "Professor Basil Hetherington at your service."
The professor had a mechanical hand and a large prosthetic eye made of brass and glass. Absurdly, atop his head perched a brown leather top hat, with a pair of antique motoring goggles mounted to the band. Given the shape of the monster's head and the size of his artificial eye, they could only have been ornamental. "Captain David Milton," said Milton.
"And friends," added the professor.
"Naturally," said Milton. There were only 3 chairs set up on their side of the table. Milton took the center seat and gestured for Harrison and Oplamato to join him. Sarah, Dallas, and the soldiers remained standing. Sparky landed on the table and sat down cross-legged.
"Before I entertain whatever you have come to offer, I must insist on a guarantee of immunity from retaliation after anything is decided here," opened Hetherington.
"And I'm sure you can appreciate that I may not be authorized to make such a guarantee without contacting my government," said Milton. "In any case, that's the sort of detail I feel should come at the end of these talks, not the beginning."
"Very well. In that case, the first thing I would like from you is the research that shows our plan, whatever you think that is, won't work. If I am satisfied we are talking about the same thing, and that you are correct, we will be able to proceed."
"All right. In exchange for that research, I would like to see our people, to be certain they are still alive and well. In fact," Milton leaned forward, "I'm going to have to insist they be brought out and seated in those bleachers, so they will be in my sight the entire time we talk." Harrison could not read the facial expressions of this creature, but the hesitant pause at this request was unmistakable.
"That can be arranged," said the half-dragon.
He turned to the wizard.
"Tim, have our guests brought to the field, please, and ask them to sit together in the seats."
The tattooed wizard nodded silently, stood, and drifted away. At no point did he look in Harrison's direction, making him feel annoyingly invisible. With that thought now risen to the top of his head, another realization struck him. He looked around the field. "Excuse us for a moment while we wait for them to arrive." Milton stood. "I need to speak with my consultants."
"Of course," said Hetherington.
Milton tugged on Harrison's shirt sleeve, breaking him out of his ruminations. He stood, and they took a few steps away from the table. "What did you see?" whispered Milton, facing away from their hosts. "What do you mean?" asked Harrison. "I saw you looking around. I assume you noticed something. No?" "No, I mean, yes, I noticed something, and I can't believe I didn't notice it before." Harrison took one last look around the field. Hadley never came back. Chapter 68.
breakout. "Get back from the door," shouted Megan. "Cover your eyes." Dorothy hung back as Ian walked up to the door, held up his hands, spread his fingers, and pushed. Still at least 2 feet from the door, he never made direct contact with it. It shattered with a loud bang that echoed down the hall. The fragments fell neatly downward and to the sides. Several startled women peered through the open doorway. Melody walked right past them, calling for her mother. Mitchell approached the new opening and held his hand out to assist. The prisoners came out of their bathroom cell one at a time, shaken but unharmed. Claudia was the fourth one out the door. She looked around her at the large number of people who had gathered. "Is this everyone?" she asked. "We're still missing 4. Dorothy pulled Claudia into an embrace and kissed her. "That's for not dying," she whispered in her ear. "That can be for anything you want it to," said Claudia. April emerged from the bathroom holding Melody. "Her eyes are purple. What do we know about that?" "No idea," said Dorothy. "I saw it too. She seems okay otherwise. Does she seem okay to you?" "So far." "Do we have a plan?" asked Claudia. "Find the others," said Dorothy, raising her voice so everyone could hear. "Then find a way to get to Harrison. He's here to rescue us. We need to do whatever it takes to make that easy. We stay together. Everyone got that?" Lots of nods and a few yeses. Dorothy took in the sight of her responsibility. 26 women, 1 young man, and 16 children all looking at her with expectation in their eyes. "We're going to do this buddy system. Every adult find another adult, and every pair of adults take at least 1 child." Claudia took Dorothy's hand and held it over her head. Her other hand she held out to Ian, who took it. Several more pairs of clasped hands went up. Dorothy waited until everyone was accounted for. "Good. Do not get separated. How many of you have weapons?" A few swords went up, and 1 spear, all gathered from one of the storerooms Ian broke into. "All right. 1 weapon per group, as far as they will go. Make sure whoever has it is going to be okay using it." A few women passed swords to others. Mitchell experimented with swishing a sword back and forth, and Dorothy silently hoped he would not have to use it. Her little brother had risen to this crisis admirably, but he had no violence in him. "We have 4 more people to break out, and then we head for the surface." She bent down to speak to Ian. "Are you okay?" He nodded. "I'm going to keep you close to me. If we find any goblins or people other than ourselves, you'll need to break their weapons and their armor. Can you do that?" "I couldn't break that lady's sword," he said, with a mixture of fear and anger. "I know. Just do your best." Dorothy stood. "All right, people, let's do this." She meant it as a simple instruction, but the determination in their eyes told her they heard it as a rallying cry. Their failed escape attempt had done nothing to demoralize them. If anything, it strengthened their resolve to be free. With Harrison and the NCSA here, they had a solid chance at achieving that now. Dorothy hoped that would be enough. To pull this off, they would all need to be at their best, and they could not afford more surprises. She held on to that idea as they went forth to find the remaining 4 captives, and she did everything she could not to obsess on the fact one of those 4 was Siobhan. 3 destroyed doors later, they found all 4 of them. Ashley Adams and Taylor Richardson came out the door first, and Dorothy assigned them as escape buddies. She cautiously entered the room to get to the other 2. Siobhan lay on her side in the corner of the empty room, curled up in a ball. Becca sat on the floor next to her, stroking her head. "You might not want to come in here," she said softly to Dorothy. "Becca, we're leaving," said Dorothy. "We need you to come." "I thought we tried that already." "The NCSA is here, and we have swords, and Ian isn't holding back anymore. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he brought this whole arena down." She paused there,
seeing Siobhan's shivering form. "Is she going to be okay?" "Anyone's guess," said Becca. "She had a breakdown when we tried to take her with us, and when we were caught, she begged the goblins to take her to Basil." Dorothy shook her head helplessly. "I don't know how to fix this." "Then don't worry about it. I'll take care of her." "Well, you can best take care of her by getting her on her feet and out this door," said Dorothy. "You're her escape buddy now. Don't get separated." "Right," said Becky. "Come on, honey. We have to go." Siobhan shook her head and curled into a tighter ball, sobbing. Dorothy turned her back on them, then paused in the door. She came back into the room and crouched near Siobhan. "Dad is here. He loves you and he misses you, and he wants to take you home. Can we table everything else for now and focus on that?" Siobhan looked up with saturated red eyes. "Dad?" "Please, honey," said Becca. "Let's go find him, okay?" Siobhan's lip trembled, and she broke into another round of tears, but through them she nodded. That would have to do for the time being. Dorothy stood and walked to the door. In the hall, 2 unarmed men stood with their hands in the air, surrounded by a dozen women pointing swords at them. "Wonderful." Dorothy walked up to one of them. "You are not locking us up again. If you're lucky, locking you up is all we will do to you." "We're not here to lock you up," he said. "We were told to let you out and bring you to the seats." Dorothy's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Your people are here. They wanted to see that you were all still alive." Dorothy took the closest sword and pointed it at his neck. He gulped. "If our people are here, why aren't they down here to let us out instead of you?" "I think they're still negotiating. You can probably ask them yourself when you get up there." Dorothy lowered the sword. "Negotiating?" she said, nonplussed. "Negotiating. That son of a bitch!" Chapter 69. Negotiations. For about 15 minutes after the wizard left to round up the hostages, Milton and the professor went back and forth laying down ground rules. Harrison knew nothing about diplomacy and had no way of knowing if Milton's ease with the process came from training, experience, or simple intuition, but things did seem to be moving in the right direction. The half-dragon appeared to find their evidence against his plan working to be persuasive. Both sides offered veiled threats of violence in consistently polite tones, and after several such exchanges, it became obvious the 2 sides were evenly enough matched in strength that physical conflict could end in mutual devastation. Halfway through a hypothetical scenario regarding transfer of the prisoners to Milton's custody, they began to emerge from below. Dorothy and Claudia arrived first, walking hand in hand up the stairs from beneath the stands. Dorothy towed a young boy. From this distance, Harrison could not identify him as Adler, and he looked to Sarah, who saw the same thing, with a look of unmasked and severe anxiety. "Excuse me," said Harrison to Milton and the professor. "I'm sorry to interrupt. I can see our people now, and I would like to interview them right away. May I?" The half-dragon looked over his shoulder at the people filling the seats. When he looked back to Harrison, he appeared to make his best, but still horrific, attempt at a smile. "Naturally. They are all in perfect health. We have nothing to hide on that count. Please, do see for yourself." Harrison turned to Sarah. "Special Agent Logan, will you—" That was as far as he got before she bolted across the lawn. Harrison leapt up to catch her before she alarmed anyone, but no one else on either side seemed to take issue with her behavior. He jogged after her to catch up, and now saw both the boy he spotted earlier and Adler. In addition to the women and Mitchell, at least a dozen other children had taken seats. Melody came out, hand in hand with April, and he sprinted. "Adler!" shouted Sarah, running at top speed. Her son stood and ran down the seats to the wall. From the other direction, she slammed into it, then grabbed him under the shoulders and pulled him over it into a tight embrace. They both fell to their knees. Harrison did a head count as he ran. Twice he lost count, but there seemed to be the correct number of adults there. Given the additional children, he would have to confirm them all as the people he had come to rescue, but he took a great deal of hope and comfort in seeing so many of them, and they appeared to be sound. When he reached the wall, he rested his hand on Sarah's head. She and Adler still knelt in each other's arms. April walked down the steps to where he stood, lifted Melody up, and sat her on the wall. He took her, and she threw her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. "Is she okay?" he asked April. "Her eyes are purple. Otherwise, yes." She leaned over the wall, grabbed his face, and kissed him with gusto. "Thanks for coming," she said when she finally came up for air. "I love you," he said. "Damn straight." "Is everyone here?" he asked. "Yes, plus 14 children we didn't know about. Are we leaving?" "Yes, working on that." "Good." She held her arms out. Harrison passed her his daughter after kissing her on the forehead, which resulted in a small static electric shock. As he handed her over, he saw the amethyst sparkle in her eyes and found it inexplicably familiar. "Wow. Have her eyes ever done that before?" "No," said April. "I have decided not to panic about it." "Good plan." He touched Melody on the nose, and his finger tingled. The shock he felt earlier was likely magical then, not electric. "As soon as we get home, we're taking you for a checkup, young lady." "Okay," said Melody. Behind April, Dorothy said something to Mitchell. Harrison had a flash of profound relief at the sight of both his adopted children alive and seemingly well, and impatiently hoped for a chance to speak with them soon. Mitchell nodded to Dorothy, and she made her way down the stairs, dressed in a frilly top, a skirt, and tall leather boots. He had never given her appearance much thought, mostly because she tended to dress in ways designed not to attract attention. She had a hard look in her eyes, and the closer she got, the less he recognized her. "May I have a moment with your husband?" she asked April when she got to the wall. "Sure." April looked back to Harrison. "This one has been the glue holding us all together. I'm putting that out there in case you forget to tell her how proud you are of her." He smiled at that. "I'll try to remember." April walked back up the aisle. "Are you all right?" he asked Dorothy. "As well as can be expected," she said. "I've been through a lot." "Thank you for keeping Melody safe. How is Mitchell doing?" "Why are we still here?" "We're getting there," he said. "It shouldn't be long." She crossed her arms. "Negotiations going well?" "They seem to be." "Uh-huh. About that. Why are you negotiating with these animals?" This took him by surprise. "As opposed to leaving you here?" She leaned over the wall and stared him down. "As opposed to killing them all." This close, the weariness and bitterness in her eyes shone through. These past few weeks had aged her considerably. "If this turns into a fight, I can't guarantee the safety of any of the people sitting behind you," he said. "I can't even promise we would win. Dorothy, please sit tight. We're trying to get you out of here." "Harrison," she said through clenched teeth. "Stop trying to get us out of here, and get us out of here." As he tried to figure out a possible response to that, the ground under his feet vibrated slightly. It grew to a soft rumble. Well behind Dorothy and all the people sitting in the stands, a loose chunk of the press box broke free and came crashing down onto the seats, triggering several frightened cries. With a loud thump, the earth beneath Harrison shifted enough to make him wobble. Dorothy grabbed the wall as she too lost her balance. Once stable, she whirled around and shouted, "Ian?" The boy Harrison had mistaken for Adler earlier shouted, "It's not me!" Though not sure what that exchange meant, Harrison had some guesses. He looked back at the negotiating table. Milton stood with his arms out and his palms upward in a gesture of peace, with Oplamato nowhere in sight. The half-dragon stood and leaned over the table. "Not good," said Harrison. Another thump sounded, and the jolt was enough this time to topple him to his knees. Several people screamed. One more thump followed, this time a familiar one, as Oplamato landed to his right at the end of one of his leaps. "What's happening?" he asked the wizard. "Unclear. Captain Milton is trying to explain this is not our doing. Their wizard is missing. We need to find him and bring him back to the table." He looked at Dorothy. "Witch, I need you. Come with me." "Excuse me?" she asked with wide eyes. "Slow down," said Harrison. "There really isn't time for further explanation, Cody." "I'm sorry," said Dorothy. "Did you just call me witch?" "I did," said Oplamato. She scowled at him. "I have a name." Oplamato closed his eyes and held up his hand for silence. "He is under the seats. Come." He vaulted over the wall and ran to the steps that led down. "Apparently, I have witch things to do. Take care of the others." Dorothy ran after Oplamato. "Witch things?" said Harrison. He looked back to the negotiating table where the half-dragon waved his arms. Milton also gestured, though with less animation, as Harrison decided he needed to get back there, and as he opened his mouth to say as much to Sarah, the reptile lunged and swiped the air with a broad and powerful backhand. A stream of colorful sparks flew away from that strike in a tall arc. As Harrison made the connection that his pixie had just been batted across the ballpark, a wide stream of orange flame jetted out from the professor's mouth and engulfed his captain. Chapter 70. Tim. Dorothy followed Oplamato downward. At first, she simply took on faith he knew where he was going, but then she felt the pull. It taunted her. Somewhere in this building, Tim was toying with forces whose destructive effects had already become evident outside, and whose scope she intuitively knew to be orders of magnitude beyond anything she had experienced in her brief stint as a vessel for magic. As much as she truly desired to stay detached and focus on containing whatever new threat this posed, two thoughts dominated her consciousness now. The unbridled thrill of realization her connection to magic was clearly still intact, and the rage the bastard still had her book. As she ran, the floor beneath her feet vibrated, and by the time she heard the rumble, she lost her balance. She dropped to her knees as the wall to her left split with a deafening crack. The jolt left a fissure at least 6 inches wide that ran from floor to ceiling and beyond, with nothing visible through it but dust and smoke. Oplamato crouched and ran his fingers along the floor. She stood and bolted to him. As she got to his side, he lifted his right hand, made a circular gesture in the air with it, and brought it down with a hard slap on the floor. Cracks radiated forward from the point of impact, and as those cracks united, the concrete crumbled to gravel and dropped out to form a triangular hole. "Down," he said, then stepped into the hole and disappeared. Without pause, she followed. She landed with ease and grace 1 floor down, inches away from the wizard. Looking away from her, he held a hand up. She stayed still and quiet. Dorothy took in her surroundings, including a bank of cubbies, each holding a Red Sox uniform. Oplamato had his ear to the floor. "Are we in a locker room?" she whispered. Without responding, he waved and slapped the floor again. Cracks riddled the surface, and a larger hole dropped out. The wizard jumped into it, Dorothy sighed and followed again. This drop went considerably longer than one floor. Dorothy found herself in a vast chamber, 50 feet top to bottom. She slowed her descent instinctively. On her way down, she passed friezes carved ornately into curved marble walls. They depicted scenes of horror. Fierce monsters terrorized, attacked, and devoured a variety of hapless humans. A brutish demon tore the wings off multiple fairies and threw their flightless forms onto a heap. Dozens of torches mounted in sconces illuminated these frights and rendered them even more disturbing by the flickering shadows. On the far wall, under an enormous and jagged arch, sat an altar. Above this altar, his arms spread wide and his head lolled in apparent unconsciousness, hovered a man she did not recognize, dressed in a bright Hawaiian shirt. She touched down softly next to Aplomado and pointed. "Who is that?" Aplomado followed her finger and gaze.
"Who is what?"
"Who is the invisible man?" came a familiar voice from the chamber. Dorothy tried to track the source of the sound, but could not. "The invisible man is Tim, the vermin wizard," she said. Her taunt did not flush him out. "I meant the floating man." She pointed again. "The mundane cannot see him, little witch," came Tim's echoing voice.
"Hadley Tucker," said Aplomado, turning in a slow circle, palms out in front of him. "He is a ghost. Do not be distracted by him."
"Can you really not see him?" asked Dorothy.
"I really cannot."
"The Gray Falcon is not like you and me, little witch," said Tim. "What is he talking about?" asked Dorothy.
"I have no idea," said Aplomado.
He threw one of his hands out, and a blue flash of light shot from it, striking a wall. The sound of Tim's laughter resounded in the chamber. "I'm nothing like you!" shouted Dorothy. Aplomado's sudden but completely ineffectual attack snapped her back to the realization she did not know her purpose here. She had assumed it would come intuitively, but so far the only thing her intuition told her was to be afraid. "Really, little witch," said Tim. "Why the charade? Who is this show for? This mundane? Soon Aplomado the Pretender will be dead, and I already know who you are. The game has run its course." With another rumble, a chunk of the ceiling broke free and came crashing to the floor, a few feet from where Dorothy stood. As that happened, the floating man Aplomado had called Hadley Tucker glowed white. His eyes snapped open, and he uttered a feeble and short scream. It did not sound at all human. "Is the ghost supposed to scream?" asked Dorothy, trying to keep the rising fear out of her voice. "No," said Aplomado. "Did he?" "I think so," said Dorothy. Aplomado threw his palm out again. A green flash of light struck a wall and sheared the head off a frieze monster. "You're getting cold, Pretender," said Tim. "This isn't very good Aplomado smoothly reached behind himself without looking, curled his arm and drew it inward. There was a loud crackle and buzz as tiny bolts of yellow lightning swirled around his arm, and then around the exposed form of Tim. The dark wizard shrieked. Aplomado wrapped his arm around Tim's neck, and he tightened his grip. Tim choked, dropping his staff to the floor. Aplomado kicked it away, then clamped the fingers of his free hand onto Tim's scalp. The tattoos there pulsed in a deep red. Tim cried out in agony and dropped to his knees. Aplomado released his grip on the dark wizard's throat and intensified the pain channeled through his fingers to Tim's pate. The tattoos glowed more brightly. "What are you doing down here?" asked Aplomado. "You will get nothing from me, mundane. You—" Tim screamed once more as Aplomado lashed out with more pain. "What are you doing to him?" asked Dorothy. He ignored the question. "What are you doing with Tucker's ghost?" As he asked this, the color of Tim's tattoos phased from red to white, and a dull look came over his face.
I need his power, said Tim.
What power?
The power of the slain. The power of the lone kill. He is unique.
How is this connected to the prophecy? Asked Oplamato. What are you doing down here?
There is no prophecy,
said Tim. Oplamato came up short at that.
Explain. I used the dragon, fed him a false prophecy, made him believe in the child of Mayhem.
Why? Asked Oplamato.
Bait.
One of the tattoos on Tim's scalp faded to black, slithered off his head, and coiled itself around Oplamato's wrist. The shock of that sensation caused him to lose his grip, and as he clawed at his wrist, the thin black line snaked up his arm into his robe. It emerged at the collar, wrapping itself smoothly around his throat. Oplamato's skin compressed under it as it constricted. Tim stood, brushed himself off, and strolled to where his staff lay on the floor of the chamber. Oplamato dropped to his knees, eyes closed, and hands out.
Stupid mundane, said Tim. Did you really believe you were a wizard? Did they really tell you that you could learn what I do? It would almost be endearing if it weren't so pathetic.
Oplamato gasped for air, his face turning blue. Still, he remained calm. Dorothy tried to think of something, anything she might have learned from Strontium's book to break a curse like this, but she came up blank. Stop it! You don't have to do this.
Oh, I know, said Tim with a smile.
He pointed his staff at Oplamato, and a shimmering beam emanated from it, touching the black band around his neck. Oplamato's eyes snapped open, which they remained long after he fell to the floor, and long after his last breath hissed through his lips.
Well, where were we?
He stepped over Oplamato's body and took Dorothy's hand.
Ah, yes, the game.
The feel of his icy, slimy touch sickened her. As she held her nausea in check, and she looked over the body of the wizard who only minutes ago had called her to action, she numbly detached herself from her immediate predicament. In a voice more courageous than justified, with a calm that was entirely inappropriate, she asked, "What prophecy?"
Oh,
he released her hand.
The prophecy. Well, you see, I couldn't just take the child myself. That would have been too obvious.
At the word child, Dorothy felt a chill. You said child of Mayhem. Who is that?
Tim laughed. Your precious purple sister. Or would be if there were such a thing.
Dorothy took a step back. Melody's changes, her eyes, her hair, which had long been cause for concern, now seemed foreboding. What did you do to her? Tim held his hands out in mock innocence.
Not a thing, I assure you. Well, I suppose I set the ball in motion with that bad judgment spell, but you can hardly blame me for that. Any direct exposure to magic would have done this to her sooner or later. I must say it has been amusing to watch her transformation from afar. If she survives, I may keep her.
I don't understand. Dorothy fought past panic and a desperate desire to find Melody and somehow save her from forces she couldn't fathom. What does Child of Mayhem mean? What is the prophecy?
There is no prophecy, Tim snapped. Do listen, little witch. There is no Child of Mayhem. Your little girl's condition is an amusing but completely irrelevant coincidence. Had I foreseen it, I would have used it. But as it happened, I didn't need to. Basil took to my bait greedily enough without the additional evidence.
Dorothy struggled to comprehend this. What's happening to her?
Tim shrugged. That's really not for me to say. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise, after all. I'm sure you'll find it delightful."
He offered a smile drenched in mock friendliness. She pushed aside her immediate concern for Melody's well-being, knowing that down that road she would only find emotional vulnerability. At that moment, she needed her strength. "You created a prophecy as a hoax."
"Yes. As I said, a simple kidnapping would never have been sufficient bait for your knight, Cody. It had to appear to be a grand master plan with all sorts of detail and a conspiracy. And for that to work, I needed a figurehead, a cult leader of sorts. Enter Basil. Half-dragons are very fierce, but grossly susceptible to guile, alas for him. Planting that prophecy was child's play. Leading him to it was a bit of work, but once he found it and had a chance to imagine a world wiped clean of all the mundanes, his ego took over from there. It was quite a stroke of luck he misread the prophecy to mean children instead of child. Once we had 40 instead of 1, the scale of this operation guaranteed a rescue mission. I almost wish I had thought of that myself, but no matter. It worked.
"You never wanted us," said Dorothy. With an odd mixture of confusion and relief, Melody was never truly a target. "You were just trying to lure the NCSA?"
Cody, specifically, yes, and it worked beautifully.
"I don't understand," said Dorothy. "Why bother with all of this if none of it was real? Why lure Harrison at all? Why not just capture him instead of all of us?"
"Because the only way for me to get what I needed from him was for him to bring it to me. It was never possible for me to take it. Believe me, I tried."
All of this, all the terror, the killing, the enslavement, had only ever been a ruse. Dorothy felt a bitterness at being made a pawn that drove her onward. "But what does Harrison have that you could possibly need?" Tim pointed back to the altar.
"That ghost. The most important ghost in all of history. Do you know who that is?"
Dorothy had heard the name Hadley Tucker before, but she never knew the man. She knew him only as a friend of Harrison's, and the man who died on the Static Mayhem bomb mission. "No."
"That, little witch, is the only mundane human ever to die by the direct hand of Ruopim."
Tim made a gun gesture with his thumb and forefinger and pointed it at Hadley.
"Shot him right in the neck. Pow!"
Dorothy had definitely heard the name Ruopim. Hearing it now gave her a chill. "That makes him important?"
"That makes him a source of fantastic power. Harnessing it was the only difficulty. It took me years to pull him together into a coherent specter. And even then, he would never come to me. He was always drawn to Cody, the man who cost him his life. So, I planted the prophecy, magically backdated it for authenticity, and waited for Basil and Cody to do the rest of the work for me."
He looked back at the immobilized ghost.
"Dr. Tucker here has the power to split worlds. Amazing, really. All that power for destruction bound up in such an unassuming spirit. So much chaos, and so little desire to use his gift. The only possible obstacle to my plans was that oaf, Rutherford. Equally powerful in his own way, and equally oblivious to its use. His ability to force order from chaos could quite handily have ruined all my plans. Happily, he was easy enough to neutralize. It is extraordinary to me how quickly mundanes degrade to simpering fools in the distraction of a simple spell of oppositional defiance."
"And now that you have Hadley and his power, what are you doing with him?" She looked at the damage already done to just this room and thought back on the cracks in the walls and the quake in the stadium.
"Very much the same as Basil intended, actually," said Tim. I am going to use him to destroy the mundane world and all its natives. Of course, most magical natives will not survive the process either. I never did share that with Basil. It probably would not have been well received."
Dorothy's jaw dropped. She had been given only a few days to acclimate to the idea these monsters intended to kill half a world. Now Tim confronted her with the reality he didn't plan to stop at half. "Why are you doing this?"
"Why, to free my master, of course."
Dorothy gasped. All of this sprang from a desperate attempt to serve a force for evil that had been painstakingly imprisoned, and the walls of that prison shorn up by the sacrifice of any hope the two worlds would go back to their earlier states. He sought to invalidate everything Harrison had done 8 years earlier, when he saved what remained of both worlds. What promises did Ruopi make to this man to make him believe life in the world that remained would be worth living? And now he casually shared that intent with someone who had every reason to kill him for it. "Why are you telling me all of this?"
"Because, as I said, I know who you really are. This has all been such a burden to carry, and I don't mind saying it is a relief to share it with someone. I know you may not agree with my goals or my methods, and I may yet have to kill you, but at least I know that you, of all people, will understand."
"Understand? You madman! You are about to destroy my world and everyone left on it. You want me to understand that?"
"Little witch, the only world I am destroying is the mundane. Yours will still carry on, albeit a bit worse for wear."
"The mundane world is my world." At this, Tim finally halted his rambling confession. He looked her closely in the eyes.
"You don't know, do you?"
This question somehow made her more nervous than anything else she had heard from him. "Don't know what?"
"You don't know who you are. You still think you are that mundane girl who left her city a month ago. You think that everything you can do now is all skills you learned from reading a book, as though somehow the level of expertise you demonstrate over and over could be achieved with no instruction, no training, no practice. That makes sense to you."
"And you have an explanation that makes more sense?" He shook his head in awe.
"You truly do not know. You are strontium."
Chapter 71. Breaking Things. In the second it took Harrison to fully grasp the situation, and as he tried to reconcile the sight of Milton inside a ball of fire, several of the soldiers unleashed their crossbows at the professor. 2 of the bolts found their marks, but succeeded only in tearing his jacket as they glanced off the scales underneath. The half-dragon tore his garments off, exposing the wings Aplomado warned had been hidden beneath, much bigger than Harrison expected. With a huge, sweeping flap, the professor took to the sky, shooting fire at his opponents. Milton had anticipated the possibility of dragon fire, and a magical shield Aplomado had put in place around the flyer protected the soldiers who stayed close to it. When Basil's fire breath struck it, the flames flattened and splashed outward. They had all been given additional protections individually, but it remained to be seen if Milton's would protect him at point-blank range. The centaur sergeant launched a spear at the airborne half-dragon, but he saw it, or sensed it, and managed to turn in time to catch it. Unfortunately, that gave Harrison an opportunity to observe how well the individual protections against fire worked up close. As Hetherington roasted the centaur alive, he lobbed the spear at the flyer, where it had no difficulty penetrating the fire shield, and buried itself in the chest of one of the soldiers. Behind Harrison came screams. Several of the women stood and looked around them in obvious fright.
"April, we need to get these people out of here. Can you get them to the army flyer? It's parked just outside the outfield wall."
Still holding Melody, she looked over her shoulder.
Everyone, stay together. Stay with your buddy. Keep your children close.
Claudia took the hand of the boy he had seen with Dorothy earlier, and she ran with him down the steps toward the wall. April turned back to Harrison.
I can take them out through the building.
No, said Melody. We'll be trapped. Perhaps it was her tone. Perhaps it was the fact of her suddenly taking charge. Perhaps it was that in the evening light, under the glare of the arc lamps, Melody put off a faint purple aura. Whatever the reason, April gently set Melody down with a look of awe, or perhaps fear. As Claudia and the boy got to the front row of seats, Melody said calmly, "Ian, make us a door." She pointed to the outfield wall. The boy nodded, closed his eyes, and balled his hands into fists which he curled up to his chest. He took a deep breath, and after a protracted moment of inactivity, he threw his arms forward, splaying his fingers. The green monster exploded. Tons of fragments of metal and wood flew upward and outward, the resulting boom sufficient to prompt another round of screams, but they stopped once everyone looked in the same direction. The rubble settled, revealing the army flyer outside the arena.
"Holy shit," said Harrison.
"Is she glowing?" asked Claudia, pointing at Melody.
"I think so," said April.
"We'll sort that out later," said Harrison, having no idea what he meant by sorting it out, and less of an idea what he meant by later. "Right now, we need to get everyone through that wall. Can you take them?" he asked April.
"No," said Melody. "She's the power. We need her here."
"Okay," said Claudia. "She's freaking me out now."
Harrison held up his hand for silence. Whatever was happening to his 5-year-old daughter went beyond his ability to identify or cope with at that moment. A fire-breathing monster bore down on the men and centaurs who had come to defend them, and they were not faring well against it. They had no time to argue.
"Claudia, can you take point on this?" "Ian," he said to the boy, "is that right?"
Ian nodded.
"Can you stay with her? Use that trick again if you have to?" "I'm waiting for my escape buddy," said Claudia. "Oh, for Claudia? We need to get moving. She's got a new buddy now, that asshole wizard. She'll be okay."
"Fine," said Claudia, crossing her arms. "Then I'm waiting for my girlfriend."
Wait, what?"
said Harrison.
"And I'm waiting for my mother," said Ian.
Too many things came at Harrison too quickly for him to absorb them. He abandoned debate.
"Okay, Claudia, yes. Ian, no. Mitchell."
Mitchell deftly climbed over a row of seats and stood at attention in front of Harrison. Suddenly recognizing these words as the first he had spoken to his adopted son since arriving, he put his hands on Mitchell's shoulders.
"How are you holding up?"
"What do you need me to do?" he asked, with a resolve Harrison had never seen in his eyes before.
"You are now Ian's escape buddy."
Brittany came up behind Mitchell and took his hand.
"You both are. I need you to get him out of here."
To Ian, he said,
"I need you to make more doors. You have my word I will get Dorothy out of here safe and sound. Can you do that for me?"
Ian nodded. That settled, Harrison looked up to find them a leader.
"Becca?"
He found her already standing a few rows back. Next to her, Siobhan, looking haggard and frightened, clutched Becca's hand. At Harrison's call, they both came down the stairs.
"I need you to take everyone out that opening,"
he said, pointing to the remains of the enormous wall.
"Walk them through the stands as far as you can. That will be less conspicuous. You'll get as far as the bullpen, and then Ian will have to break you through it. That will make some noise, so you're going to have to make a run for it from there. Are you up for this?"
She looked behind her at all the people who had just been put in her care. Again. "I'm going to have to be." She looked at Siobhan. "I'm pregnant." Siobhan's look of shell shock took on a new nuance of surprise. "I know you don't care if you live or die. But I also know you care about me, and I need you to help me protect my baby. You got that?" Siobhan nodded dumbly. "Good, because I need you to pull it together right now." Whatever was happening between Becca and Siobhan would be one more thing Harrison would ask about if they all made it home alive. For now, he contented himself to have something resembling a plan.
"Can you do this in the dark?"
"It's not dark," she said. Harrison looked at April. She nodded. "It will be." "Oh boy," said Becca. Turning around, she called, "Everyone, grab your buddy and your kids. We're heading through the stands to that hole in the wall. Make sure you all grab hands right now because it's about to get very dark." General murmur ensued, followed by pairs of linked hands rising from the crowd.
"Do it," said Harrison.
April leaned on the wall and closed her eyes. After a few moments' concentration, she hunched down and grimaced. The arc lights exploded. They burst like impossibly large popcorn as they blew randomly and in rapid sequence. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds, though it seemed considerably longer. Somewhere, whatever power source provided this arena with energy had just been overloaded and destroyed. With the main source of light gone, it was now obvious that evening had progressed past dusk. The moon cast enough light to see, but no more. The floodlights on the NCSA flyer continued to shine. Someone inside increased their brightness after the arc lights went, adding a new advantage to the soldiers, the flyer now so bright by comparison to its surroundings as to make it difficult to look at directly.
"Go,"
said Harrison to Becca. "Stay close, people," she said, and led them out. Over by the flyer, a small battle raged on between the soldiers and the few goblins still healthy enough to fight. They had all fallen back to within the shield now, and while goblins could walk through it, close quarters put them at a disadvantage. Hetherington circled overhead, repeatedly testing the strength of the shield with shots of fire, but either through cowardice or lack of interest, declined to cross the shield himself. As Harrison was about to tell Sarah to take Adler and run with the others, the half-dragon apparently remembered about him, because he stopped in mid-air and made straight for the stands. They would never outrun him, and the wall would not provide adequate cover for those still behind it. His back to the soldiers, Basil presented them with a new assault opportunity they did not waste. 12 arrows and spears flew to him. Most found their marks, and were either deflected by his dragon scales or shattered by them. Even his wings were impenetrable.
"Can you cut that skin?"
Harrison asked his sword, clutching her hilt. "Unknown," said Bess. "Unlikely."
"What do we have, people?"
He looked around them, trying to calculate some way one of them could use their abilities to attack this monster. Melody's aura, barely visible in the bright light, had grown overwhelmingly brilliant, to the point where she now acted as a beacon leading the beast straight to them. She held her arms out and looked like she intended to find a way to take the professor on by herself. Harrison looked back. A winged silhouette, backlit by the flyer floodlights, reared back to strike. He drew Bess, somehow hoping she would find some way to deflect the oncoming blast of fire. But before he could ask her directly, an orange streak of light darted straight into the half-dragon's mouth. Momentarily thrown, the professor grabbed his throat. With a loud pop, orange sparks shot from his mouth in every direction. It looked nothing like the fire he had spouted earlier. In fact, it looked alarmingly familiar. "Spocky!" cried Harrison. "Spocky!" Hetherington lost his air balance and came crashing to the ground, where he rolled to a stop about 10 feet in front of them. Harrison held Bess out in front of himself, pointed at their foe.
"Too much to hope he's dead?"
"Indeed," said Bess. Hetherington pulled himself to his feet, coughing loudly. In a wheezing growl, he said, "That was good.
You slew my fire. Alas for you, I still have claws and teeth. I have teeth of my own, said Harrison, waving Bess. Hetherington brought his hands together and cracked his knuckles. From this distance, and without the jacket, the half-dragon clearly had an entirely prosthetic arm, gleaming brass, and ticking loudly as it moved. "Clockwork!" shouted Sarah. Hetherington shrieked. His artificial arm had gone completely stiff, and he dropped to his knees, clutching that shoulder. Sarah's mind had identified his prosthesis as something enough like a clock for her to stop it. Harrison could only imagine the pain he would be feeling as that part of his body slowed down in time to the point of immobility while still being attached to him. As he mentally celebrated their victory over this beast, the ticking started up again. Hetherington's artificial eye glowed a bright, piercing blue. His arm moved freely once more, and he stood with what must have been a smug grin through all those teeth. The artificial eye mounted in his head faded. "Well," said the half-dragon, "that was interesting." "Stop!" shouted Sarah. Her arm cracked in obvious desperation. Again the professor's arm seized up, and again he shook it off. His eye glowed even brighter this time, and right before his arm returned to normal movement, the half-dragon's body experienced a highly accelerated spasm. He growled, evidently less amused than the first time. "Harrison?" asked Sarah nervously. "I don't know," he said, holding Bess straight out. "It's the eyepiece," said Melody. "I can see that, sweetheart," said Harrison without turning around. "What does it do?" "It does a lot of things," said the little girl. The professor advanced. "Hit him again!" shouted Harrison to Sarah. "Stop!" she shrieked. Once again, accompanying the bright blue of his artificial eye, Hetherington experienced momentary acceleration. Whatever the device did, the effect reversed the power being thrown at him. Time around him sped up instead of slowing down, and it affected his whole body, not just the clockwork arm. "Hey, Professor!" shouted Harrison. "That's a great trick, but it won't work on me." "What are you doing?" asked Sarah, panic edging itself into her voice. "Stay with me, Sarah." He lifted his hand out to the professor. "Bring it on! I'm going to unlock you stem to stern." "What is that even supposed to mean?" asked the half-dragon. It sounded like bravado, but for the slight hesitance in his voice. "I don't know, Puff. Why don't we find out together?" With that, Harrison relaxed his body and handed motor control to Bess. She took over Harrison and charged the beast, ducking and sliding underneath the telegraphed roundhouse of his huge clawed hand. Hetherington's artificial eye glowed bright blue, as Harrison hoped. Rolling underneath the professor, Harrison reached out and grabbed his ankle. The half-dragon froze again, this time over his whole body, as Harrison used his unlocking ability to lock him in place. The eyepiece became a tiny, brilliant blue nova in its attempt to counter Harrison's attack, but only made it more effective. "Sarah," shouted Harrison, rolling away, "throw everything you got at him! Now!" Sarah, still holding her son, threw her gaze upon this monster. Still locked in place, and his eyepiece working at what must have been the upper limit of its function, Hetherington now felt the weight of Sarah's power in reverse. Rather than slow time to a halt, it accelerated at an astonishing rate. It took only a few seconds for the creature to shrivel to a dead husk in the agonizing process of dehydration. Hetherington's body mummified and crumbled to dust. The artificial arm and eye hit the lawn with a soft thud. For a few moments, they continued to demonstrate a kind of life, but the twitching arm ground to a halt with a flurry of ever-slowing ticks. Seconds later,
The tiny blue sun faded to a simple black glass marble. Panting, Harrison stood. His thoughts turned to Sparky, who had apparently flown directly into the professor's mouth to extinguish his flame. Before he could form the question to Bess on the topic of Sparky's possible survival, the short sword re-established control of his actions, spinning him around, ducking and parrying. His arm tensed with the ring of metal hitting metal, and as he pressed his sword against another, Felicia's hateful eyes glared back at him from the other side of it. "We're not through," she said. "We are in trouble," said Bess. "She only has one sword this time," said Harrison. "I have history with this blade," said Bess, "and he despises me." Chapter 72. Witch. Dorothy heard the words over and over. Each time she mentally repeated them, she attempted to assign new meaning to them and failed. "You are strontium." "That's impossible," she said, finally and weakly. "Have you met the world lately?" scoffed Tim. "I know who I am," said Dorothy. "Really, you don't. I've been watching you. How long have you been using magic? How long since you first opened this?" He held out his hand, and the red book phased into being in his palm. "A week? Less?" Dorothy stared at the book. Her relationship with it suddenly seemed preposterous. It represented years of learning, and she had absorbed it all in a matter of days, reading a language she did not know, in an alphabet that resembled nothing more than random squiggles. "I would like that back, please." Her attempt at confidence was transparent even to herself. "I do not doubt it." The book vanished back into his hand. "But that will not happen today. Still, Dorothy, tell me this. Do you even need it?" Her heart skipped at the question. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do. This book is the source of all your magic, or so you believe. And yet..." He pointed to Aplomato's still form on the floor. "This mundane thought you were a witch, did he not? Why would that be?" "I have no idea," said Dorothy. "Yet you followed him into my sanctum. Were you planning to hide behind him?" Dorothy said nothing. Tim looked down and shook his head. He mumbled something, but she could not make out words. Without warning, he looked up, thrust his staff in her direction, and shouted a word she did not recognize. A bolt of red lightning sprang from its tip, headed straight for her eyes. She cried out, closed her eyes, and threw her hands up. A few seconds passed, with no obvious effects, and when she opened her eyes, her hands were spread out and parallel to each other in front of her face. Between them hovered a ball of red energy, attached to her fingertips by slender, crackling threads. "Well, that is impressive," said Tim. "The light was harmless, but I feel I made my point." She brought her hands together and closed them around the ball of red lightning. It was warm and tingly, and she absorbed its energy. "Is that a thing you knew how to do growing up in your mundane city?" "New Chicago is not mundane," she said. "It is a mixed community." He laughed. "I stand corrected." She stared at his smug grin, wanting to punch it. "Tell me what I am." "Oh!" He stepped back. "Is that what you want? I can do that for you, of course, but this seems a bit too easy. Surely we should have done a lot more dancing before we arrived at this point in our discussion. If I tell you now, I would hardly expect you to believe me. Typically, there would be a period of breaking first, denial, rage, and the like. Eventually, you would beg me for the truth, but not now, not yet." "Just tell me," she said. "We can do the breaking after." He laughed again. "Oh, I do like your moxie, little girl. All right, here's what you are. Your name is Strontium." "My name is Dorothy O'Neill."
Dorothy O'Neill is dead, he shouted, anger in his voice for the first time. You wear her body, but her soul went up in flames, sacrificed to kill a single insignificant goblin. Typical ruthlessness for you, I might add. I wonder if she knew how easy it was for you to cast away her life like that to achieve such a meager goal. But I digress. Your name, wanted or not, is Strontium. You are a witch of an order whose name is only known to those in it, although I am sure it is not a very interesting one. You are 93 years old, or at least you were before you took this form. Like me, you found yourself stranded in this mixed world nearly a decade ago. Unlike me, you chose to hide. Until we picked you up in that cabin, I was not even aware you had survived.
Dorothy searched her heart, looking for the truth in this. That he would know Strontium personally provided no evidence he spoke the truth, but it nagged her. That's not consistent with what I already know about myself. Why should I believe you?
Oh, little girl, he said, let me be perfectly clear. I'm in no way invested in whether you believe me. As long as you remain in denial, you will never have access to your full power, and so you remain no threat to me. If you do choose to believe and embrace who you are, the Strontium I know is enough of a survivor to join me and add her power to mine. Either way, I have the advantage. So understand what I share with you is only what you ask for, and I share it only because I find it entertaining to do so.
That doesn't answer my question, said Dorothy.
All right, said Tim. You should believe me because you want to believe me. It is no more complicated than that.
Dorothy considered this and found truth in it. What happened that day?
The day you switched places?
Dorothy hesitated. Yes?
A simple spell, really, said Tim. You traded minds with the O'Neill girl. Any novice can do it, and it requires no consent. Normally, that effect is temporary, a day at best.
Unless one of the two dies, said Dorothy.
Is that your memory returning? He asked.
It's an inference.
He bowed. Forgive my underestimation of your insight, and yes, you are quite correct. Dorothy's death in your body sealed the spell.
Then why don't I remember any of this? She asked. It doesn't seem like a very good spell if the participants don't even realize it happened. Doesn't that defeat the point?
It would indeed. I should perhaps share with you another detail about yourself.
Tim took 2 steps toward her and leaned forward. She held up her arms to defend against an attack, but he merely put the back of his hand to the side of his mouth in a comedic gesture of discretion.
You are not a very competent witch, he whispered loudly.
At those words, something stirred in the catacombs of her consciousness, and she heard a voice in her head, Strontium's voice, speak a single word.
Duh.
Dorothy gasped.
Aha, said Tim. That got through. Am I correct?
I'm not her. A bead of sweat formed on her brow, and she wiped it away.
You don't sound quite as certain as before, he said.
I'm not her. I'm not her. He tapped his chin.
Perhaps this was a mistake. You should have let me break you first, I think. This would have been easier on you. We should stop here.
He turned his back on her. No, she shouted. I'm not her. She wouldn't do that to Dorothy. To me.
You should probably sort out what you want to call yourself.
He approached Hadley. The ghost still hung suspended over the altar, looking barely coherent and in pain.
For now, I have work to do. If you survive it, we will continue our talk.
He pushed his hand into Hadley's ethereal torso and turned it. Hadley screamed. Overhead, distant explosions sounded. Whatever Dorothy's thoughts on her own identity, she would have to set them aside. She needed to do the right thing now. in no small part because she had no faith that when she understood the whole truth, she would do the right thing later. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. A warmth formed in her hand, and when she opened her eyes to look at it, she saw it in the form of the lightning ball she had observed earlier. It tingled, but made no appreciable noise. Cautiously, she pulled her hand back and launched the object at the back of Tim's head. It passed through the wizard with no effect and dissipated upon hitting the far wall on the other side of him. "I did tell you that was harmless," he said without turning around. "At some point, you are going to have to accept that I am telling you the truth." At that moment, Strontium emerged. Dorothy could feel her, something she could not define, just a presence that harkened back to the feeling she had every time she had been in the same room as her witch sister. Strontium was here, and had always been, and occupied the same space Dorothy did. "You piece of dung," said Dorothy, but not in her own voice. "How dare you call me incompetent?" shouted Strontium. She threw herself on him. Her 23-year-old body surprised her with its agility and strength. Strontium had never been a feeble woman, even in her old age, but this new body was fit and vital in ways she had to reach back 60 years to recall. She struck Tim in the back with far more force than she intended, and they both flew forward, tumbling into Hadley's intangible form and out the other side. They hit the floor hard, and Strontium intuitively expected severe pain that never came, Dorothy's body too hearty to be hurt so by a simple fall. Tim rolled away from her, still holding his staff, and swung it around toward her face. Strontium shouted a single syllable, and the wood rebounded hard off a point in space less than a foot from her head. "You tried to club me," she shouted. "Don't you know who I am?" She threw her arm forward, made a grabbing motion, and pulled. A sphere of stone melted away from the wall and hurtled itself toward her opponent. He dodged, parried with the staff, and sent it directly into Strontium's face. This time, the pain did come. The stone struck her beneath her left eye, knocking her off her feet. Her head hit the floor, and she felt dizzy and nauseous. She tried to rise, but could not orient herself. Tim planted his foot on her chest and pointed the tip of his staff directly at her head. He leaned forward, putting his entire weight on her right breast. The pain went beyond what she could endure, and she nearly blacked out, but willed herself to stay conscious. "Perhaps telling you was a terrible mistake after all. I thought you would be more reasonable than this. No matter. The mistake is easily enough corrected." The tip of his staff vibrated. Strontium recognized it as the build-up to a spell meant to decapitate her. He would need to be that brutal to defeat a witch of her level, but it would work beautifully. With only moments to act, she grabbed his foot with her left hand and dug her nails in. He responded by grinding it into her breast, which earned a scream. Forcing herself past the agony, she raised her free hand and reached for Tim's staff. He laughed. "It won't work for you," he said, "even if you could take it from me, which you cannot. This staff is your doom, not your savior." "It's not," she gasped. Tried again. "It's not your staff I want." Tim's hand glowed red. His smile faded to a look of confusion, then one of worry. The staff ceased in its vibrations, and Tim's fingers flew open, releasing it. The wooden rod struck Strontium in the face as it fell to the floor. She ignored the new and relatively minuscule sensation of pain it caused. Red sparks formed in Tim's open hand. One by one, randomly and sporadically, they leapt to Strontium's hand. In Tim's panic at this new development, he relaxed the pressure on her chest, and she seized the moment, toppling him to the floor. He lay there, eyes rolled up into his head, quivering in spasms as a stream of sparkly energy shot from his hand to Strontium's. Picking up speed, the sparks cohered, resolving themselves into a small, red, leather-bound book. Its energy spent, Tim's arm collapsed. Strontium stood, clutching the book to her bruised and sore chest. Her head cleared. Her old life came back to her in bits and pieces. Her years in the secret coven, the Mayhem event that ripped that life away from her. Finding Ian, traveling with him for years in the cabin to keep him safe. Meeting Dorothy and finding in her a kindred spirit dearer than she could ever admit. Strontium? Dorothy's voice called her from the depths of her mind. No fear in her voice, only relief. I thought I'd lost you. I'm here, child. Tim screamed, a guttural, rage-filled cry. The staff flew to his hand, and he pointed it at her head. With barely a thought, she held up the book, which opened itself to a page facing the wizard. There was a flash as Tim's spell launched from his staff, and a boom as it rebounded off the book. When the smoke cleared, his headless body lay next to his shattered staff. Strontium felt nothing for the victory. Dorothy, can you hear me, child? Strontium? Came the voice. What's happening? He said you stole my body. Do you believe him? Asked Strontium. After a brief pause, the voice came back. No. Strontium laughed. Well, good on that at least. You and I need a little sit-down, I think. Dorothy, said Hadley weakly. Half right. Dorothy's not here at the moment. I'm Strontium. Strontium, then, he said. I need you. She sighed. That sit-down'll have to wait. You trust me for now? Strontium felt Dorothy nod, and nodded in return. She pulled herself together and gave Hadley a smile. All right, Ghost. I'll have you down from there in a jiff. He shook his head. You don't understand. Tim's spell... Strontium shook her head as this ghost, tortured and used, tried to pull together a coherent sentence about Tim's plan to destroy a world, kill nearly every living thing on it, and unleash the very essence of evil onto the universe. He's dead, she assured him. It doesn't matter, he said. It's already started. Chapter 73. Maurice et Pierre. Run! Shouted Harrison. Felicia leaped back, then attacked again. Harrison dodged her stroke and lunged, a move he and Bess had used successfully against many opponents over the years. Felicia spun in a complete circle and effortlessly deflected his attack. I hope you weren't talking to me, she said. I wasn't, but you're welcome to run if the mood strikes you. She laughed. No, I think I'd prefer to kill you. Harrison rolled out of reach an instant before she brought her blade around, narrowly missing his scalp. Run, he repeated. Felicia stood just out of range, her sword arm extended, and stared him down. Her weapon was a katana, identical to the wakizashi in storage back at the NCSA, but nearly twice as long. When they first met in combat, Felicia carried both swords, but Harrison relieved her of the shorter one. In theory, this should give him a new advantage, and yet Bess still said they were in trouble. Harrison looked to the stands. His family and friends still waited there, terrible at following instructions. Harrison experimented with fleeing to draw Felicia away from them. He bolted for the dugout, then gracefully vaulted to its roof and turned around. Felicia pursued him. Mission accomplished. Tell me about the sword, he said in the few seconds he had bought. His name is Maurice, said Bess. Why does a Japanese sword have a French name? He asked. I do not know what those words mean. Never mind. As Felicia reached the dugout, Harrison sprang upward and back, making his way up the seats. I hear my old job is available again, she said. Be honest. Should I apply? The jab hit its mark. Harrison still had not had time to process the attack on Milton, and still did not know whether he survived it. Now his inevitable feelings of responsibility and guilt kicked in. He refused to grant her that advantage.
Why are you doing this? Your boss is dead. Even if you kill me, you're through here. Why did you sign on with this madness in the first place? He was trying to kill every survivor from our world.
Your world, she said, not mine.
What?
Said Harrison. You truly should have seen that coming, said Bess.
Is that what this is about? Said Harrison. You can't go back, Felicia. This is the world we have now.
Thanks to you. He tried switching gears.
How are you planning to carry on with your dead boss's master plan, Felicia? From where I stand, this project just lost all its assets.
So many questions, she said. I believe I will decline to answer them, but I will share this. The only boss I see here is the one in front of me. I never worked for that snake.
Who do you work for?
I work for no one, she shouted. I used that monster. He gave me an opportunity and I took it. Do you have any idea what the last 9 years have been like for me? Can you even guess? This is who I am, Cody. It's who I have been since I was 12 years old. I am exceptionally skilled at what I do, and I love my work. But ever since Mayhem, I have been in limbo. Do you know how long it takes to establish a proper assassin's guild from nothing? In this world, the answer is forever. There is no demand for people like me. The entire globe is covered in sparkling new democracies and tribal enclaves. There is no social structure that supports people like me. There isn't even any decent organized crime. You want to know why I signed on with Professor Dimwit the Dragon? Because he gave me the first real contract I've had, and it made me feel alive again. For the past 3 years, I have had purpose. And today, once again, Harrison Cody has taken that away from me.
Yes, you should apply, said Harrison.
Felicia paused. What did you say?
Your old job, he said. We're hiring. I've seen your work, so we can skip the resume.
I don't know what kind of joke.
No joke, he insisted. You want a purpose, and I can give you one. Do you really not understand the NCSA needs people with your experience? Even the good guys need assassins, Felicia. We used to call them sharpshooters or snipers or whatever euphemism you want to use for your professional killer. You know the kind of strings I can pull, Felicia. This is no joke. With 2 phone calls, I can get you a pardon and a job, no questions asked.
Captain, said Bess. Harrison slapped the blade against his leg to silence her.
What do you say, Felicia?
The assassin stared him down, but some small part of that glare softened. Trying not to move his lips, Harrison whispered,
Is she less dangerous with only one sword?
More, said Bess.
How?
Asked Harrison. Pierre was a friend. He allowed me to disarm her when we last faced her. If he had not done so, you would be dead now. Maurice will not hesitate to flay you alive and split me to the hilt.
Who's better? He whispered. You or Maurice?
Bess did not respond.
Fuck,
whispered Harrison.
What's it going to be, Felicia? He called.
For a moment, he truly thought she would take the bait. Then she charged. Harrison, with Bess in command, did a double backflip up 5 rows of seats, then spun around and skipped up 4 more. It took effort to suppress the thrill ride component of working with Bess.
Are we running or fighting?
He asked the sword. The former, said Bess. Combat will not end well. We should draw her to the troops and let the crossbows even our odds.
We're headed in the wrong direction for that, said Harrison.
Are you talking to your sword? Asked Felicia. That's so dear.
What is she telling you?"
"That Maurice is a girly name for a katana," shouted Harrison.
She froze and scowled at her sword.
"Really?" she said to it. "That would have been nice to know earlier."
"Trouble in paradise?"
Harrison glanced in the direction of the flyer. The glare from the floodlights obscured how the battle there had progressed.
"Evidently, Bess is quite the heartbreaker," said Felicia.
Harrison groaned.
"Seriously?"
he said to Bess. She did not respond in words, but he felt her give the enchanted sword equivalent of a shrug.
"Maybe we should let these two work out their issues without us," said Felicia, in either a joke or an obvious ploy. If they both dropped their swords, Felicia would use one of 100 other ways to kill him, and he didn't have a viable defense move without Bess in his hand. He looked down to the ball field. If he could make it to open ground, he could probably outrun her to the flyer, almost certainly his only hope of survival.
"Can we make that leap?"
With 9 rows of seats and a dugout from where he stood to the ground, he would have to push his body beyond its known limits just to make the jump. And he would have to land and roll just right to keep moving.
"I hope so," said Bess.
She took over. He charged down the stands, planting his feet on seat backs. 5 steps in, he launched himself forward and upward, tucking and tumbling forward to minimize his size as a target and to use angular momentum to propel himself farther. Felicia collided with him in midair. He kicked her away and had the tiniest fraction of a second to congratulate himself for doing so successfully. Then her sword arm came around. Harrison watched in terrifying slow motion as Bess, his only means of attack, defense, or survival, flew away from him in a steep parabola. The leap was not a total failure in that he did make it the whole way to the grass. Without Bess to guide his descent, the roll was considerably clumsier than planned and did not finish in a sprint to the flyer. He ended up face down in the scratchy weeds. Only when he tried to push himself up to his knees did he understand the stroke that knocked Bess from his grip had also severed his right hand. With no clear sense of how to survive such a wound, he did his best to stop the bleeding by clamping the stump under his left arm. The pain had not yet registered. Instead, he found himself in the grip of a growing euphoria. It barely registered when Felicia landed on her feet next to him and put the point of her katana on his sternum.
"Well, that was fun," she said.
"I can't decide whether to finish you off or simply wait for the bleed out. Probably wait, I suppose. This will be my last professional kill for some time. Best to savor it, don't you think?" Unsure how to answer the question, Harrison struggled to find the words. It seemed somehow urgent for him to have an opinion on the manner of his own murder. Images of his family danced in front of him, and he had just enough awareness to hope they weren't watching this. Melody deserved a better childhood than one scarred by the image of her father's final, pathetic moments. His mind replaced that picture with one of April, Melody, and himself, on a picnic, or at the beach, or riding a carousel. They blurred together and felt like the same event. Dorothy was there, happy, holding Claudia, the love of her life. Harrison felt great joy the two of them had found each other in the face of this impossibly difficult circumstance, and as he congratulated them, Claudia spoke to him. "Harrison," she said. "Harrison! Oh, fuck! April, get over here!" These were not the words of warmth he expected, and as he tried to focus on Claudia's face, she dropped the impaled body of Felicia to the ground, Bess buried in the assassin's back to the hilt. "She cut off his fucking hand! Sarah, find it! Oh, fuck!" Claudia dropped to her knees and stroked Harrison's hair. "Hang in there, boss. Sarah, fucking hurry!" As his wife arrived, looking more beautiful than he could ever recall, and holding his baby, Melody, Harrison slipped into icy blackness. The last thing his eyes registered was Melody's halo, brilliant amethyst, and radiating purest fairy magic. Chapter 74. Anchor. Strontium took a moment to get her bearings. Still reassembling her memories, she tried to clarify to herself exactly where she was. Dorothy had spent the past few days living in a sports arena called Fenway Park. This chamber was somewhere beneath that stadium. Strontium had lived in the mixed world long enough to know baseball, and that such a room as this would never have been part of the original design. Indeed, she now recalled many nuances of this ballpark, random gargoyles, cobblestones where there should have been concrete, likely elements of the magical world. She looked around, studying the wall friezes. They depicted familiar stories from her childhood, dark stories. This troubling cavern was Tim's sanctum. The other modifications to Fenway must also have been his doing.
"What spell did he cast?" she asked Hadley.
"Not my area of expertise, I'm sorry to say," said the ghost.
"But he needed to create this place to cast it," she said.
"I really wouldn't know," said Hadley. "Just thinking aloud, boy. I'm going to need to step inside for a bit. You okay with that?" "Step inside? What?" "You." She walked up to his intangible form and took a step forward. Strontium's perceptions shifted. Merged with Hadley's ghost, she saw the walls of the chamber in their full horror. The friezes, which she earlier perceived as static representations, sprang to life. Scenes of torture now included animated violence and tiny screams.
"Oh ho," said Strontium. "This is about the beasties."
She narrowed her eyes and concentrated. The chamber shrank away from her, replaced by an aerial view of Fenway. She saw a flash of light a few hundred yards outside the park. A second later followed the distant boom, and the chamber rattled. She panned back further until she could see all of New England. Pinpoints of red light appeared and disappeared at random. She adjusted her perception to look for patterns and found these ground explosions to be laid out in a spider-like web. Pulling back further, she saw that web cover the globe. Tim had set into motion a spell to crack the earth open. And if Strontium read these walls correctly, those cracks were about to birth a demon horde that would likely torture, kill, and eat the majority of the world's population, both mundane and magical. Well, piss! Strontium stepped out of Hadley's body and shook her head to readjust to her normal perception of her surroundings.
"Ghost, we have a problem."
"That part is obvious," said Hadley. "Do we have a solution?"
"He used you to power a spell to make demons," she said. "Lots of them. He's right about you, by the way. Never seen a ghost like you before. Not that you want to know this, but Ruopim charged you up but good. Lot of bad mojo stored in you."
"I'm the power source?"
"Yepper," she said.
"Then kill me," said Hadley. "Will that fix it?"
"You're dead already, boy. How much more killed do you think I can make you?"
"Poor choice of words," said Hadley. "Can you destroy a ghost? Sever the connection?"
"Destroying you would take more punch than I pack. I have another idea."
She stepped back inside him. Once again, her view of the world took on a much broader scope. She panned back to see the whole earth and spun it in her mind, searching for the best alternative. "Not sure if you can hear this, but I'm going to try to reroute you. The spell is too big for me to shut down, but I might be able to divert what you're feeding it and starve it to death." Hadley did not respond, at least not in a way that Strontium could hear. She continued to scan the globe. She needed to find an opportunity to cast a spell that would require a great deal of energy while still not having an appreciable effect on its environment. She had no idea what that would look like, but she trusted she would know it when she saw it. If she could do that, She would try to redirect the energy coming from Hadley's ghost to fuel that spell instead of Tim's demon spell. She wouldn't have to try to stop the unstoppable. It would simply burn itself out. Finding no ready opportunity for giant spell casting on the surface, she scoured the Earth's oceans. She considered the possibility of casting a spell to heat the entire body of water by 1 degree, which would surely take enough energy to serve her purpose, but closer inspection showed her several hundred species of marine critter that would die from that minuscule change. Making it colder posed the same problem. Panic crept into the proceedings as she felt herself already running out of ideas. She pushed hard. The Earth shrank to a dot. As she reoriented herself to the view of this corner of the universe, she picked up her search again. Perhaps she could cast a spell to another planet. And perhaps it wouldn't matter if that spell did catastrophic damage to a lifeless space rock. She rotated her view to find other dots like the Earth dot, and ways she could funnel energy to them. And as she ran out of ideas, she remembered she had more than one mind to work with. "Dorothy?" "I'm here," came the voice. "I'm in a bit of a pickle, child. Do you see what's happening?" "I heard everything," said Dorothy, "but I can't see." "That's all right," said Strontium. "In just a sec, I'm going to let go. Give you your eyes back. We need a place to throw this energy, and I don't know what I'm looking at. I need you to take the reins." "Wait," said Dorothy, "I don't understand. Isn't this something a witch should do?" "Oh, sister, we really do need to talk." With those words, Strontium's consciousness faded to background noise. Dorothy felt a rush of upward motion and emergence, like a diver resurfacing. She gasped. "Oh, God," she said. "Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Surrounded by stars, she somehow intuitively identified one of the specks in front of her as Earth. From there she found the sun and several more planets. She tried to look at her hand to see if she really was somehow floating free millions of miles above the ecliptic plane. Waving her hand in front of her face produced no interruption in the view, so she ruled this a vision with no literal reality. "I'm supposed to cast a spell. I remember that much. Something big." As she said these words, instructions formed in her mind. She needed to find a place to dump this energy where it would do the least amount of damage. Strontium was banking on Dorothy's knowledge of astronomy to find an appropriate target. With a moment's reluctance, but the grim understanding that a sacrifice would be inevitable, she chose to destroy Pluto. She zoomed out, searching for the icy rock, and only then saw something she could not explain. A roughly circular region of space appeared a subtly different shade of black from its surroundings. A ring of yet another shade of black enclosed that. She had no clear way to describe the difference, but to her it was obvious and bright. "Well, that can't be right. Am I supposed to fix that?" No one answered, but she felt a sudden nudge in the back of her mind. Without words, Strontium impelled her toward those rings. The gesture held a quality of approval, as though this new task presented a far better idea than her plans for poor Pluto. "Wait," said Dorothy. "I know what this is. It's the blast waves of the 2 Mayhem bombs." An unfamiliar word formed in the back of her head. "Mayospheres? Is that right? They're still out there?" She scrutinized the circles in space, confused by her ease at identifying them, but certain of their identity nevertheless. She pulled at them with her thoughts and felt them, both soft as putty, with a smell about them like overripe fruit. Something's not right. Someone has been picking at these. Again she felt a nudge and a sense of approval. Bit by bit she understood both her task and her relationship with Strontium. The body-switching story was a lie, But a lie is often the easiest place to hide a truth. She felt another nudge and got back to work. The Mayhem waves needed repair, and a spell of certain doom and great magnitude needed to be diverted. She would solve both problems with one action. She cracked knuckles she could not see, waved invisible arms, and recited memorized incantations with meanings unknown to her, even though she now understood how she had been able to memorize them. Before her eyes, the tiny blue dot of Earth extended a slender blue thread in the direction of the ring. It took several minutes for it to reach the edge of the anomaly, which at this scale meant it traveled at the speed of light. As it ponderously made its way across the sky, she found the vision tranquil. That tranquility shattered when it touched the ring. A scream formed inside her head, louder and clearer than Strontium's voice had been. Covering her ears had no effect. As it grew in intensity, her grip slipped. Strontium kicked her, just hard enough to keep her on track. She hunkered down and endured. Dorothy had never repaired a Mayosphere before, so she had no way to know how much it would hurt. The quality to this pain had no analog in her experience. It best reminded her of hanging from a cliff by her thumbs, while being hacked away in random places by tiny razors. If she let go, she would, at best, have to start over from scratch. By the time she had been working on the problem for an hour, she came to understand that if she let go, she would die. She took what gratification she could find in watching the gradual success of her efforts. The blue thread that stretched from the Earth to the Mayospheres had begun to knit them together. She looped it around the inner sphere, then made a pass around the outer and pulled. She had to do these motions without letting go of her cliff face. Occasionally she would pull the thread past the wrong section and would have to take out a dozen stitches to do over, being careful not to tear the fabric. After a few hours, the bugs came. In their assault, she longed for the early stages when she merely felt cut by razors. They rotated tactics, sometimes attacking in a swarm, sometimes buzzing in her ears. They found the most tender places on her skin and drove their stingers and proboscises in where they would do the worst damage. Every sting and bite came away both painful and itchy. Still, she held on. And at every stage of the process, every obstacle and every resultant torture, exactly one thought drove her to the next step. If she did not do this right, if she did not save the world, she would never see Claudia again. She held that thought close to her, and it supported her against the cliff like a climbing rope. She would not, could not die. Not after finally finding this love that had evaded her all these years. The injustice would be intolerable. Finally, an eternity later, she pulled the last stitch through. The rings dissipated, and the circle of differently black space faded to match its surroundings. She found herself on the floor of Tim's sanctum, looking at the ceiling, suddenly aware of a sharp pain on the side of her face and a deep ache radiating from her right breast. "Strontium," she croaked. Clearing her throat, she tried again. "Strontium, it's time for that talk." "You did good, child," came a voice from within herself. She smiled at both the relief to hear her friend and the praise. "Something tells me I couldn't have done it without you," said Dorothy. "Then something is telling you nonsense," came the voice. "You're not dead, are you?" asked Dorothy. "Not hardly," said Strontium. "Just laying low. Burning that goblin took a piece out of me more than I expected. Time was I could have reconstituted that body in half an hour." "Is that why you took over my body?" asked Dorothy. "To recuperate?" Her voice carried no judgment, just curiosity. "Took over? Pish-posh, I was barely awake in there. Damn near slept through this whole hootenanny." Dorothy laughed, then frowned. "Wait, If you weren't in charge, how was I doing magic?"
"By doing magic, I reckon," said Strontium. "I have some recall of passing you whispers along the road by way of suggestion, but you were driving that whole time."
"But the book
"Is yours. Never seen anyone take so quickly to it, either. You're a sharp tack. Spotted those sphere things all on your own, I might add. Can't believe I missed that. You've got the knack, child."
Dorothy took a moment for all of this to sink in. "Are you going to be in here forever now?"
"Nah," said Strontium. "I'll find my way out. May take a bit, though. At least I know where I am now. As soon as I get my body up and running, I'll skedaddle. Meantime, you'll barely know I'm here."
Dorothy smiled. "I don't mind knowing you're there." She waited for a reply and got none. Sitting up sent new waves of pain through her body from the physical injuries she sustained at Tim's hands. She looked around her. 2 bodies lay on the floor, one of which had no head. The intact one belonged to Oplamato, and she remembered seeing him fall, strangled by a magical tattoo. Cautiously, she felt his wrist, unable to find a pulse, though surprised to find it warm. She poked at the tattoo still wrapped around his neck, and it wriggled. "Off!" she shouted at it. It unwrapped and fell to the floor, a harmless-looking, quivering black curve. She picked it up from both ends and bit a chunk out of the middle, which she spat onto the floor. It left a tarry aftertaste in her mouth. Oplamato gasped and sat up. "How did you know I was alive?" "You're welcome," she said. "And I didn't. What was that?"
"A deduced trance. Evidently the dark wizard had further plans for me, never to be realized, I see." He nodded in the direction of the decapitated mage. "How are you able to break the curse?"
"I have the echo of a vanished witch inside me," she said. "She tells me things I can't hear, and then I do things I can't do. But you already knew that, didn't you?"
"I did," he said. "Not the details, but the general fact, yes."
"Well, like it or not, I'm a witch now," said Dorothy. "And I want to know what I'm doing. The way I see it, you owe me at least one favor. Do you do private tutoring?"
"I do."
He held out his hand. Dorothy took it, and he pulled her close, looping his arm around her waist. He looked up at the triangular hole he had created in the ceiling earlier.
"This is your first lesson. Do pay attention."
Dorothy took one last look around the room. Wasn't there a ghost here when we came in? Holding her tightly, Oplamato jumped. Chapter 75 Pixie Redux. Harrison woke screaming. 4 soldiers held him down, aggravating the shooting agony in his wrist. April stroked his face. "Shh, hey baby, I've got you." She kissed him, momentarily distracting him from his pain. Then it came back, and he twisted his face away from her to scream again. "You can let him up now," said someone, a woman's voice he did not recognize. The 4 soldiers each released a limb, and Harrison instinctively grabbed his stump with his remaining hand. To his surprise, he found another hand there. He surveyed the hideous scar of melted skin that went the whole way around his wrist. The pain came not from the injury, but from the healing. "Ow!" April kissed him again. "I know." "Ow!" he said with less rage. "Yes." He sat up. Mid-morning sunlight covered the middle of the field where he recuperated on a collapsible cot. April, Sarah, Mitchell, and Claudia stood or sat around him, along with soldiers whose names he did not know, and one odd-looking woman, presumably the local healer. "How long was I out?" "I don't know," said April. "At least 12 hours, I think. We only just found your hand about 10 minutes ago. You were very lucky, you know. It was under a seat." 12 hours? He looked over his wrist again.
How did I survive the night? Why didn't I bleed to death?
April looked at him uncomfortably and opened her mouth to say something, but didn't or couldn't finish the thought. Sarah spoke up.
Melody cauterized your stump.
Harrison took a moment to absorb that.
Melody cauterized it?
Sarah bit her lip.
Maybe cauterized is the wrong word. She used magic, said April.
What kind of magic?
Asked Harrison nervously.
I don't know, said April. Purple magic? She touched your stump and the bleeding stopped. There were purple lights. I don't know how to explain it better than that.
He looked around him, acutely aware for the first time of Melody's absence.
Where is she?
Looking for Sparky, said April. She insisted. She's with Adler and a couple of the soldiers combing the weeds.
Sparky, said Harrison. Right. What happened to Sparky?
We don't know, said Claudia. I saw her do that thing to Basil to put out his fire and figured she was dead, but Melody says she's out there somewhere.
So, Adler's okay?
Harrison asked Sarah. Yes, she said. Thank you so much.
Me? You're the Dragon Slayer. We should all be thanking you.
She smiled. I suppose. How did you even know that was going to work?
I had no idea that was going to work. I just do some of my best guessing under pressure. It looked like his eyepiece was reversing our powers, not negating them. It seemed like the thing to try. Good thing it did, because I had no plan B.
Harrison waited for congratulations or mockery of his stupid luck, but Sarah's gaze had drifted over to the weeds where her boy helped to search for a pixie.
Well, she said, after taking a deep breath, all we need to do now is get his father back on his feet, and we'll be a family again.
Are you going to let Adler see him?
Hell yes, I'm going to let Adler see him. I hope he has better luck talking Warren out of his coma than I have.
I hope so, too.
Harrison flopped back down on his back.
Did we get all 28 out? He asked Claudia. Did they all make it?
Yeah, said Claudia, shifting uncomfortably. I don't know how much you picked up on this last night, but Siobhan is kind of a mess. All 28 of them were under mind control, but it looks like she actually wanted to go through with being sacrificed, even after Dorothy freed her.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Becca wants to take care of her. I have no idea how someone recovers from something like that.
Let's stay on top of that. I want her hospitalized when we get back. Gotta add that to my to-do list.
He took a deep breath before pushing forward with his next question.
Milton?
He's going to need some skin grafts when we get home, said Claudia. A few more seconds and he would have been a goner. Harrison released a profound sigh. His guilt over Milton's possible death replaced by the much preferable guilt over his injury.
Who did we lose?
The army guys lost 5 men and 1 centaur. Maybe Sparky if we can't find her. Maybe Oplamato. Maybe Dorothy. Harrison sat up.
Dorothy? What happened?
As he struggled to juggle the depth of his feelings at this news, he saw Claudia's emotionless face in a new light.
Oh, God, Claudia, I'm sorry. Are you...
Don't worry about it, she said coldly. It's okay. We both knew this could happen. That's why...
She stopped there, her face tightening. She took Harrison's good hand and squeezed it hard.
You know, she said, sniffing, for a little while there, I finally got what I always wanted. She loved me. She told me she loved me. It was real, Harrison. Took us forever to find that out, but at least we knew.
She sniffed again and wiped her eyes with the heel of her palm.
Would have been nice to hear it one more time, though, she said through a forced laugh.
Hey, said Harrison, let's not give up yet, okay?
Claudia's tears broke through.
I know. The army guys are looking for her inside the building.
She never came back from looking for that bad wizard. Neither did he. I'm trying to stay optimistic.
Do.
He gave her hand a squeeze. To April, he said,
I want to see Melody.
She kissed him on the forehead. I'll get her. You okay here?
For now, I think, he said. We did win last night, right?
Oh, yes, we won.
She walked off to get her daughter. Hey, kid, said Harrison to Mitchell, who had been hanging back. How are you doing?
I'm good, he said, stepping closer hesitantly.
How's your hand? Ask me again in a week.
Ha! Right. Mitchell shuffled awkwardly.
They told me I could wait here until you woke up. I just wanted to thank you for rescuing me. Again. I owe you a ball game. I'm pretty sure this counts, said Mitchell.
Harrison laughed.
Did you call your dad yet?
Mitchell nodded.
We talked for about an hour this morning. He thought I ran away. I don't think I'm ever going to leave my house again after this. I'm sure he'll be happy to know that. Oh, he was. He actually offered to help me get an apartment. When I told him I wanted to stay at home, he totally started crying. I'm pretty sure I can milk this for a while.
He laughed, but turned his head to wipe away a tear of his own, less subtly than he probably imagined.
Hey,
said Dallas. Harrison rolled over to see him. He looked sheepish and worn out, and Harrison tried to remember what role Dallas had played in the battle.
You here to argue with me? Asked Harrison, because I have to say that's not how I want to spend today. Nah, said Dallas. Just want to say I'm sorry. The curse thing wore off. Centaur says that might mean the wizard who put it on me is dead or something, but it's off. Just thought you should know.
Thanks, said Harrison. He and Dallas looked at each other awkwardly, with Harrison unsure how to dismiss him kindly.
You need anything? Said Dallas.
Harrison sighed.
Yeah, I need my daughters to be okay. I need my wrist to stop hurting.
He looked around him at the ruins of Fenway Park.
And I need this place fixed up. Damn it! Would you look at what we did here? This is one of my favorite childhood memories, and we found it just in time to wreck it. Can you get on that?
Dallas laughed, which Harrison considered polite in light of the weakness of his joke.
Yeah, feel better.
He held out his hand to shake Harrison's, then pulled it back, eyeing the painful scar on Harrison's wrist, and just waved instead. As Dallas walked away, Harrison's wife returned, with Melody in tow. His daughter looked normal for a little girl who had only 12 hours before that saved his life with unexplained magic. She held something in both hands, and when they got close enough, he recognized it.
Sparky?
He said. The pixie lay on her back, across both of Melody's outstretched hands.
Is she alive?
Asked Harrison. Without sitting up, Sparky raised one hand and gave a thumbs up.
Do you need a healer?
She pointed her thumb down.
Do you just want to find a comfortable place to lie down and have people bring you grapes?
Both thumbs went up. He laughed.
Get us set up with a pillow and the flyer, he said to a soldier.
Yes, sir. He held out his hands, and Melody gently transferred the pixie to him.
And how are you? Harrison asked Melody.
Good, she said, smiling.
I hear you made me better last night.
Uh-huh.
Do you know how you did that? He asked.
She shrugged. Not really.
Is she acting like herself?
He asked April. Absolutely. You'd never know anything was different to talk to her. Right, honey? April mussed Melody's hair, and Harrison noticed it had taken on a purple tint like her eyes and the halo he had seen last night.
We'll take her to esoteric first thing when we get back, he said. "There are good people there. We'll figure this out."
"I know," said April. "I have decided not to worry. It wasn't an easy decision, but I'm sticking to it."
"Good. Hey, what do we know about all those other children?"
"You mean, what are we going to do with 101 Dalmatians?" she asked.
He smiled. "Something like that."
"Jessica and a few of the women have taken over there. She was their teacher here, so they trust her. Some of the kids are old enough to tell us where they came from. Some aren't. I'm not sure what they're going to do about those. Find them new parents, maybe?" She kissed Harrison on the forehead. "Whatever happens, there are people who will take care of them. You've done plenty by rescuing them. It can be someone else's job from here."
"What's he doing?" asked Melody.
She pointed to the rubble at the base of the gaping hole that used to be the green monster.
Dallas picked up chunks and dropped them over and over again. "I have no idea," said Harrison. "Did he lose something last night?"
"If he did, he didn't lose it there," said Sarah. "He spent the entire battle hiding under the negotiating table. He's lucky he wasn't killed."
Harrison shook his head. "Poor guy. This is all so far beyond him. We should have left him home."
"No, wait. Really," said Claudia. "What is he doing?"
Dallas had gotten down on his knees, and he thrust both hands into the shattered wood and metal fragments. After a few seconds, they shifted and moved. The green monster rose up, particle by particle. Considering the complexity, the process moved swiftly, although it took a full 2 minutes for the wall to grow to its original height. The paint shone brighter on that section of wall than anywhere else in the park, and as Dallas continued to press his hands into the ground at the base of the wall, that brightness radiated outward in a wave. The weeds below him dissolved, leaving a smooth warning track. Farther out, the lawn purified itself, with non-grass plants disappearing and the remaining grass cut to a uniform length. As the effect spread farther, it resolved itself to the checkerboard pattern so beloved of groundskeepers. A baseball diamond appeared from under dissolving weeds, and a pitcher's mound rose in the middle of the infield. The shattered arc lights overhead reassembled themselves from glass shards that flew straight up from where they fell. The pulverized press box reconstituted itself from crumbled debris levitating up from the stands. For 20 minutes, this wave of restoration swept around Fenway Park. When Dallas finally stood, he did so in a ballpark that looked exactly like Harrison's memories of it, though with perhaps a great deal more luster.
"Order from chaos," said Harrison. "Son of a bitch."
"That," said Claudia, "is literally the coolest thing I have ever seen."
"No," corrected April, pointing to the stands. "That is the coolest thing you have ever seen." Claudia turned around and tore across the field. 2 soldiers led Dorothy and Oplamato up from under the stands. They both looked hurt and exhausted, and they leaned on each other as they walked. The sight of his adopted daughter alive flooded Harrison with warmth, as did the sight of Claudia running into her arms.
"Mommy?"
said Melody.
"Daddy!"
Overwhelmed with happiness at that moment, Harrison looked at his little girl. She held a curious smile on her face, a mixture of wonder and mischief.
"What is it, honey?"
"I don't know." She giggled and spun in a circle. In the instant she had her back to him, Harrison's heart nearly stopped. "Harrison," said April, clutching his hand. Pain shot through his wrist. He ignored it.
"I see them," he said.
Everyone did. A pair of oversized purple butterfly wings unfurled around Melody's torso. Still squeezing Harrison's hand, April whispered, there are no pixies on my side of the family."
"Look!" Melody shouted with utter delight and lifted into the air. Chapter 76. Ever After. As Dorothy emerged up from under the stands, she shielded her eyes against the morning sunlight. She had spent the entire night underground, saving the world. She assumed the passage of time had been an illusion, a consequence of her hard labor, but it had, in fact, been hours. Her exhaustion certainly made more sense in that light. As her first order of business, she needed to find Claudia, a task greatly simplified by the sight of Claudia charging across the field toward her. She gently pushed Aplamato away from her and did her best at running down the aisle to the wall, which she carefully climbed over. As she hit the ground, Claudia crashed into her and held her in a bear hug. "Ow!" Dorothy cried, as sharp pains shot through her injured breast. Claudia jumped back, a look of fear on her face. "What?" she said. Dorothy pouted. "My boob hurts." After an awkward moment of uncertainty, she laughed. "Oh, I don't care." She threw her arms around Claudia and kissed her with all the pent-up emotion of a world-threatening crisis now resolved. "I love you," they said simultaneously when they finally both came up for air. "I thought you were dead," said Claudia. "I thought I was dead too," said Dorothy. "Long story." "I killed someone," said Claudia. "So did I." Claudia's eyes went wide, and she gently stroked Dorothy's cheek. Reminded of the pain by her touch, Dorothy flinched. "Are you okay?" asked Claudia. "I'll live, which is good news, because I very much have something to live for." Claudia smiled and kissed her again. "You saved me down there," said Dorothy. "You should know that." "Me?" said Claudia. "How?" Dorothy considered the explanation. "It's complicated, but I had an impossible job, and the thought of you is what kept me going." "Really?" "Really. I love you, Claudia. It turns out I've always loved you." She smiled. "Surprise!" Dorothy took Claudia in her arms again, finding a way to favor her bruised breast and still hold her. "So," she whispered in Claudia's ear, "about what happens next." "We should wait until you're feeling better," said Claudia softly. Dorothy laughed. "Actually, no, we shouldn't, but that's not what I'm talking about." "Oh," said Claudia. "Bigger stuff?" "Something like that," said Dorothy. "It turns out I have this son to raise. Is it too early to talk about starting a family?" Claudia laughed. "I'm so in. You sure about this?" "Never surer," said Dorothy, and held her close again. Epilogue. Melody's life suddenly made sense to her. She had never understood why she could see things no one else seemed to see, or why she understood things everyone else found confusing. That day she saw the funny lights in Daddy's office. Something happened to her. Something happened to everyone, really, but only Melody noticed. Mommy and Daddy and Dory and that funny English guy all started acting weird, and Melody wanted to say something, but no one ever understood her when she tried to talk about things like that. It was so much easier to pretend to be a regular little girl. But that day, the lights did something to her, too. Not the thing they were supposed to do. That's what the pretty old witch said. Something else. It made her purple and sparkly and magical. It made her a pixie. But not a real pixie. A kind of half pixie. Except it didn't make her that. Deep down, she was always that. She knew it, though she didn't know how exactly.
But now it all made sense. The lights didn't change her. They just found something hidden. Found it by accident. Now she knew. She was a pixie girl, and that meant something else, too. Mommy wasn't a pixie. Daddy wasn't a pixie. Everyone always said she had Mommy's nose and Daddy's chin. Someday, she would have to find out whose wings she had.